Neither guy wore their seatbelt. One guy got a ticket, one guy didn't. Both guys drove home from work. One guy wore his seatbelt, one guy didn't. One guy made it home. One guy didn't.
Game world or real world, seatbelts save lives.
Welcome everybody, this is the 2023 ESPORTSU Invitational Midway Show, presented by Click It or Ticket and NHTSA. My name's Pyro J. I'm joined here with Chicksa and the Danger Taco, and we are through the first weekend of the Invitational. A lot of highlights, surprises, teams knocked out, teams moving through that we got to talk about, because as a team we made our predictions. We gave it our best effort to try and see what happened, and actually we did pretty darn good. So I promise it's not the pat your own back show. We're gonna dive into stats, clips, all the good stuff. But team, let's dive in. I want to start off with the east side. We featured some east and south collegiate teams, the likes of Fisher College, Indian River State College, Stockton University, and UT Arlington. Those latter two made it. The first two did not. And Chicks, I feel like when people hear, oh, Fisher College didn't make it through group stage, that's a bit surprising. So break it down for us. What happened there?
Yeah, Fisher not making it through group stages, keep in mind, in the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup, but not making it here either. Not a surprise because they're not playing their main roster. Tasek, Random, Shy, and Kevin played this past weekend, and you know what? They struggled. They won a single game in both their series, and they just didn't know how to answer against the likes of IRSC, Indian River State College, and the likes of Stockton. So with that being said, you know, we asked why. Well, they didn't have anybody to score goals. When it came down to it, 9 total goals in all of the games that they played across the weekend, and they were left often on defense. Tasek, I was looking at his score in particular. He averaged almost 500 points every single game. That's a lot of points in a Rocket League match, but I looked at his saves. 15 saves in those 7 games. He gets over 2 a match on average. They were left often in their half, struggling to score upfield. I think moving forward for this B roster, if they do go to A, they need to figure out how are they going to transition out of that defensive zone into the offensive zone to get those goals that they desperately need, as well as finding the person who does indeed score. They need somebody. You need that facilitator, that disruptor upfield, and I think those changes will benefit them for the better moving on forward.
Yeah, I think Fisher College, like, they're making those changes and they're making them work, and they got one win, but that game win, that was not enough. So yeah, we appreciate the breakdown a lot, Chicks. But we still need to learn more about the other team that could not make it through, Indian River State College. This is Danger Taco. This was Disruptor's collegiate esports like debut here, subbing into this roster, playing with Taco, Stash, and Slayer. You and I, we casted the action. So big takeaways, big moments from you from this squad, who did perform very well, actually, based on their expectations this past weekend.
Yeah, it's a difficult situation because Disruptor did come in and make their debut. And for a lot of teams, if you have a sub or someone who's more of just kind of like a manager in the background, not even anticipating to play, but you're listed as a sub just in case, you do have Seabass graduating. They're not playing for Indian River. So Disruptor comes in and you're thinking, well, this sometimes happens in side leagues. But this one, it's like, oh, by the way, you're playing in this ESPORTSU Invitational. Oh, by the way, all the other teams that are some of the best teams in the entirety of Collegiate Rocket League. Have fun, bud. And they get in there and then they actually catch a dub there. Disruptor's playing well, and honestly, when we had a pre-match interview with them, we're talking through, he's like, more or less, some players are saying like, yeah, we're just gonna go out there, we're gonna play our game, we're gonna dominate. And he was very much so just like, I'm just going to give it my best. I'm just going to see what happens. And then he actually scored a hat trick in one of those series. So, like, you can see the skill is there. The problem is when you don't get the reps in and we don't get the constant, I would say, chemistry building aspects of playing series after series after series with the same roster, you could see some of that fall apart. I think Disruptor was the weak link there as a player who is lower ranked than the typical starter. And I think you see that not necessarily in the general run of play, but in those moments where you need a very confident player to challenge early, where there's slight moments where they weren't doing it. And I think it threw kind of everything off kilter. So in regard to Indian River State, very good team. I can't wait to see who they're recruiting in the future. I was able to help them send out some tweets, try to like amplify their recruitment strategy for that. So definitely a very promising team. And Disruptor, I will say very capable third if they need one, just maybe not at the very tip top of CRL.
Very well, very well. Yeah, that hat trick from Disruptor was, I couldn't believe it. They won that game too based off of that performance. And you know what? That comes off the back of great plays off of Taco Stash and Slayer too. I think we were commending Slayer specifically on the game sense and the decisions made, kind of on their toes. Great plays made out of that player. They just couldn't pull through. Into the top two, speaking of the top two of that group, that's going to be UT Arlington and Stockton University. We'll talk more about those two teams because there's quite a bit to break down there. But before we do that, let's pay homage to the other squads that didn't quite make it. And while we did predict maybe Northwood Blue and Akron Esports to make it through as the top two in this group, Boise State University and University of Oregon not quite making it. Some surprises did still shape together, chicks. Like for University of Oregon, they went down. They found one win out of those two series, but they didn't go down without a fight.
No, I mean, the fight in particular being the man, the myth, the legend, Imminent. He was fighting for his life those games. Majority of the saves when it comes down to it. Great presence up field. I mean, his scores were off the charts. If the team did well, it was likely because of how Imminent played, because he is just that person that we kind of looked at earlier in our pre-show thoughts in a sense. We were like, oh man, Imminent's really good. He is that, disruptor for University of Oregon. And I think moving on forward, this team just needs to get a little bit more comfortable together. And I mean, to be fair, they played against the likes of Northwood, and Northwood is really good. Nobody could beat them this past weekend. So, give them a pass there, whatever. I mean, Imminent had a 900-point game against Northwood with 7 saves. So, you can't blame the man. He tried. He really surely tried. And then, of course, Boise State has been around just a little bit longer. So it's unfortunate that they couldn't break them more than that one game that they did win off of them. I think, again, we noticed they were probably the lowest ranked team effectively, the newest team in the collegiate sphere. But I think for being, and again, the high caliber that we said this tournament is, they did admirably well. Especially, again, we're going to shout out my man Imminent, who definitely played and put everything out on the field.
Yeah, let's see. 7 saves against Northwood in one game. Like, imagine having Lion Blaze just fire away shot after shot at you and coming up with those saves. That is exceptional. And yeah, it makes Imminent and this University of Oregon team worth shouting out, despite the fact that we will not see them next weekend. Another team that we're just not going to see next weekend. And I want this to be a conversation with the team here on the desk, because I thought Boise State University, actually, we predicted this team to operate in a very specific way, right? Durtho and Instinct operating very offensively, Gil kind of being that pivot. One of the biggest surprises to me in those games, Danger Taco, as we were casting them, was Gil putting up more shots more often than his two teammates. It was just, I couldn't quite get a handle on how that team was shaping together.
I think the strength of any team that wants to compete at the very top of RLCS, of CRL, what have you, is you have to have everyone be able to step up when they're needed. And I think the biggest issue I used to see a lot with collegiate rosters is a team would recruit one incredibly good player and then have two pretty good role players behind them. But then the star player, they'd have an off game or they wouldn't be able to hit their shots. And then suddenly it's like everyone's looking around like, do I have to do it now? Do I have to step up? But when you have a team there, everyone can hit those shots. I think it really just kind of calms everyone down because it's not on those players who are regarded from they're listening to the broadcast, listening to us talk about them saying, oh, this player is going to have to get all the goals. It's all on them. It's not all on them. So happy to see Gil do that. I think there's a lot of respect for players like him who kind of stay out of the spotlight too much, not by his own admission, but just because that's the role he plays. He kind of backs things up. He facilitates to the midfield. And it was nice to see him kind of pop off. But I think overall, Boise still had just the occasional hiccup and everything. So I wouldn't necessarily say it was off and then Gil filled it in completely. I think in general, the team just really wasn't through, I would say going through the motions that they usually go through. It felt like very much so improvisational at times. And I'm not entirely sure what goes into that. I can't really speculate too much on it, but it definitely didn't seem like the Boise were used to. So therefore, if you're bringing anything but your A, maybe even A+ game, you're going up against an Akron or Northwood, you're usually not going to pass that test.
And you know what? We can't speculate, right, Danger Taco? But we did get those interviews, and we heard from Durtho that he hadn't ate anything that whole day yet, right? He was still gonna go to the to the buffet in college, so maybe that had something to do with it.
Potentially. We did talk about how one thing that I'm always fascinated by is, especially with qualifiers for a lot of these bigger leagues, you have to go through probably like a 4, 5, 6 hour process, and it's crazy to see how these players are like, yeah, I was a little nervous in the morning, I didn't need anything. I'm like, you have nothing in your brain for 6 straight hours. I mean, I know when you're in your teens and maybe early 20s you can kind of abuse your body because you can just bounce back, but that blew my mind that I'm like thinking, you got to focus in. It's mentally tough. You're burning a lot of calories, I'm sure, just off sheer focus. You're sweating it out of your body, and yet you're still not putting anything in. So definitely a factor. I do know, I've talked to some of the managers in collegiate play. One of their biggest things that they focus on with their players is absolutely making sure that they have breakfast. And if they don't, and they're in the facility, they will bring them granola bars and just be like, you are eating this before we begin, or else you're getting benched. Like, seriously, you need to get something in, because they know just how important it can be.
Yeah, nutrition, just being fueled, because there's a reason we still call this an athletics sport or esport. It's because it does take energy and it does take a very strong mind. So yeah, it's important. And those interviews were so much fun to conduct and listen to. So folks, if you want to hear from these players, from these teams, you gotta tune in next weekend for the playoffs, just to hear behind the mind of some of the most incredible collegiate esports players. Speaking of playoffs, speaking of next weekend, we've got 4 teams moving on. 4 teams we gotta break down and try again, analysts, to predict to see what happens. Of course, we mentioned it from the east side going forward is UT Arlington and Stockton University. From that West Conference, Midwest to West, was Northwood University and University of Akron. Now, I want to start here. The top seeds of both sides were Northwood, which maybe was expected, but then UT Arlington had defeated Stockton University. Do you think, number one, that should have been an expectation from us analysts? And number two, do you think that really helps them? Because now, instead of playing Northwood, they play Akron.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't want to play against Northwood, so certainly give me the 1 seed so I don't face the likelihood of winner of the tournament. I have no shame in saying that. Northwood proves time and time and time they're really good. But yeah, definitely getting that dub over the other in order to get the 1 seed. So you play the 2 seed, you always want to have that easier first matchup. So, you know, UTA, they've been hot and cold. They've been inconsistent. I mean, Samba blatantly says all the time his team doesn't practice, and you know what? He's out here chilling, but you know what? He's still confident. He's still great on the field. So I think the fact that they were able to pull out the win still shows that they have a lot of care on the field, that they are a phenomenal team. And I mean, Samba's not going to go down without a fight. I mean, it is his last tournament. We talk about players retiring, you know, getting to the end of their collegiate scene over time. And he's one that has certainly made his mark on the collegiate sphere for sure.
Yeah, Taco, how would you describe Samba's kind of approach to this tournament? Because, you know, we did some interviews with that player quite a bit, and they seemed pretty, not laid back, but maybe composed as an approach to the tournament.
I mean, the interview between him and Buzzy, it shows a lot of respect. They're similar players in that they always will love to do an interview. They're fun to talk to. They give you interesting answers. As an analyst or as a on-air talent, you love to be able to interview players with that mentality because they're confident. You can play off them. You got to poke them a little bit and get like a nice answer out of them if you need one. But the one thing that I did like is that there was a mutual respect. There's kind of some memery. They know that this tournament, they've matched together a lot. They've traded series off and on. So there was this competitive edge to it. But at the end of the day, they're like, this is just going to be a great event. So best of luck to you. And then it got into the series and it was all over the place. It felt like first games really lopsided. UTA was just pulling out these sneaky wins, but when Stockton was on a full roll, being the team that out of those two actually made it to CRL World Championship, which is coming up a little bit later, within less than 2 weeks, then it makes sense that they're playing that well. But then UT still takes them down, and even though Samba says, well, we don't scrim, we got on like Nava got on like right beforehand or something, they have so much chemistry. I'm so confident between those three since they've been playing for 4+ semesters together. I believe even beyond that, just with that roster, I think you could honestly just wake them up mid-sleep, throw a controller in their hands and say, go, right off kickoff, and they'd probably just lock in and still be fine. They're just that comfortable with each other.
Yeah, I think that comfort came in the way of them talking about not even calming that much or it just being more laid back. They just have that inherent clicking nature, and we really saw that truly on the pitch for them to defeat Stockton University, because that's not an easy team to take down, especially, as you said, Taco, with the way that series went back and forth. And you mentioned Bussy from Stockton. I want to talk about Stockton in a second, but let's close the loop on UT Arlington, because we said you're gonna play University of Akron coming into this first round this weekend. How do we think UTA stack up against University of Akron? Is this a team that has the chops to take them down, go to the championships, or do we think they're gonna struggle?
There were two guys. Both guys drove to work. Neither guy wore their seatbelt. One guy got a ticket, one guy didn't. Both guys drove home from work. One guy wore his seatbelt, one guy didn't. One guy made it home. One guy didn't.
Game world or real world, seatbelts save lives.
It's so hard to predict how University of Akron is going to play, in particular, since sometimes it feels like they have the stuff to beat the likes of Northwood, but Northwood sweeps them. And it's like, Akron, what happened? They fall short so many times that I honestly think UTA certainly has the opportunity. If they are on their game, if Samba is hitting clips, if they're working like that machine that they've been in the past couple of years with that chemistry, it comes down to a close fight, a close brawl. I think either team has it 50-50, kind of coin flip, who's feeling better the day, and, who wants to win it a little bit more.
I mean, I think the difficult part as well is that Akron is saying, yeah, it seems like they can beat Northwood, but then they just can't quite do it. But I would say Northwood Blue is arguably the best roster we've ever seen assembled, and definitely the most successful of all time in collegiate. So that's a tough bar to clear. I will say in the past semester, when the final lines are coming up to make it into CRL World Championships, to get into, or at least the Eastern national championships, there was a moment where you're going on through, and then they play Northwood and they lose 4-1. That's the same scoreline they then eventually lost by in the CECC playoffs in that grand final against kind of like a fusion of Northwood's two rosters. But then they went to the third place game. That determines whether or not you move on and you get even further into that championship game. And then they beat Northwood White 4-1, which is a team that wiped the floor with a majority of the East, even actually taking down Akron in regular season play, I believe. So when you have a situation like that, it's like, I know Akron's capable of it. It really just comes down to, I feel like, if they're hyper confident, if they're going into a series and they get a little bit of momentum and they can run with it, it's great. But I feel like a lot of teams, when you play against Northwood Blue specifically, maybe you get one fun game, but the moment you lose, I feel like in the back of a lot of people's minds are just like, here it goes again. Like, just can't do it. They're just too good. And the moment that thought even creeps in your mind, gets it one little, I would say, tendril out and plants it into the back of your head, I think it's already over, because you've just lost the mental game. You've lost that like true confidence. You're just like, I guess we'll see what happens. Not, you got to be the absolute peak confidence. Like, no, we are just as good, if not better than this team when we're on our peak. And I think sometimes teams just don't have that killer instinct.
Yeah, and the tidal wave that Northwood teams can impose on either teams once they get a lick of momentum is just unrelenting. However, we saw what University of Akron could do with momentum. I mean, Danger Taco, we can't forget about that flip reset double tap that Bullseye had on that one play. That was just like magical. Tristan had some crazy double tap reads. Buzz was commandeering the whole series at a certain point. So you just have points where University of Akron truly do look like that team that can take down anybody and has in the past. So I think we're shaping up for a really spicy series of University of Akron and UT Arlington. And while we've got our initial thoughts, I'm going to ask for hard predictions at the end. Not quite yet, because we have one other match to talk about that's also happening next weekend. That is going to be Stockton University versus Northwood University. Obviously going to be a difficult matchup for Stockton, but I want to talk about what Stockton was able to do over the course of last weekend. While Bussy was kind of being that front man, bumps, demos all over the place, even air dribble plays down the field to just score themselves. Chixa, top cheese was popping off in just about every category you could ask for this player.
Yeah, I mean, he has almost as most saves, as most shots, the most goals, as well as most assists. I mean, he's across the board, like, killing it as a player. And, you know, I went all the way back to last year, going into Collegiate Rocket League Worlds, and I, at that time, named Top Cheese as my MVP player of the entire CRL season. So I know he has the stuff. He can be top dog. I mean, Top Cheese in this sense. I mean, cheese tax, I guess. But he can be that wonderful player on the field. So it's nice to see that he was so successful this past weekend, that I think if he is in his prime form right now going into they could give a run of the money a little bit for Northwood. Maybe we'll take a game. I mean, I hate saying it like that, but it's so hard to beat the likes of Northwood. I'm just happy Top Cheese is really, feeling it again and is looking to, maybe throw some sort of upset to the likes of Northwood, since he certainly did play his heart out this past weekend.
Yeah, they absolutely did. And I expect that from Stockton University again. So it's good to get a depiction of what this team can put forward. And there is that magic there that could come to form. However, there's always magic from Northwood University. Taka, we talk about how much, this team embodies dominance in the collegiate scene, but I feel like we haven't really broken down this team yet, at least on this broadcast, to explain kind of why Northwood is the way they are and why this is a difficult match for Stockton University. So can you kind of help paint that picture?
I think the biggest issue when you face off against really any collegiate team is identifying, okay, well, we first need to figure out how we want to play our play style. And then from there, usually game to game, you adjust based on what's needed. Okay, well, they're beating us in some capacities. Let's try more lateral passing. We're throwing it away too much, so-and-so. Northwood is a team that is three players where if you're judging a team by their worst player, you're going to have to reach pretty high up the skill ladder to find that lowest tier, because they're all pro-level players. They played in RLCS main events. They played in RLCS close quals many a time and tormented many players trying to reach that level. And so therefore, they have all of that skill combined with Northwood putting them in a facility, making sure they're getting scrims in, making sure they're getting all this game time in, and they mesh so well to the point where they are the perfect storm of knowing how to pass to each other, how to find each other in space, just due to the pro level game sense and also the trust and chemistry that they built, which then means that more or less when you beat Northwood, it's because you either disrupted them enough or you just outplayed them and got some like nice beat outs, because you very rarely will ever see Northwood Blue just throw away a game or lose a game because of lack of skill or lack of trying or lack of care on the ball or what have you. It's always a team playing at their absolute max capacity. So it's a team that I dislike the narrative of, in that people say this team is absolutely unbeatable. They're not. They have been beaten before. They've taken losses before in league play. in upper brackets, even in these serial tournaments. It's just that when you're playing that well, you have to hold on to it. And I see too many times, like North Akron Blue, they just love taking one game off and then losing 4-1 because they do find that moment. But being able to capture it consistently over the course of 4, 5, 6, 7 games is a Herculean effort for any team, much less any team that's playing up against basically a full team of pros.
Yeah, sometimes you wish it was a best of one because it's like, okay, maybe I can get this lightning in a bottle here just for a game, get the win, and peace out. But that's not how Rocket League's played. It's really not. So, yeah. Great depiction of why Lion Blaze Buddy in hockey just can dominate at certain points and recapture that momentum and take it forward themselves. Listen, that Northwood versus Stockton University matchup, that's still going to be another spicy one. And listen, this is where we start the predictions. Analysts, we got to pull them out. And listen, we did well. We did well last time, okay? So this is sort of some momentum just for us, I think. But let's start with maybe the more difficult one, okay? We were a little bit wishy-washy on UTA and University of Akron. Listen, University of Akron not coming in as the 1 seed from their group, but still coming in with a force to be reckoned with. UTA has that momentum, has that seeded number 1 from their group. Is that enough to push them forward? Whoever's feeling maybe a little more confident or feeling like they got the prediction ready, I'll give it to either of you two.
I'm not feeling very confident. Taco, you take it first. I'm throwing it to you.
I mean, if we're specifically focusing on Akron and UTA, I guess specifically, I feel like I'm leaning definitely on Akron, more so much so that I believe that they do take this because I think Akron is a good team. Yeah, they're playing pretty well in the Eastern Conference League play or in pretty much any league you look at. But in the entirety of this season, the national championships, it went to Northwood, but that second place team was Akron Blue. They actually got all the way there. They're just never go away. They're a team that in the very beginning of CRL was like the program, the one you judge everyone else against, like Northwood is now. And even all this time later, Tristan and Buzz, 2/3 of that legendary roster minus Reticence, has found Bullseye, an insanely competent player with ridiculous mechs, and I feel like he propels them that much farther. So I feel like at least in the first round, I will never really vote against Akron to be able to go home early.
Well, that's a tough act to follow. I'm having a hard time picking between these two because keep in mind we talked a lot about Samba retiring. Buzz on the side of Akron also, I say retiring, but it's like he's in his last season. He graduated. They're moving on forward. You know, their life. You can only be in college for so long. And you know, we were looking at Buzz's stats on Twitter. He has like the highest stats of any CRO player almost ever. That was really cool on Twitter to kind of scroll through. It was like number 1, number 2, number 1, number 2. I was like, oh my goodness, he's been here a long time. He has done his dues in CRL. But on the other side of things, UTA is just really, really volatile at times. They either pop off or they don't. I think just to kind of, you know, go against Taco in a bit because I think Akron will probably take it. I'm thinking UTA has a good day and they beat Akron. It's hard to go against the likes of a team that has been so consistent in the past, but Samba, you know, he doesn't go out without a bang, in my opinion. They're not in CRL, so I think he gives it his final shot and he rises to the occasion and takes it against the likes of Akron.
There it is, recorded right here, folks. Chicks are not going University of Akron's way. Oh, boy.
I went once and they proved me wrong, okay? They proved me wrong in Collegiate Esports Commissioner's Cup, so I can't do it again. I can't do it again.
I said it would be a spicy matchup. We're getting spicy predictions as well. And you know what? Let me throw a ghost pepper in the mix. Give me UTA as well. Listen, I said they go top of the group, and they did. I might as well ride them all the way, baby. All respect to University of Akron. I want to see Buzz pop off. I want to see Bullseye get more flippery set double taps, but maybe I want to see Samba go out with a bang as well. Particularly out of UTA in the last matchups that I loved was the solo play potential of Adverse. You give that guy the ball and space and he will make a beauty out of it. I want to see more plays from Adverse. That's the kind of likes that I'm looking for UTA. And you know what, University of Akron, you got to play Northwood. It's time to give UTA a chance, okay? That's where I'm going. You got your predictions for that first matchup, folks. And this next one's a little bit tough. I'll just say this. For Northwood versus Stockton University, raise a hand if you're predicting Northwood. And all right, that's everybody. So listen, it's not with a tone of disrespect, because that's how it sounds, right? That's a little bit how it sounds. I mean, Taco, you said already so much about how, I hate this narrative of Northwood are so unbeatable, because that's not the case. But you put these two teams together and you got to lean one side.
I think the main difficulty is, on top of that, is it's the same reason why when you go onto Liquipedia or you go onto a bracket page and you look at a collegiate tournament and you're looking at, oh, look at that, Northwood 3-0, 3-0, 3-0, 4-0 or something like that, or 4-1s or what have you. You know, it's usually pretty dominant. They don't usually get taken the distance. But when you look at the individual games, they can be incredibly close. In fact, Stockton and Northwood Blue are basically 5/6 of the players competing in that were in the CRL World Championship last season. Drip is gone. Anthony Pizza is in for Stockton. And so when you look at that, it was a 4-0 for Northwood to take the World Championship, and you're thinking, that's rough. But you look at the individual games, and two of them went to overtime. The last game, game 4, I believe that went into 6.5, 7 minutes of OT before that actually ended. And it took so many goal line saves from Buddy. Lion Blaze had a crazy couple saves to keep Northwood in it. And it's like, if the team peaks, if they're feeling it, if they're vibing off of the moment, you can 100% beat them. But like I said earlier, the issue about Northwood is that you can't rely on lucky goals, because every goal you score, it has to be an incredible feat of mechanics or your team play, passing around them, bumping them, demoing. And it's so hard to get that done without overcommitting, without giving up an easy counter or something to the best players who have potentially ever touched collegiate play. And so with that said, yeah, Stockton, I 100% believe in you that you could do this, but I also know that Northwood is a team that knows whenever they come into a tournament, they are the ones to beat for it. And I think they ride that confidence through any tournament all the way to the championship.
And this is why predictions are so tough. It forces such a black and white comparison when there's so much gray. There is so much gray, and we see that in the history between these teams. We'll see that this weekend. And Chicksa, I have a question for you, because we just got word that it is going to be a best of 7 matchups here for the playoffs. Does that sort of change anything with this Stockton versus Northwood comparison?
I see, Stockton maybe getting a game, but not much more than that. It's hard always in best of 7s to be consistent for 4 games straight. I mean, Northwood did it twice, 3 games straight, but you ask them to be on point one more game in a row. Sometimes they get a little sloppy, a little tired, maybe a little overconfident, and sometimes you pick off that one game. But at the end of the day, for Northwood in particular, I don't think it changes a thing. On our other match of the day, I could see it going all the way to 7 and being that sort of brawl that we'd love to see.
Amazing. All right. Well, folks, those are our predictions. That's the analyst thoughts for this weekend, where we'll see the final showing. Why don't we get a final prediction, though? Because truthfully, we got the first matchups, but there's got to be one winner, right? And we're all over the place on University of Akron or UTA or Northwood or Stockton making the finals. But who takes the cake? Who takes it all? Who's our 2023 ESPORTSU Invitational champion? Danger Taco, I'm throwing to you first.
I have to go with Northwood, which is the boring prediction, but I also like to be correct. So I'm going with Northwood only because if Akron is able to take games off of them, then I start to say, well, you never know. And then I start to pitch like a doubt and saying, Akron, I believe in them. But when we saw them play, there was some games where Akron was just pelting the Northwood goal with shots, and then they just gave up some counter goals and they lost. I'm thinking, okay, well, they can build off that. And then the next game, it's just all Northwood. And then they just start burying them. And then it's like, oh, that's the issue that I was speaking of. You can get as close as you want in one game, but then being able to even get a victory and then do it again and again is incredibly difficult. In a best of 7, yeah, you have more time to be able to take your breaks and be able to actually think about it, but I just can't see them doing that. If Akron can't take a single game off of them throughout these games, outside of some close calls, maybe in an OT, it's just a tough one to actually fully trust in anyone to be able to topple the Kings.
I have to go the boring pico as well. In Northwood, they averaged 12 shots a game this past weekend. They are just a shooting fest, a mad fest. Lion Blaze will always pop off, getting most goals and most saves this weekend. And then his teammates both with higher shot counts. You see how that chemistry works. They can switch out whoever they want at any time. Lion Blaze being normally at the forefront or the back front of things. And, Buddy and Hockey, demoing, bumping, shooting, just allowing him to do his job. They are the well-oiled machine. They have won the past pretty much 2 years in a row when it comes to championships of things. How can you not go with Northwood?
How could you not go with Northwood? Well, I'll show you. I took UTA to the finals. I'm taking them for the win as well, baby. Samba, Nama, and Adverse all the way. They're winning the Invitational. They're taking it by storm. And listen, okay, you said it was a boring answer yourself, so you need somebody to take the fault. Okay, you said you like to be right. Well, even when I like to be right, I'm still wrong. So give me UTA. Send them all the way. University of Texas, Arlington. That's where both of y'all are going to be living. Well, Texas at least. But I'm not, and I'm still
very close to it.
I'm still going to represent him. I'm still going to represent him here on the board. No Akron voters. That's rough. But hey, folks, if we're wrong, then guess what? You're going to have to see it proven right. Maybe yourself, maybe your own predictions this weekend, because that playoffs finals match, the semifinals, is starting this Saturday. That is May 27th. Semifinals beginning at 2 p.m. Eastern. Again, if you want to hear those matches, that bracket that we're going to watch, the matches set up, they are going to be Northwood University versus Stockton University. After that is going to be UT Arlington versus University of Akron. Those matches beginning, as I said, 2 p.m. Eastern on this Saturday, May 27th. You do not want to miss those matches and to see who will be crowned the true winner. And, of course, to see some of our predictions inevitably fall in the bucket at the bottom. So, Danger Taco, Chicksa, thank you so much for joining me for this analyst session. Folks, this has been the midway show of this 2023 ESPORTSU Invitational presented by Click It or Ticket and NHTSA. Thank you all so much, and we hope to see you this Saturday.
There were two guys. Both guys drove to work. Neither guy wore their seatbelt. One guy got a ticket, one guy didn't. Both guys drove home from work. One guy wore his seatbelt, one guy didn't. One guy made it home. One guy didn't.
Game world or real world, seatbelts save lives.
Welcome on in, everybody, to the second weekend of the 2023 ESPORTSU Invitational, presented by NHTSA and Click It or Ticket. My name is Pyro J. I'm joined here with the Danger Taco, and we are very excited to bring, again, the best of the collegiate teams here for this tournament. We started out with two groups, 8 incredible teams. The east side of UTA, Stockton University, Indian River State College, and Fisher College. The latter two we've had to say goodbye to. We've also said goodbye to Boise State and Oregon. On the west side it was, and Northwood and Akron moving forward to play today in the top 4. Danger Taco, I mean, this almost feels like a preview of the upcoming CRL Worlds. 3 of the 4 teams that are here today will be competing there. We've got some incredible matches to get to.
Yeah, and this is really what you would expect out of a collegiate tournament. It's not just inviting these teams to say, okay, well, yeah, just kick back, have fun. No, these players are competitors. They want to be able to compete for the lights, the glory, and all the adulation. Of course, getting a little bit of a practice before you really get into the nitty and gritty of the CRL World Championship. So yes, these players are going to be there on stage. They're going to be excited to get there. And I think it's a good preview to see really what that's going to be like, because obviously these players, they watch the tape. They're able to play against these teams in scrims and other competitions. And this is just another way to add stakes. And I think it was hopefully a little bit of a simulation for what it's going to be like to be able to play there down there over in Dallas a little bit later on in the year. And by a little bit later on, I mean literally we are under a week right now from the start of that event. So yeah, there's not too much more prep time to go.
It is just about to happen, but as well just about to happen, literally in moments, is our first matchup here in the semifinals of the playoffs. Is going to be Northwood University and Stockton University. And joined with us and ready to go in a pre-match interview is Bussy and Nitrous. Let's bring them up. We got them both on the screen. Welcome to the both of you. And Nitrous, you're joining the team this weekend. You excited to join in with them? You ready?
Yeah, I am ready. I always have fun playing with Hockey and Lion. It's always fun to see which my different teammates are on the weekend. I haven't played with this set team in a while, but
good.
Yeah, I'm excited.
And so on that note, I mean, you've had to deal with that roster transition because you're just moving around, getting shifted into wherever you need. And Bussy, I mean, that's really been, I think, the story for Stockton throughout this entire CRL semester, or really just beyond that, with Anthony at Pizza. And you guys have adjusted well, obviously, inking your way all the way through that LCQ. So how has that been going? And do you feel like the chemistry is on lock now to take down this Northwood squad?
I mean, it's definitely getting a lot better. I think, on the day we could always beat anyone. I'm a little disappointed that Nitrous is playing and not Buddy, because now I can't even view this as practice for that team either, because regardless of how it would go, I know we're gonna play Northwood at Worlds, so it'd be good to have replays in a competitive environment a week before. But now it doesn't even matter because we got Nitrous here, so now I just want to win, because if we don't win, it means nothing. Can't help us.
It almost feels strategic to shake up the composition of the roster here. I don't know. It's the sly maneuvers there from the Northwood side. But listen, I'll let you two get to it on the field briefly. But before that, let's hear any exchange that you have for each other. Nitrous, I'll start with you.
I'm not Buddy, but it's not gonna be easy for you either. So good luck. You guys will need it.
I'll say, would you like anything else you would like to say to be able to just take this off?
Never lost to Northwood in my life, so I'm not nervous.
Okay, I mean, we have one of the interns running fact check on that, but I'll get back to you. So right now it sounds right because it sounds so confident coming from your mouth. So I just have to believe that one.
It's nice to know that my competition is delusional. So we'll see on the pitch. We'll see on the pitch.
Beautiful. All right, a lot of mind games here to start it out. Bussy, Nitrous, thank you both so much. Looking forward to the match ahead. All right, that was the two of them. I think Danger Taco, they sound poised. They sound ready to get underway.
Oh yeah, I mean, of course they would be. I mean, when you go into these tournaments, I think a lot of teams, when I talk to collegiate players and they DM me beforehand, they're like, oh, I heard you're casting this a match or something. Oh, we're playing this team. We're kind of nervous and, we're not really sure how this one's going to go, but, it's going to be fun, da-da-da-da-da. And they just kind of go through all this, anxiety. I think they're just trying to talk it out because they know what the competition's like. I think what separates those types of teams from the teams that make it to CRL Worlds and make it really deep into the run is that when they get those matchups, they're actually excited. They're like, yeah, it's maybe annoying to play this roster, but, we want to be able to have that test. We want to be able to do this. And I think that's the beauty of this ESPORTSU Invitational, is that it's invitational. It's kind of like this nice structure to show matches, to really give you that experience. But if you do happen to lose, or even if you have to win, it's not a huge setback. It's not this massive ego drain with a huge amount of stakes. It's just a great way to practice and be able to get in that work that I think every team has really just been looking for if you can't be able to manage enough scrims day to day, or if you need that structure to be able to simulate what an actual tournament day looks like.
Well, it is going to be a lot of work, and there's a great challenge before these teams. They're leaning into the challenge. We like to see it. Before we lean in, head right onto this first match of Northwood and Stockton. Let's hear a quick word from NHTSA, and then afterwards from Pauly.
Game world or real world, seatbelts save lives.
There were two guys. Neither guy wore their seatbelt. One guy got a ticket, one guy didn't. Two guys drove home from work. One guy wore his seatbelt, one guy didn't. One guy made it home. One guy didn't.
And welcome back to the Click It or Ticket NHTSA pre-match seatbelt check. Before we start this semifinals match, we ensure all players are properly secured and buckled up for safety. And there you have it. You heard the click. Now you click on the NHTSA banner below to watch the video on why you should click it or ticket. Casters, back to you.
And we are underway. The matchup that we've been waiting for, the playoffs of the 2023 ESPORTSU Invitational, presented by NHTSA. And Click It or Ticket is finally off. We've got Northwood in blue, Stockton in orange, and only one team can take this win in the semifinals in this best of 7.
And there will be a third place game for a little bit of a regain in that regard. But the one thing that you do have to keep in mind is that this is more or less something we talked about before, a rematch of last year's CRL World Championship, save for the new addition on Stockton of Anthony Pizza and on the side of Northwood with this kind of new pickup roster. This new player you might have heard of over on Northwood White, now on blue, Nitrous. So this is, I would say, a little bit of a remix of last year, but you know those 4 players that were there in Top Cheese, in Bussy, in Lion Blaze, and Hockey are all competitors and some of the best in this continent of collegiate play. Top Cheese showing it right there, a perfect slot into the bottom 90.
Yeah, they're showing that they're the best. They're taking it to the Midwest, which was the conference that Northwood were in when we started this whole thing. But forget about those conferences. Forget about those groups. It's the top 4 here. It's the semifinals. And as you said, Taco, it's only the best to prove its way. Great placement from Top Cheese to start this thing off.
And being able to get those shots off is important because Northwood's not going to be giving you a lot of chances. So when they do pop up, you got to make sure you are the toppest of cheeses. And certainly he's living up to that username, Poor Hockey. Trying to get that tap around, plays for it too much. And I don't blame Nitrous. It's not often that your teammate on Northwood will miss a ball or miss a read. So really, I can't fault him really for going upfield, predicting that touch. But good job on Stockton for still being ready for being able to handle really any scenario.
That trust is important between the Northwood players, right? Especially as we don't normally see Nitrous playing with these two, but nevertheless, it's a composition that's made up all the time, and you can see the passing plays still percolating between them. There is still that inherent cohesion between players like this of the same university. They're used to seeing each other play and perform so well on the pitch. That double tap so close for Northwood. They're striking again, and while the iron's hot, they're gonna finish off their play. Lion Blaze through.
That's got to be so frustrating. Top Cheese gets a good save here. And then as you see Bussy trying to get that pre-flip because they don't have a lot of boost. You can see in that bottom right, the replay, absolutely nothing in the tank. So that pre-flip was all they had. Once that goes through, it's almost like you just have to watch it in slow motion happen, almost like a nightmare as that ball will go into your net. So now if the confidence was flowing, maybe it's been stemmed a little from Stockton. We're back to a 1-goal game and still got a lot of time to be able to hold down that lead.
Yeah, there's good reason to have confidence here for both teams so far, even coming into this game. Both teams performing really well at the group stage. Northwood kind of wiping right through their both opponents. Stockton really close to taking their win against UTA. Hold on, Top Cheese down from the top ropes, almost finding a great angle, and up the ceiling again. They are badgering through, but cannot find the back of the net. So close.
And being able to get those shots off and be able to, I would say, produce pressure is so important. As I said, the ball was kind of just stand still in the middle of the field for a while, but that's okay because part of being an elite player is knowing that you have to play fast, but when you have a chance for a slow play, you do take it. Lion Blaze trying to take a double tap, though. It's going to be slapped to the side. Bussy getting able to stay with it, and another nice 50 deep rotations from Northwood, deeper than normal. They're not able to continue that pressure as we know they're so good at. I would say for their sake, maybe this is just the warm-up game before they really get into it, because right now it feels like Stockton, they're the ones setting the speed.
I mean, sometimes you have those deeper rotations just to get some consistent possession, but maybe you don't need that when the first strike is so close to the net. A big save coming through for Stockton to keep their lead, but for how long? Hockey taking this across the width of the field. Now Nitrous over to Lion Blaze, and there it is again. Stockton just having their door barged through.
Well, if I say that Stockton's the one setting the pace, I suppose Northwood is just playing by slow and steady because they're just going to chip away with it, and starts with nice plays like that, dragging it all the way on the air dribble to the far post, hitting it right back over, and then your third's there to be able to get it over and top of the discombobulated defense. All of Stockton kind of waiting for that read. They didn't get it. They will get that one, though, as Tony Pizza able to get that first save away. Now, what can you do against Lion Blaze? Playing for 50, but Top Cheese going to evade it, at least in this iteration of that confrontation.
Oh, it was good control there for Top Cheese to try and slow it down, but you mentioned waiting for the read. It doesn't feel like there's time for Stockton to even wait for a read. The pace of the play now being driven by Northwood, and it's ramping up faster and faster off of each and every attack on their own side. Now it's Nitrous. Had control of the ball, but left it immediately. Lion Blaze will sky up to it and get a second touch here from the backboard. Top Cheese ready for it, though. And Top Cheese, again and again, when they get control or a ball off the backboard, they do so well to sort of quell the amping pressure from Northwood that almost collected again off a counter. Pass over to Lion Blaze. Cut off well by Bussy.
Yeah, really well done. You can see Bussy actually about to rotate back and then realizes, that doesn't look like a touch that's going to go forward. I'm just going to play off of this next set down, and they do get it. Now, it seems like Stockton is trying to get a demo, but my goodness, hockey so slippery. It's like they're covered in some motor oil or something because they were just not demoable or even bumpable on that play. Still going to have Northwood on the back foot, at least temporarily, but they're able to navigate out of it and then force another great save out of Stockton. Pizza and Bussy now trying to control out of the back half, but so tough. Naki's now trying to get that revenge, those light touches to be able to thieve these touches away from the Stockton defense. Double commit on the back line, but no harm. It's out yet again. Bussy reaching for it and will make contact yet again.
And Northwood are going to look to keep this possession going and fast, because the more shots they put, the more double commits they force, the less resources, the less boost Stockton are going to have to make save after save. Northwood, if they keep advancing here, which they're doing well by guarding that half-court line, they're going to press through. There it is, third goal in a row to take the lead.
That's a rough one, too, because that clear coming in, it seems more out of desperation. You can see in the bottom right there, Anthony Pizza, Bussy, and Top Cheese. The end of that play, 6 boost between all of them just to be able to get those clears away, and sometimes it's just not enough. The boost starvation is real. So are the kickoffs. Top Cheese at 0 seconds. Gonna get saved. That's why you go to the corner boost and wrap right on back just in case. Northwood taking game 1, but they had to do a full comeback.
They did, and you know what? It was very effective. I felt like Northwood, they didn't rush their chances. That final goal came off of continued pressure and the boost starvation. It was just enacted very calculated, in a very calculated manner. That being said, on the Stockton side, they had to play a lot of defense in that back half. It felt like Top Cheese, even after the first 2 goals, was trying to do it all himself in the final moments, but at that point, Taco, too little, too late.
Yeah, and that's really the hardest part about playing defense against a team that's this well organized, is that they have so many offensive weapons in terms of being able to carry it on in solo plays, but also being able to follow each other up. The first attack is never the most dangerous. It's always the second, and the third, then the fourth, and the fifth. You start looking at your bottom quarter, it says, I don't remember the last time I had more than about 20 boost in the tank, and this is just not sustainable. Eventually, most teams will break down unless they get that one nice clear or can win probably 2 50s back-to-back, which is so tough when seems like Northwood never panics. They're always in the right position. And when they have that lock on offense, it's going to take quite the lock picker to be able to get out of that situation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, lock picking, maybe stealing their way through some possessions. I like the way that Bussy was trying to cut off some of the passing plays, moving a little forward on the defensive side. Stockton definitely going to be forced to maybe play disruption in the interception mannerisms, but also be very efficient with that boost. As we keep talking about it, it's just so important when you're playing against Northwood. So we'll get started here in Game 2. Northwood University have the lead in the series against Stockton University. A long one, though. Best of 7 to make it to the finals.
Ooh, the back post hit. Anthony Pizza had to recover, and I do like that one. Doesn't actually challenge the ball, but tries to challenge the predicted shot, and actually cuts off most of the angle, so good to be able to play that way. If you can't always play ahead of it, you can maybe just make a bold prediction to take away a high percentage touch away from Northwood, as really you're going to need all that help because the shots keep on coming. Not the best from Lion Blaze, though. Looked like it might have been open, but now it's open for Bussy to get a double tap, potentially. Lion able to make up for the shot miss. Now a nice save. Bussy and Top Cheese, a little bit of double commit. I think the comms just briefly broke down for the New Jersey side.
Yeah, it would have been beautiful, actually, if Bussy could have popped that up to Top Cheese, but you know, playing against Northwood, you have to play at such a quick pace. So making those comms, they got to be early on, and you got to kind of be working on one mind. Instead, the play's just going to break through. But I think Stockton University, they're happy to get some of these chances even to go. For Bussy to even have a double tap opportunity, it's fortunate for them because the final 2 minutes of game number 1 did not look like that. They were stuck in their own half as they are right now. It is Anthony Pizza out to Bussy, intercepted though well by Hockey. Beats the backboard as Nitrous is going to be the next stop. Line plays hot shot towards the net, deflected well by Top Cheese, but Stockton more work to do to get out safe.
And it doesn't even help that Bussy gets a flick over and then immediately gets slapped to the ground with a bump. And now has to deal with Hockey through the air. The fake underneath one, it looks like, and not able to fool the rest of the defense. Anthony Pizza will throw it back across the midline, and that back touch from Northwood, not what they wanted. Bussy was looking for the prediction, which is barely out of the reach of their bumper, and that's the margin of error you really have to deal with. It's right back at him, and then I would say same with the Stockton counterattack, trying to carve through, but you really, truly have to beat every single member of the defense just to get a clean shot on target.
And you'd think a give and go or more passing plays there for Stockton would have been able to allow them to get through that defense of Northwood, but yeah, that was just not the option that Stockton decided to take. Instead, they're going to get dunked on here. More shots coming from Northwood University. They're making every possession as valuable as they can here as Nitrous cutting off rotation just to get another 50-50. Lion Blaze there for the bump. The opening's there. Hockey a little late to the shot. Top Cheese, the third defensive player for Stockton to get back in rotation, get that save to go. Stockton being forced to make a whole lot of saves in that first half.
Top Cheese now trying to play that passive, and that's what we were talking about a little bit in between the games. Yeah, you got to make sure you manage your boost, and you got to make sure you play fast, but also when you do take your time, it's also a good thing to notice if you even have that time. A couple demos coming through as Stockton, every once in a while they slow it down just to kind of take that deep breath before a shot. Northwood just comes through, just tags them a little bit, just grabs some paint off their car, and it does pay off with some more putbacks on target, but not the power. Lion Blaze continuing to not really be able to strike it as truly as we know he's capable of.
Well, let's see what they are capable of here in the final minute 30. Times are about to get a little bit rough as the tempo of this game has definitely shifted to more of a defensive battle. Trying to gear themselves to beat every single shot that could come. Stockton working on lower reinforcements here as the demolition comes into midfield. Anthony Pizza going to be in position to meet this. It's a back pass that trails very far through the field and kind of extinguishes any ferocity. No venom really left on the possession from Stockton. Down to the final minute now, and Northwood look a bit more poised to make these possessions worthy.
And it's tough to be able to work your way through, especially because sometimes you're just not able to get to it in time. Well played from Hockey, but then Nitrous knew exactly what to do afterwards. Bussy re-jumps that one. That was really the last other resources. Pass inside, and I guess if you're going to wait for the Lion Blaze goal, better late than never. 1 minute remaining. Northwood finally has the first goal of game number 2. Puts him in the lead. Now Stockton has to really dig deep and fight against all of this momentum now as Bussy was last back, but deals with it well in the 50.
Yeah, between the two games, that's 4 uncontested in favor of Northwood. Can they block this one? Lion Blaze didn't get a piece of it, but neither did Stockton. I think Top Cheese was looking for the block. Maybe now Anthony Pizza over to Bussy. It's still off the backboard. It's good real estate for a pass, but certainly not for a shot. That one's gonna go in. Crossbar defender, everybody getting a piece before Hockey scores.
Yeah, I gotta feel bad for Bussy, as I completely understand that. It looks like they just completely hard sell that shot, but to be honest, he goes as fast as I would think that he would probably needed to. Low boost, all of Northwood on the ground, but you can see him recovering, scrambling back to get that clear, so I think he's just jumping to keep it active, keep it in the half, and then halfway through realizes doesn't really have the height. Northwood knows he doesn't have the height and just lets it go out for the counter. Top Cheese had their best attempt at it, but that's all it really was. It was a mere reach for a ball, but and real too substantial. Northwood looks like have their vice grips around this game, although it took some doing. Stockton, you can see the path forward for them, but my goodness, does, I would say, the vision ahead look a little murky at times.
Yeah, and there's no space to be murky with your plays. It's got to be precise. Anthony Pizza going to slot this one as, well, one for the goodie bag home. That's all right. Northwood University still going to take the win here in game number 2. And Taco, you mentioned maybe the path forward is becoming clearer for Stockton, as most of this game they were able to hold Northwood well on their own defensive front. But, I mean, what's it going to take to get that step past them?
I think it's incredibly important, since most of these goals I'm seeing from Stockton, save for that last one on the counterattack, have really just been them being chipped away with on the low boost. And granted, it's so easy just to say, well, just retain your boost, just keep it in your tank or something, because you're going to have to use it. Northwood knows that. The key aspects of getting a boost starve are getting those corner boosts from your opponents, but more importantly, putting the ball in scenarios that force people off the ground using boost, forcing them to actually feel like, okay, if you do not use this boost, 100% it's going in your net. So at least you can mitigate some of that high percentage play by challenging. And I think Northwood is one of the best teams at just being subconsciously aware of that, saying, okay, they got time to take an air dribble, time to take a 50, time for them to just lob it up and do something with it, because as long as you control that midfield line, it is all good for them. Stockton needs to focus on a way to break out of that half and at least give themselves those times to breathe. Otherwise, it's going to continue just be an avalanche on their side.
We'll see if they get a little bit of time to breathe. They will. Unbelievable save from the corner of the goal. It all goes for naught, but still the replay. Oh, top cheese. Unbelievable.
Feels like we should be playing like half-court basketball, stuff like that. You just get a clear out like that, or just a crazy save, and then the rest of the team just goes, okay, fine, you know what, we'll take it back to half and let you guys reset, because that was insane. I just feel like karmically I really should deserve a full save and clear, but that's not how it works out. There's going to be a goal going through, and Stockton trying to answer back here. Saki was trying to buy time, but it looked like Anthony Pizza was buying what Hockey was selling. Fake underneath 2, Hockey on the recovery. If not, could have been a disaster situation here for the Timberwolves.
Could have been. Looking to work something off of this possession. I'm trying to keep an eye out on that disruption play that you mentioned. May be required here for Stockton, maybe in the form of boost steals, but also maybe even demos. I mean, they sported absolutely 0 in the last game. Whatever it takes to force those errors, as we were discussing on Northwood's side, it may be able to be done so with that physicality, but for now, they're the victims of it, and still the victims of a long Northwood possession.
And in those long Northwood possessions, just it gets you to feel almost so hopeless, because you know the passes are going to be coming in. You know those high lobs continue to just echo around your side. So therefore, when you do get forward, you got to take it. I will say, can't take it much better than that. Top Cheese put up a strong contender, but the bar will also do its best Hockey impression with a save. Hockey with a musty on target. I mean, if that's just an indicator of how confident Northwood is, then that is really the best you can really ask for.
I think we had Hockey in an interview, and that's just all he was exuding. That confidence is that, yeah, I'm going to go out on the pitch, and you'll see what I do. And yeah, when the space is provided, Hockey's ready to flex the mechanics here, but has to get that space. Hockey, great read on the second touch from the wall, and even has the shot there. Yeah, he's strutting his stuff.
Oh no, the poor Anthony Pizza sitting on the sideline. Hockey plays that so well with barely any boost, but none required. That's maybe be a lesson here to the freshman on Stockton. He's waiting on that corner boost, waiting for it to spawn, but that mental head count of those 10 seconds was just a little bit off, so he's going to have to go back to his own side a little bit more defeated, as that's going to be goal number 2, maybe 3 here, as everyone's reversing Lion place. Played for the 50, didn't even have to jump, but I guess it didn't matter.
That was like a Wild West standoff there. Both players on either side of the ball staring each other down, and all that the defense of Northwood can do is stare this ball down as it waltzes its way into their net.
Really well done from Anthony Pizza to be able to stay with that. Honestly, the way it angled, I'm surprised they got it. It looked like it missed the front of the car and then hit off the roof. I don't really know how you're angling one to miss one, but not the other. Either way, that third defender, Northwood, was completely hopeless on that one. They just did not expect that angle to come through. I mean, I don't blame them. We're watching on fly cam, and we're still not seeing that coming. So either way, halftime here in Game 3, and got ourselves back into the midst of a ball game.
Maybe we'll take the wildest touches here and the shots to get a goal, get a win here. Can't really underscore more how important this win would be for Stockton University. No one wants to be in a situation where you got to reverse sweep Northwood University, no matter what their composition of the team is. If it's a blue and white or a blue or white, it doesn't matter. They're firing on all cylinders here today. And that's especially showcased here. The pass from Line Blaze to Nitrous. Maybe the give and go. You gotta be kidding me. Yeah, that blue and white looks good.
In case you guys were wondering, this is the same Nitrous that says, yeah, I don't know how the chemistry is going to work because this is a different team composition. Haven't played with a set squad in a while. I mean, if this is how he plays with a random team, then I'm sure he would be a very preferred, let's say, free agent across all of collegiate if he can pull this off. My goodness, looking like they've been playing since out the womb. Northwood starting to cruise, maybe one more, but Aki just a bit too late to beat that defender.
That's taking the quickest of maneuvers here for Stockton to work against Northwood, especially. You got to defend passing plays like that. Top cheese off the ceiling, maybe to Bussy, maybe to Anthony Pizza. Neither of them can defeat the defense of Northwood, but still battle-tested are Northwood on this possession here for Stockton. Get a pass in midfield. Here comes the shot from Top Cheese with Bussy as the lead blocker. It works.
And that's a nice way to work it through, especially because Top Cheese knows that first beat is really important because Hockey's really tied their hands behind their back on that challenge. You really only get any touch on it if the ball goes around the corner, which is the logical thing to do, which, of course, then the best option is to do exactly the opposite, but still a lot to do. Do it so well. Cuts inside, takes a 50. Again, we're right back in it. Stockton able to adjust as the series goes on. The issue is Northwood always fires back, but maybe they misfired on that one. I don't know really what's going on there, but sometimes it will just jam on the offensive front. Minute remaining. Stockton, you got your lifeline here. How do you use it?
Yeah, it felt like the wind blew the wrong way. Every time Stockton is kindling their flame, Northwood respond quickly, extinguish it. But that time around, the flame brewed on. So maybe they've got something to work with here. Is there a light at the end of the tunnel here for Stockton in one of the games against Northwood? Top Cheese trying to prove that that is possible. Off of the ceiling, can't get to the extra touch, but Bussy does beat that defender. There's Anthony Pizza there for the shot, saved though by Lion Blaze. Finds two players on the side to pass to.
And Top Cheese trying to take it past one. And the problem is Hockey was there for the follow through, not the redirect in. That is going to be a dive in. That was a late one, but it's going to work out for Northwood. Nitrous getting a double. Bussy, the sidewall. Top Cheese maybe looking back towards the center. Pizza is following. That's a rough touch from Lion Blaze. Nitrous had to bail him out there, and lucky he did. Stockton maybe had a little bit more boost or a little more central positioning. That could have been in, but in the final seconds, it's going to have to go coast to coast, lest you have to stare down the prospect of a Northwood reverse sweep, which is never high percentage. Can't say the same about Hockey in front of an open net.
Hockey's play during and throughout this game has been incredible. The way they followed the ball there, got the lightest of touches, but at the perfect time. It's a great redemption play as well after the ceiling read. Didn't work out for the fourth goal. That one most certainly will. Northwood University win their third game. Another close one against Stockton University. We'll continue our way through this series, folks, but as we move forward, let's hear a very quick word from who this broadcast is presented by, NHTSA and Click It or Ticket.
There were two guys. Neither guy wore their seatbelt. One guy got a ticket, one guy didn't. Two guys drove home from work. One guy wore his seatbelt, one guy didn't. One guy made it home. One guy didn't.
Game world or real world, seatbelts save lives.
There were two guys. Neither guy wore their seatbelt. One guy got a ticket, one guy didn't. Two guys drove home from work. One guy wore his seatbelt, one guy didn't. One guy made it home.
All right, we're right on back, straight in the game, folks. This is match point. That scoreboard will be updated in just a moment. Northwood University 3-0 versus Stockton here in the semifinals of the 2023 ESPORTSU Invitational, presented by NHTSA and Click It or Ticket. This is it, Taco. Stockton, they've got a final stand before they're potentially relegated to the third place matchup.
And being able to avoid the third place matchup is always nice because that means you're in the finals. And the problem is with Stockton is that this is also a familiar site for them, just being able to have to adapt to Northwood. And sometimes it's just too tall of a task. And even worse when Top Cheese is just a little bit wrong-footed and Lion Blaze then follows it up with a bump on your goalie.
Yeah, that's just brutal here from Northwood. I mean, every time that Stockton want to regain their momentum, something to go for their way. Just battled back by Northwood. It wasn't since game one that they were able to score that first goal, and the first two, in fact. But ever since Northwood got their footing in this match, they have continued to enjoy the driver's seat of this match so far. 1-goal lead here to start for Northwood on their match point in the semifinals. Top Cheese. Wow, what a flight in the reset as well, but it's still not strong enough.
And really bold to be able to just allow Top Cheese to air dribble through the background. And I would say just kind of hope that you have enough reinforcements on the back line. But I suppose if all three are there, and maybe not as much risk. So that first attack from Stockton showing some promise. How about the second? Bussy trying to put it down. I thought they might have been going for a pass, but decided to opt for the 50 instead. Off the sidewall, Top Cheese will not be necessary. And Pizza's too far back. They're going to play the deep line, and Hockey still somehow sneaks it around. Bussy coming in. Everybody trying to reach for that ball. No contact. I think everyone was played off that next touch, and kind of just that Spider-Man meme. Everyone was looking at each other.
This game is a game played by angles and predictions, and sometimes when both players are predicting each other, the ball just kind of moseys on through the court, and everybody's just left staring, looking, waiting for that next play. Stockton hoping that their next play is one that they can score on. Bussy's shot is denied, though well by Hockey. Here's Bussy, fake on the Nitrous, does not prove fruitful. However, there is a savior in Top Cheese, able to get the demolition and the save. Can Bussy climb to this? No, Lion Blaze double tap. There's the pass to Hockey. Lion still there, attacking, swarming, looking for that next goal, but they won't find it. Top Cheese out over to Bussy off the backboard. Once again, Anthony Pizza for the shot. Flip reset, but it's too light towards the net. Northwood staying strong.
And really, this is I would say the hardest part about playing against Northwood. Yes, obviously the offense is there. Yes, the transitions are clean. The communications are always on point. But it's the fact that they're a complete team. Is that you can even see it's not just, throwing talent at the situation, hoping that the offense is too overwhelming. It's the fact that the defense is actually like solving a puzzle box. It feels like you have all the pressure. It feels like you have all the shots, and yet the angles are there, the saves are there, and coordination always seems like just enough to bail them on out, even when they have to make some hard predictions there. Both players committing, pass it down, nearly get the clear, but is at least a brief deflection. Bussy trying to continue to stay in the half with a hold. Delayed flick, but not able to get behind it. That could have potentially been into an open net.
It didn't prevail for them. Instead, Northwood attacking. And again, in the final 2 minutes, that is badgering there from Lion Blaze. Just every single touch. I don't know how he's able to do it. I'm surprised that last late dodge with no boost didn't grant him another touch as well. Instead, he's got trust his two teammates to bottle it up on defense, and bottle it up they shall. Nitrous off the backboard, but there's a hard shot towards the net. Again, Top Cheese denied by Nitrous. Every shot that comes the way of Northwood, they've got an answer.
And the problem is then it comes down the other way, and my goodness, what feels like it's so unsatisfying to see traditionally saying, okay, all this team is leaning forward, and then they leave the door open just a little bit on the exit. And that's all you need. Nitrous will collect, but ultimately that is the goal of Lion Blaze. Bussy's just trying to keep it in the midfield, clear it across, and after all of that pressure, just ricochets right back into their own net. Stockton now having to mount a comeback within this game just to kickstart the comeback across the whole series.
It's just painful to know that no matter where the ball is, it's a dangerous position to let a Northwood player have their way with it. Lion Blaze for a second time there. From the midfield, from the half-court line, is posing a very deadly shot. However, things can still break down the other way. Stockton able to move their way very physically towards the net to grant themselves a goal.
And it's a nice little bump and score there, and that's what happens, is that all you need is just one little out of pocket, I would say, play, maybe just unexpected, just being able to get a player through, or sometimes going for a tactical fake, or sometimes, I think, trying to get the hit and then just not really getting what you're going for. Either way, Lionblaze and company did not anticipate it, but Hockey is able to make up for it with a flick through, but not the continuation. Bussy waiting for it in the corner, not playing for a 50 as they're not able to evade Nitrous as that taps through. Lionblaze looking to put this one to bed, but no. Will also be turned to the side. Hockey off the corner. Catches down, taken for another 50, and watch the patience there from Northwood. So easy just to shoot that one at target. You can see them trying to draw in all the pressure. Is it going to work against them on the far side? Hockey puts it in the corner and gets a double tap. It looked like it was on a string for Stockton, but it's pulled away at the last second.
No, the double tap normally on offense, but there defensively just keeps Stockton away from scoring position. And that's going to put the lid on this series. A third goal for Northwood to win it in sweeping fashion.
They're just so clean on it. And really, you felt like that was the play from Stockton. They hit it into a weird position. It forced this defense to really have to make a ridiculous 1 in 99 chance of trying to get that one. And then they actually do pull it off. So percentages be damned. It doesn't really matter at the end of the day. You're playing the best of the best, and they're playing like it. How about one more full team passing play off the ceiling? Hockey will get involved in the fun, and Northwood, I think they're having a blast. That's a 4-0 to be able to move in the grands.
The painful part about that is that Stockton had a premeditated kickoff strategy to try and get an immediate second goal. Instead, Northwood just composing it out of nothing, but it looks like an orchestra. It is so cohesive, and it is so impressive. An impressive showing from Northwood University. They're going to sweep Stockton University here in the semifinals of the 2023 ESPORTSU Invitational. Next up, Taco, they'll play the winner of Akron and UTA. But before we get there, we do have to talk about the fact that Stockton still kind of in this tournament, right? We'll see them later in a third place matchup. To you, do they still appear a team in form to take that third place title?
I think there's still some moments where I don't really see it connect in the way that I expect to. A couple times there was a touchdown, and it's almost like a player was anticipating something else, and you can chalk that up to maybe a lack of precision on that setup, or you can really just amount it to the fact that maybe if you're calling a pass middle, it's not really where you need it to be, and it needs to be more precise. But that's also, one, what these invitationals are part of, and two, another option that I have to give a little credit to, sometimes when you play Northwood, you do play sloppy because you feel like every single touch has to be flawless, and I think you get into this overthinking. You're not playing instinctually as much as you're just trying to be able to mount up and go Super Saiyan against this team because they're just that good at this video game. So I don't really blame Stockton for times looking a little discombobulated. I will say for the most part, you can see exactly what Bussy was talking about in that interview where he says, I think on our day, we can really take down anyone. I think we can definitely beat this team. And you do see flashes of that. They're really making Northwood sweat. It's just that this team is conditioned. Just a couple minutes of sweat and strain is really not going to break them.
No, and it takes a lot to sort of work to the bread and butter of Stockton University. We did see some plays where, you know, they're working the goal line. Bussy's acting as that lead blocker, trying to get the last goalie out of there so the Top Cheese or Anthony Pizza can finish the job. They do that so well, but again, you said it best. Northwood put their opponents in uncomfortable situations where it's just difficult to get to your bread and butter. It's difficult to get to how you like to operate to what Bussy wanted to be as the team that when they're playing on their day, they're playing their best. So listen, Northwood University, on the other hand, look like they're playing their best, even when it's this new composition. And Taco, how fun to see Nitrous play with these teammates. I mean, the connections, the passing play is just a work of beauty.
And it is really nice to be able to witness all of these things working together so cleanly. And that's really, I think, the Northwood squad to a T, is that it's always going to look that way. It's always going to be creative and out of the box. And that's what happens when you do take teams that say, hey, I could solo carry this, but it's even more fun when if my teammate is pre-jumping or if my teammate is going for something crazy, I can dime them out from across the field. It's just really a ridiculous squad, and that's why I think the storyline has been developing with Northwood Blue, the same roster minus Nitrous, being able to be kicked out of uppers into lowers, having to battle through. So it shows that the parity is getting there, I would say, in CRL, but it's still just not quite enough at the end of the day.
Yeah, not quite enough there for Stockton, but we are prepared for the team that is moving right on to the finals. Instead of Nitrous, who we had earlier this time around, it will be Hockey for the interview, and we are ready for that interview. So let's have him. Hockey, welcome back to the broadcast. Congratulations on your win, and how'd the game feel here with kind of a Northwood blue and white representation here against Stockton?
It felt pretty good. This isn't our first time playing together, so we still have some chemistry from the past, so that helped.
And when you do get into those scenarios where you have to adapt for roster, because you guys handle that a lot. Obviously, you guys have RLCS obligations. You have all these outside tournaments you have to focus on. So do you feel like that's a little bit of a strain when you just have to just mix and match, or is all of Northwood just like a puzzle that all works together? Like you just got to fit any piece in there, and more or less you can achieve that same height.
I would say all 6 of the players, like no matter what we mix and match, we could do as well. We're all like 6 solid players, so it doesn't really matter who we use. I think we'll still have the same results.
Yeah, it feels like you guys don't take defined play styles, right? Because the passes can come from anyone, the shots can come from anyone. I mean, Hockey, we even had a play where you're hitting it to yourself off the sidewall, then you're driving up the field and scoring it yourself. Like, you're even fully capable to do that as a solo play endeavor. It's really great to see. I guess moving forward in this tournament, you're going to be playing either the winner of Akron or UTA. I'm curious on your thoughts. Any team that you'd like to particularly play, and any predictions or thoughts about that series ahead?
I'd like to play UTA. I'm good friends with all those guys, and I saw them at the Arlington LAN, CCC, so we didn't get to play them there, but I want to play them here.
And then so with that said, I mean, you're actually one of my favorite pros to be able to cast, because actually a lot of the Northwood players, you kind of travel with a family band. There's a lot of supporters in the chat, so I suppose I'll give you the chance while you're on broadcast in the interview to be able to shout them out, or anyone you want to say thanks to before we let you go and prep for the next match.
Yeah, I'll shout out my family, my girlfriend, and everyone watching that supports me. Thank you.
Beautiful. Right. Thanks so much for the interview, Hockey. Appreciate it. We'll see you soon.
Thank you.
All right. Well, folks, that was Northwood taking a sweep against against Stockton University. Sometimes they do battle against themselves, but not in that match. They were very, very cohesive. So they'll move on to the finals. Stockton move on to the third place matchup, but still yet to go. So much more in this 2023 ESPORTSU Invitational. We've got University of Akron versus UTA. That coming up soon. And as we take to a break, let's hear quick by who this broadcast is presented by, NHTSA and Click It or Ticket.
Game world or real world, seatbelts save lives.
There were 2 guys. Neither guy wore their seatbelt. One guy got a ticket, one guy didn't. 2 guys drove home from work. One guy wore his seatbelt, one guy didn't. One guy made it home. One guy didn't.
Game world or real world, seatbelts save lives.
There were two guys. Neither guy wore their seatbelt. One guy got a ticket, one guy didn't. Two guys drove home from work. One guy wore his seatbelt, one guy didn't. One guy made it home. One guy didn't.
Welcome back, everybody. We're here with the 2023 ESPORTSU Invitational, presented by NHTSA and Click It or Ticket. We just witnessed Northwood take down Stockton University in a sweep. They were close affairs in the games, but in the end, Northwood just had the edge. Now, we move on to see who's going to play them in the finals. This next matchup, Taco, geared to be a good one. We got U of Akron versus UTA.
And it's always a nice thing to be able to see these two teams deep in a bracket. And it's no surprise to see them there either, even though you got some retirees, some old men there. Being able to fill out those rosters is something that we're pretty used to seeing. But, I mean, that's why you're there. You're there across the extent of your collegiate education, and you're at the top from the beginning. So why not end on the same measure? So it's nice to be able to talk to two of those players that have been really able to carve, I would say, their collegiate legacy. And really, I would say, the path and storylines of a lot of collegiate Rocket League for a while.
Absolutely. Well, those old men are ready, so let's get to it. Let's talk to them. There you are, guys. Samba and Buzz. I didn't say it, Taco did. He said you guys are the geezers of the club here. How does it feel as an introduction, Buzz?
It's to be expected. I have probably the most games of anybody in the league, so you can consider me a geezer of the league, even though I'm younger than some of the other people. Well, I'll take it. I'm not mad.
I like it. I like it. And Samba, we're excited to get you guys going here in the playoffs. Any first thoughts here, getting geared in for the playoffs of the Invitational here?
I just want to point out that Nava is older than everyone in this lobby by at least a couple years. I think he's like 25, 26, maybe 30. Might have some kids out there. So, and Nava is the oldest one here, guys. So let's make sure we all know that and make fun of him.
He's got a family barbecue just outside the room.
Yes.
He's trying to wrap this up so he can get back to the family.
He's like, I'll be right back, guys.
Get back to the kids.
Wife yelling at him just off screen. Get off the game. So, I mean, that happens. There's more responsibilities as you get a little bit older. But this matchup, obviously, is for a chance to go to that grand finals. But it's also a rematch from something you guys had a little bit earlier on in the CRL Spring Championship. It ended 4-3 in the favor of Akron. And Samba, I want to be able to get your impressions on this. This is like a rematch potential for this game, but do you feel like that was kind of a toss-up series, and do you feel like things can go a different way this time?
I mean, I feel like they probably have like the better overall team, but like I feel like, or like I guess more skill, but like as a team, we're able to be with them. Like I mean, of the games we lost like pretty big 3 of them of the 4 they won. So I mean, yeah, I'm excited to see if we can do better this time.
It's fair play. It's fair play. It was a close match here, Buzz. You know, UTA are coming out here as the top seed of their group, and each and every time we've interviewed Samba, he has said that they will lose to the other team, but then they end up winning. So I'm curious, Buzz, what is your pregame strategy here moving into the match?
I'm just going to hype Bullseye up because I know if I have Bullseye chasing Samba on the field, I think I'll be all right. I'll be able to put a couple balls in the net. So we're going to get him hyped, get him going.
Like it.
I think that's a good thing. Also, just get the youngest player. Just be like, see that player? See that player right over there? That's your target. That's just I want you on nothing else. There's not really man marking in Rocket League, but maybe there should be, and we'll maybe see that strategy implemented on in. So I'll give you guys a chance to talk to each other before this match gets started. We'll go back to you, Buzz. Anything you'd like to say to your competitor and friend Samba before we get into it?
You know, Samba, being real, it's been a pleasure these last few years in Mud. This could be the last time we're actually going to face off where you're playing against us. I know you're coaching Columbia, so you have a little bit of influence on that team, but I'm going to consider this the last fair bout. So let's make it a good one.
It is. Just want to let you know that Bullseye's been texting me, Buzz, and he said, please get this over with because I hate my teammate, Buzz. I have the screenshots, and also I paid Bullseye to throw the series as well.
Wow.
I'm not going to say how much money it was.
Paid a lot.
But it was a lot of money because I make so much money. I'm making money just sitting here. I don't know if y'all knew that. I like own Mansfield Knight. This is my field. So just make sure y'all respect me and all that. And we're gonna lose. I mean, I've said every time we're not good enough to win, and we haven't been practicing for months. And I expect Akron to come out and sweep us.
Chestnut checkers when it comes to the psychological advantage, I would say, for UTA. Congrats to you guys for being able to meet one last time here, but also, congrats to only one of you in the future, but best of luck to you guys heading into this best of 7. Best of luck as we send you off. Get ready with your teams.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ooh. Pyro, that was quite the layers. I thought it was just going to end with, like, Bullseye doesn't like you. And I'm like, okay, that's cool. It's like, I have screenshots too. It's like, oh, okay, on top of that. It's like, and I paid him just in case. It's like, oh, okay, well, there's that on top of it. And then I thought we would get lore back with, like, the fact that Bussy referred to him, oh, he's retiring. He's working a full-time job. He's making so much money. Literally embodying the copy pasta of stop making gaming a career. It's cringe. It's like, I'm so rich. I'm driving a car. I'm dating all these wonderful women, and that's really what Sam is embodying right now. So we'll have to see if really he can back it up or prove that that's really his lifestyle right now.
I mean, listen, he said he brought the receipts, but in terms of an analyst, as I am, the receipts pay their way on the field. Okay, I got to see it on the pitch, my guy. That's what I need to see personally. So, folks, we're going to get to that very, very shortly here. Semifinals of the Invitational here, 2023 from ESPORTSU, presented by NHTSA, and Click It or Ticket is coming right up. Let's hear from NHTSA before we get to it.
Game world or real world, seatbelts save lives.
There were 2 guys. Neither guy wore their seatbelt. One guy got a ticket, one guy didn't. 2 guys drove home from work. One guy wore his seatbelt, one guy didn't. One guy made it home. One guy didn't.
And welcome back to the Click It or Ticket NHTSA pre-match seatbelt check. Before we start this semifinals match, we ensure all players are properly secured and buckled up for safety. And there you have it. You heard the click. Now you click on the NHTSA banner below to watch the video on why you should click it or ticket. Casters, back to you.
And the 2023 ESPORTSU Invitational presented by NHTSA and Click It or Ticket continues here. Northwood await the winners of UTA and University of Akron geared up head-to-head here. Best of 7. Last time they met was in CRL Spring Nationals. Went all the way to 7. Taco, you think we're going to Game 7 again?
I mean, I'd like to see that. I'm open for it. I mean, I cleared my schedule specifically for this type of series and this type of event, so I'm down for whatever these players want to put up. Obviously, as we hear, there's a lot of kind of goofy-natured banter going back and forth between these two teams, but they are elite squads, despite what Sambo might want to portray about UTA, that they don't practice, we're just whatever, making fun of teammates. Like, they have been around for a while. They don't need really a lot of warm-up to be able to get back into the mix of things, and just trying to prove that with this initial out back and forth. It's like we're watching volleyball as he's getting volleyed back left and right. Tristan go for the spike, but not going to land this time.
Not this time around, though. Akron feel like they've taken control here at the start of this series. And yeah, they're kind of, with every hit, they're battling away the banter that we had earlier. I feel like they still did practice for this event. I mean, the receipts and the screenshots have already been countered in the chat here, so maybe that could be countered as well. Nonetheless, UTA will have plenty to counter in the way of what Akron is in store for this matchup. As Bullseye, he was predicted to go headhunting here. See if any of that comes to form. So far, they've just got to worry about more shots from UTA.
And being able to deal with all the shots is quite the task here. I think in CRL, more than any other level of Rocket League, the amount of saves and shots that get racked up are insane, because I think the teams have developed this kind of meta of just trying to make sure, okay, I'm just going to chip away at your back line over shot after shot after shot after shot. And so you do get a little bit of stat padding, but you don't always get that high efficiency. It's the teams that can work through that I think are always the most successful. And now UTA is being met with quite the resistance, I would say, on the back line. And same with the offenses. Tristan over something crazy there. The ceiling pinch, nearly picking out that back post.
Very, very close. You can tell, again, we're in another game where no matter where that ball is, it's in a lethal state. There is the opportunity for a pinching play such as that. There's also the chance for players to get locked into each other there on the goal line. It's a mass adverse. Cleans it up, though, with the first goal.
Look at the improv here from Samba. The assist is better than the goal here. Gets the deflection off the sidewall, off the initial touch, then regains it into a catch flip reset to then get it up and over, where Adverse will be able to bury that one. And that's just classic UTA. Adverse Samba been a striking duo since really the very beginning of me even covering collegiate play, and really nothing has changed.
That's a fact. I think even that play was capped off with a tiny little bump on the Buzz off the backboard. So it's good to see Samba and Buzz not only butting heads on the desk here on the interview stage, but also on the field. Samba having the better of that play, and most certainly this one as well. The clear in favor of Samba as he hunts Buzz again, but no boost to chase him here. Buzz instead a second touch off the side wall. Boost down to the ground as Tristan takes advantage here. Has a pop as well, but no leaping Buzz. Couldn't climb to the touch.
Ooh, but that 50 is perfect to be able to land on Samba as he tries to go low, but Tristan, he's been around the block a few times. Not going to be fooled by that one, apparently. Adverse, however, gets a block. Actually, had a reset there. I did not see that initially. Took Tristan to then echo back, say, fine, I'll make another stop. Gets a pinch off the post, and Akron be able to get away with it very nearly a 2-0.
Very, very close indeed, but maybe we might have a tie game effort, taking advantage of that. Bullseye taking advantage there, putting Samba back in his own goal as Adverse moves up the field, but he's bullied out of the play, and immediately the entire counterattack diffuses off of a demolition. This is just good game sense coming out of Akron to diffuse the play wherever they can. Demolitions reigning superior in this game.
And being able to demo through is something that Buzz actually has talked about in the interviews in last week when we were doing group stages, where he says, yeah, back in the day I used to be able to target people and really take them out and tilt them, and even though I don't lean into it as heavily now, it's still kind of something I love to do, to be able to disrupt things, because even if a player doesn't really get tilted, you know over time it must be frustrating as a defender saying, okay, that's going to be over me, and then your teammate, instead of saying, yeah, I got you, is just saying, nah, bro, I'm not even there. I have to still respawn before I can even think about helping you out.
Yeah, those respawns can be a little tilting, waiting to get right back on the pitch and attack the ball again. It's exactly what Bullseye is going to do. They have to attack here. 30 seconds to go. 1 goal deficit. Ball's going to go the other way. Adverse may have a second touch if Tristan can't pop this right back up. It's what he will do. Bullseye has the option outlet of Buzz, who is going to get the tap on the ball, but they keep hitting this around the net. At some point, you got to pierce the defense. You got to start testing them. You got to attack the net. Flip reset. Oh, almost a second dodge from Tristan towards the net, but it's still defended by UTA. Can they hold on for another 5 here as Buzz climbs up Nava, trounces it down. Tristan, one last hope here as he gets a second touch off the top of his Fennec, but it isn't enough. UT Arlington Kit will take the win for game number 1.
Just a great UTA start there. I mean, they get that first goal, and it's really all they need. But beyond that, it's just a lot of battling in the midfield. Akron, I think you had mentioned in that first minute, it felt like Akron was starting to lean forward. It felt like they really had the control necessarily as they were getting most of the chances, but then all it takes is just opening the door a little bit. UTA has been a top team in the West for really as long as they've been together, even before it was Nava as that third Detroit Samba and Adverse. So I think you notice that the coordination's there. They're really not getting out of kilter, and I say the bread and butter has been using those mechanics to create awkward situations to the defense. Of course, that is the way that paves them to that game 1. Last time these teams met have gone to Akron, but UTA, they know they're capable of taking down this team.
And it barely went to Akron, you know, in game 7. So we may be hitting this seesaw back and forth in the series. But one thing is clear is that while those mechanics have been making Akron feel a little uncomfortable and been getting that 1 goal that UTA needed, I don't think as much has battle-tested UTA. Their defense does appear on lock. A shutout against Akron in game 1 is a very stoic performance. Akron may be needing more to battle-test that defense.
And then being able to always bring something else is, I think, the hardest part about playing as a team in Rocket League. Because sometimes you just have your play style you like doing that complements individual play styles. You have something that you want to be able to execute on the pitch. And sometimes when that doesn't work, it can be difficult for a lot of teams. A lot of them almost feel like, well, my only tool is a hammer, so I just have to treat everything like a nail. Whereas other teams, they come with a whole toolkit. They have a lot of different paces, momentums, passing plays, and able to use more mechanics. That adaptation game is just as important as everything else in your fundamentals.
It looked like the changes may have came to form in the physicality there. Tristan was on the back wall on the goal line trying to get some piece of UTA to take them out of their form. Instead, they're moving right up the field there. Almost gets the passing play to go, and they've got another shot here. Never so close, but Akron once just as sturdy of a defense here against UTA, as just one goal was all these teams needed for the win last time around. Nava trying to set exactly that up here, but the fly goes outside.
See Samba right back in. Buzz able to react to it quite well here, as actually another lob is going to go forward. It's going to try to just pick out a spot. Nava with the slow play, but not winning that 50. UTA doing so well to always feel like they're just feeding the ball right back into the danger area. That pass nearly finding its mark, but cut out just in time. Akron with the quick reflexes keeping this one even.
Yeah, the Zips are in front of everything right now. It's very impressive as UTA. They're finding each other even when they have scoring opportunities. They're choosing to pass, but Akron choose to be in front of everything. Have a response for just about it all, but not everything. Finally, it tilts over and UTA get their first.
And really good save initially from Buzz. Problem is that was all their boost. Bullseye and Tristan trying to make up for it, but there's always going to be a seam, and if I trust anyone to find it, it will be Adverse. Dadverse, as he is affectionately known by so many in the CRL community, because he takes commands and he's going to ground you, send you to bed.
So Samba's getting called old, Adverse is getting called a dad, and Samba just claimed Nava to be the oldest player that exists.
He's got a whole family, yeah.
They got a family, a whole bunch of geezers, but we finally got a game, folks. Akron, their first goal of the series.
And being able to just get it off of putting the ball, it seems in a routine area, but Bullseye does well there. If you're going to hit it off the backboard, the first thought is usually put it high, make sure the defense can reach that one. But if they're already there on the backboard, hitting it below the defense forces them to deflect it either right into the middle of the goal, or it forces them to really just spike it straight down for a weak clear. It's a smart play to be able to put it in the worst possible position for the defense to deal with. Same, getting bumps like that. Buzz with a pinch down at wrong-footed Samba, but Bullseye too far away. The delayed hit is going to have to go to the corner instead. That one looked like it was open for Akron, but then the door closed on down on the counterattack. Adverse trying to catch up with it, but not able to fit it through on the near.
God, that would have been devastating for Akron to concede a goal there, but it would have been so joyous for them to get that one, or maybe the previous attempt. Everything worked out well, the bump play, the pass, but then no one to follow through. Akron, they had one little piece of the puzzle to fit in, and they just couldn't find it. It was under the couch or something. Eventually, they've got to find it, though, because while they have been able to tie this game, they have not experienced a lead yet this series, something they would love.
And Adverse trying to continue on the pressure. UTA doing so well to be able to pace themselves. This is really the only moments where they do get into trouble is when one of them is maybe a bit too far back. Tristan working it past one, and he can't shoot it much better than that.
I actually love the placement on this shot. Yeah, the defender's on the inside post, so why not force him even farther inside? With the height on that shot, it's just immeasurably difficult to save that ball. So that comes from the game sense, and of course the mechanics to shoot it that high and fast from Tristan. Akron now have a lead.
Ball off the backboard. It's one of my favorite things that has been developing more and more as players are getting more creative on how to set up offense. Going off the backboard and tapping it straight down. Didn't quite work there, but you can tell that was something that maybe they should keep in mind. There was not an immediate reaction from the defense, but as we see the defense getting better and better, as I think they're starting to warm up into this series. Certainly they're red hot on the side of UTA, particularly Adverse. He just doesn't seem to be missing today.
Feed the animal at this point. Oh my. I enjoyed the placement on the last shot, but come on, do you get better than that? A heater as well. So, listen, the defenses, I was wondering if UTA's would get tested. Both defenses tested to their limits and being forced to act with perfection.
Ooh, Nava trying to get their way in. Not going to work. And Adverse, as I say, he doesn't miss. It's about as close as you get before, unless you're scoring. And because of that, UTA is going to get punished. All those high percentage chances just beckoning for a finish are going to be responded with a clean counter from Bullseye. Akron improbably in the lead here.
Sometimes at risk of the high percentage shots are not worth it. Right off of the crossbar, the post, it corralled around, and you couldn't believe it when it left the net there. Akron get their lead back, a quick response, and you know what? Quickness was needed, as there is only a minute left in this game. Less than that as well. Samba, close to the double tap here. Working the backboard, RUTA to find an equalizer.
Being able to work that backboard is so important because, like we talked about a lot in the Stockton and Northwood series, being able to drain out that boost is important, but being able to selectively take it high, take it to the mid, and force the defense to always be second-guessing themselves is crucial. It seems like Akron is kind of been losing that tilt. I mean, you got two of the most experienced players in terms of games played and years played, all of CRL, so apparently they've been around the block enough that it's not going to work. UTA to go back to their bag of tricks. Air dribble, maybe just kick it, start it. Samba with the delayed flick. Bullseye doesn't have it. So agonizingly close, but the old man in his retirement series is getting the goal to tie us up with 9 to go.
Bullseye just wishing that they were coordinated a little differently, that the boost was a little stronger, that the momentum wasn't pulling them so far away from the ball. But in that moment, you can't help it. And in this moment, I don't think anybody knows what to do. It is a mess hall in the middle of the field, time ticking down, and we got OT.
I don't even know what to think about that kickoff. They sent every single player straight at the ball on UTA. And that's honestly one of those things that's just so harebrained, it might as well work out. It's not even going to punish them there as we head into OT, as that was a normal kickoff and really yielded yet another normal type of kickoff goal. But nothing normal about this series. We're going to have to go a little bit more deeper into OT to decide how this one's going to end as Adverse tries to slow play.
We knew it would be seesawing, and this game has been definitely a micro kind of depiction of that, as Akron, they finally been able to gain their own leads here, but in OT, well, that's where it matters. That's where the win is garnered, and Tristan folds this ball with precision. That final dodge beat the defender.
Really smart from Tristan, getting the flip, and then beyond that, you can't win that challenge. You cannot get it through them. You cannot flick it over them. So what do? You pre-flip into the side, on the side of the defender, just to barely cut that one across them and get it through. Very hard to read from UTA, and therefore they will be falling on this one. But it took some doing. We said these series were close. The scoreline for just this game is really what we're expecting one of these teams to come out on in the end. 7 goals to decide it.
And I feel like Tristan just popped off this game. You broke it down perfectly, Taco. The game sense flourished there for Tristan's final play there. And it did on the first goal for them as well, where it was placed inside from the lone defender of Samba, trying to protect the entirety of the net. Tristan also had an assist. Tristan also had 3 of the 4 saves from this team. I just feel like sometimes you need that player to find their groove. Of course, it was adverse on the side of UTA, but Tristan might have just had more better plays.
And you can't ask for much better than that from a player that, I mean, back in the day, we've talked about this before on Akron, Tristan was the Lion Blaze of his day. It was a player that people debated whether or not he should be allowed to play, because he's playing with pro teams, he's subbing for pro teams, he's starting for pro teams. And so when you do get those types of players in there, skill doesn't fade away, that experience doesn't fade away. And so if you trust him with a clutch play, then it's going to work on out. UTA, and maybe a little rattled from that one, but they've shaken it off. We're into the next game. We'll see how this one all works out, as it seems like UTA right back to business, forcing out some nice saves.
Yeah, the series now tied up in 1-1. And Akron finally have a win under their belt. Should love a lead too, but they're not going to get it off that possession here. Oh, Samba's going to put it right into the mess of players as it almost pinballs its way into the net. Skying past the midfield is Bullseye now, and Tristan has offered space on this play. What will he do with it? Double tap off the backboard. Perfect pass to Buzz, and he came just too late to the party.
Ooh, Adverse going for a flip reset. Quickly closed down from Bullseye. He knows the penalty if it isn't. Samba challenge off the ceiling. Buzz almost hits a worldie, but he's not able to finish it. Bullseye can't show him how it's done. Tristan, how about you? Sometimes simple is better. Straight into the middle of the field and into the back of the net.
Wow, this is UTA trying to weather a whole lot of pressure, because even with the passes coming through for some of these players, their next avenue. Their following objective is to knock out a defender. So much hustle and bustle to work through there. UTA, they can't figure it out. And so Akron, they get their lead. Maybe they'll have more. Bullseye cannot out-mechanic their way to a goal.
Yeah, I don't know why so many defenders focus on getting the saves. Just use the offensive player to do it for you. Bumps a player behind the ball to then clear it down. That was one of the more 200 IQ plays that I've seen in a minute. Let's see if we can top it here. A lot of collegiate education here on full display throughout this game, as Adverse will continue to take a 50, but he's going to lose a lot of that one. Luckily, Samba taking a deep curve back on the rotation, able to curve that one out into the corner.
Yeah, Saba said, no, Buzz. I'm not giving you your shot here. It's not happening. It was a great dunk on the 50-50. It was everything and more, but just an inch of getting that second goal for Akron. UTA playing considerable amount of defense compared to how much they've had to play throughout the series, but still, they're able to break loose and find some chances here. Bullseye almost looking like a defender against Buzz, but it's just a back pass to try and move their way back up the field here. Going to be difficult as they're eviscerated off the field.
It's a good demo to be able to take advantage of that. And I think that's where demos need to be worked into a lot of rotations. It's just to make sure if a defender is taking too much time, you make them really start to sweat. How about this one? No demo on the lead block, but he knew exactly where to go. Off-ball plays, getting Buzz out of the way and making an easy one for the 1-1.
Yeah, it's so smart to move that ball to the outside as well, and maybe even just to stall for a second, because it's like, okay, let's get that lead blocker information. We have time. There's no immediate challenger here, so let's dictate the pace. Let's move with our play style, and it was very effective for UTA. So again and again, we see a 1-goal lead or a tied-up game. There is no team that can just break loose from the other unless you've just got Buzz with a meteor strike like this.
Being able to go across so clean, but look at Tristan being able to set that one up perfectly, just in between what Adverse could reach and what Nava could actually see coming. Buzz coming out the blind side from the middle. Now we got Akron back in the lead, and it just seems like we are really seeing that seesaw, that wrestle, that tug of war with this game, where it really just has to go blow for blow, counter blow, and such. It looks like, as I say, that Akron has had enough of that. They want some breather room. They shove off UTA for a 2-goal lead.
Yeah, they added on a whole lot of weight to their end of the seesaw. Now UTA, they're up flying in the air and away from the ball there as it was taken low. Akron, they garner themselves a 2-goal lead with that play. They are matching up really nicely in the midfield. I'm loving these infield passes, the way they're finding each other, even the ability to follow their shot, go for some bumps, or maybe even a pinch play. It's working out so well for Akron as they look like they're working in unison.
And it's touches like that I do like from UTA, just those tiny touches to be able to go into the path. The problem is, it seems like Akron, they've gotten wise to it. They're not diving in recklessly. They know that UTA is probably going to go more calculated than anything else, so they're just trying to play close to the ball. It doesn't seem like the touches are really peerless and that they're not devoid of any flaws, but it definitely is doing enough that UTA isn't able to take just the easy path through. They're going to have to rely on those peak mechanics to be able to break on, and it seems like that is going to be pretty frustrating to do so, because now we've played 45 seconds with UTA on the Akron half, and yet I don't even think they've been able to record a shot.
They're doing their best. They're trying to get something to go here. Move forward. Across that half-court line, Samba will get the better 50-50. Adverse cannot climb to that ball, but Nava certainly can. Midfield pass goes right in the hands of Akron. They talked about the intentionality behind touches and trying to be devoid of any mistakes, right? But there seem to be a lot of mistakes from Akron at this point, handing the ball over to UTA. They're moving their way through, and they're able to start to close that score gap.
And that's just one of the most impressive things to see about high-level players, is there's a game sense on the field. The latent knowledge in the back of your mind where everyone is on the field. And Adverse has that in spades. One of the best players in the West that we've ever seen for Collegiate Rocket League, and he shows it right there. Has to beat that player around the sideline. A lesser player would have tried to clear it down the line. Why not just take the lightest of touches across the player to the sidewall and put it into the open net? Now it's all back in play. Everything is there for the taking, so long as someone can get on the back of this one. No one wanted even to try. Nava playing it slow and trying to rebuild.
Gonna come down to these last few seconds here for UTA if they don't want Akron to have the lead in the series. Nava, oh, so close with Adverse to get that touch to go, but instead it's Buzz towards the net. Nobody's home. Bullseye can't put it through. The ball's still available. 3 seconds remaining. Samba on the counter has a timely boost to work with, and here's Nava not there to get the ball. It is Akron to steal it away.
I think Nava was waiting for a touch into the ceiling or potentially a deflection, and then when it goes straight down, just not able to be close enough to it. It's always so hard to know how to position yourself with 0 seconds, but that's why you got to make sure you take care of things before you get to that point. Akron certainly did. They had that 3-1, and despite the comeback attempt, it's just not enough at the end of the day. Akron is able to make those adjustments we were talking about. They're looking clean. UTA, I think they're still in it, but got to be frustrating to finally lose out on that kind of one-to-one trading of goals and then have to really mount a late-game comeback.
It is frustrating. They're trying to make those adjustments, but have you made your adjustments behind the steering wheel lately? You got to be clicking it, folks. Let's hear a quick word from our where this broadcast is presented by NHTSA and Click It or Ticket.
Game world or real world, seatbelts save lives.
There were 2 guys. Neither guy wore their seatbelt. One guy got a ticket, one guy didn't. 2 guys drove home from work. One guy wore his seatbelt, one guy didn't. One guy made it home. One guy didn't.
All right, the stage is set. Game number 4 feels like the halfway mark of the semifinals of the 2023 ESPORTSU Invitational, presented by Click It or Ticket and NHTSA. It feels like the halfway mark very much because, Taco, the last time these two teams did go to Game 7, it's been very much of a seesaw. That 1-2 goal lead for just a moment that Akron had was, I think, the only 2-goal lead we've seen throughout this series. It's been so tight.
Oh my goodness, it really has been. I was going to say that one looking like it's going to be an angle that can be converted, but no, it is not because the angle is too tight. Everyone just kind of looking at that one post across the goal, but sometimes you don't really expect the easy ones to be available. Adverse trying to take them, but instead it is going to go right over his head. A banger from Buzz.
I just have this face of pure disgust right now. That is not right. I am unwell. Buzz, the redirect for the first goal of game number 4. We talk about the struggle of teams to gain some momentum, but off of a win and a play like that, I think University of Akron are feeling very well.
Oh my goodness, it's just stuff like that that is why you have to talk about the individual talent of these players, because the team is really what matters, but those singular moments where it seems like there's just that microsecond where you have to make a play, when you have the skill to do it, that's all the difference. Buzz showing, yes, is graduating a player. Yes, might not be, I would say, the word on everyone's lips when it comes to the best in the East, but he shows, no, I'm very much in that conversation still. So nice thing for UTA to get a cold splash of water on their face to start this game off. They are not out of the woods. They don't have a reset, particularly if Bullseye gets this pass down. Akron cruising.
Yeah, we're finally seeing that momentum take form here. Of course, there's so many attackers here of Akron to worry about. Buzz being the first one, but really, it's the link up between Tristan and Bullseye in the midfield. They see each other. They know the best position they can put themselves in for those opportunities to transpire, and they just end up working so well. UTA feel like they gotta have their head on a swivel to defend some of these takes.
Particularly if both these players are getting that one. I thought Tristan was going for a double tap, but apparently all of Akron wanted involved on the scoring. It's more important to outscore your teammates sometimes than really to be able to outscore the opponents, as 50s now, they'll have to deal with the consequences. Adverse into Samba with full boost, and Nava waiting in the middle, and it's going to go right at Bullseye at the whole goal to shoot at, but unfortunately it only had one option to place it.
Oh my, that's right place, right time right there. Good prediction as well. It took a hop, a leap, and a little bit of boost to get a piece of that ball and keep it away one way or another. Akron are going to hold their lead, and now they'll extend it. Buzz just likes to be stylish today. He's got the sauce. He's got the finesse.
It's getting a nice little doink into the open net, which is, I would say, arguably the more difficult way to finish that. I feel like you probably could have just let that bounce and chase it down, but, you know, Buzz, he likes to put a little bit of a style on, a little stank, and so, you know, only fair. Certainly seems like Akron is really putting it on and pouring it on in a heavy supply for this game. 3-0, largest lead we have seen in this series so far, and we were talking about how this was really back and forth, this tug of war, and it seems like Akron has a ringer on their team up until maybe they get one a little bit too lackadaisically on the side, while Samba right into the middle for Nava.
Oh, man, yeah. At a certain point, you have to pounce on these opportunities, right? Because you're running out of time with the halfway mark, down 3-0. You got to dunk these 50-50s and send your team to the net. That was off of UTA looking very awkward on their goal line. All three defenders bunched up together, not even looking like they're face the right direction. So a goal desperately needed for UTA to stay in the conversation.
Ooh, Nava spikes it down past two players. That's a weak play from Tristan as they're not around it. Adverse off the backboard. Samba already there. It's a deflection off the ceiling. Nava curved around it, temporarily open. I love that pass back to Adverse, but I don't think the connection was truly there. One for the highlight reels in the making, but not necessarily in execution.
Yeah, listen, maybe it's going to take plays like that to get those extra goals now that UTA certainly need. Samba, reset incoming, bump play as well, and it all formulates for them. UTA on the comeback.
Sometimes flip resets are just a little pop-up. Other times they are a cannon into your back post. My word. Poor Buzz was waiting back thinking, this will probably be fine. What's he going to do? Put it top left? And suppose you find out the hard way sometimes.
That you do, especially when you got all three of these players from UTA just able to put on shots like that, and demos as well. Nava, no shot, but a pass, and that'll work too. I thought the comeback, if it would happen, would be slow and methodical. No, it's been a storm.
And it's been violent as well. That's a bump on the last one, a demo on this one, and UTA is starting to realize that, okay, if Akron wants to play physical, that's fine, but I don't think they're going to like the taste of their own medicine. Certainly they're not going to like having a 3-goal lead and then slowly seeing it slip away. Pyro, I'm more surprised that all of that happened within this game, and we still have 90 seconds to go.
Somehow, some way. I'm not complaining, though, because every play has just been a beauty to watch. And, well, maybe not for the defenders when they have to concede a goal, because that stuff is hard to deal with. Especially when some of the time is spent in the black void of the respawn zone. A lot of players getting demoed on the side of Akron. They've got to be a little bit more evasive. They don't want to create paths for UTA to score again. That's certainly a path. It's a ball off the backboard. Samba wanted to collect, but Akron keen to get in front of it and to try and get their lead back.
See Adverse take that one down, and that's a nice patient play. Not only that, but being able to get all of that 50 to be able to put it down the line. Samba now. Control, or at least it looks like it. Buzz able to close that first gap. How about a dunk on a second one? Adverse needs to slow things down, but this is where Akron can really start to tighten the grip. They have all the momentum and the boost, and maybe even the delayed flicks from Tristan. That time, though, waited too long. Not able to get it past the defender. Samba also with a save, and despite Akron trying to barrel their way through, they've been making a steel wall in the back line.
Yeah, because there's been continued pressure, but they're really on a drought right now. UTA's defense has been incredible, and in part due to a lot of possession themselves, just not even allowing them to get chances. That's certainly one from Akron with the carry downfield. Now the demo. Can they get to the midfield to get this ball back up? Nava off the respawn is going to be in prime position to kick this away. 1 second now. Batted down. Nava across the field. Bullseye meets the ground. We've got overtime in game number 4.
I was kind of surprised by the touch from Bullseye. I think they wanted to make sure it went to the corner, but for a second it almost looked like they were trying to keep it up, play hero, and I don't know if that's necessarily what you want to do in that scenario. You certainly have not had the run of play, I would say, over the course of this game as it's continued to tick on down. But that's why OT, in a way, is kind of like a reset. It's like a brand new game, only this time it's all golden goal. Got to play everything so much more carefully, much like this one. Pre-jump forward, thought Nava had the challenge, but instead opts that boost pickup instead.
It's going to be the pick of the ball here from Tristan, but it goes right in the lap of Adverse. Hope to carry that towards the net, but a lot of corner play here for UTA. try and find the seam to break through. Nava, Adverse, both up. Adverse, no, takes to the ground instead. It's that deep rotation of UTA that persists on and forces Akron to expend all their boost. Make sure they're keen to grab all the corner boost, and if they mistake just once, it could provide the opening that UTA need, but they haven't pounced. They haven't attacked yet. They haven't found the back of the net.
And shout out to UTA, staying relevant on the player right there. It looked like a counterattack for Tristan and company, and they got bumped instead. I was going to work through how that works so well, but you can only stop Tristan for so long. The 50 from Bullseye. Adverse was just had to watch that one as Samba had a difficult chance trying to read that off the side wall. Too difficult, in fact. Couldn't get it to go. Akron on to match point, trying to find that berth into the grand finals.
Akron happy they got that flurry of goals at the beginning of game number 4, because otherwise UTA had stormed back and had taken the momentum and the win for themselves. Instead, there Akron on defense in overtime had muscled through just about everything they needed to. Took the win, and well, we're on match point here, Taco. Looking forward to this Invitational. One of these teams is moving on to play Northwood University in the championship. So we get some incredible show matches out of this Invitational. I feel like either team faced up against Northwood will be a good one. We even heard from the team that they wanted to play UTA because they saw them at CECC. They made friends with them, but it's looking like with match point here, it could be Akron.
We had Akron in a lot of different championships. They were in the CRL National Championship in the previous semester. They've been able to get back a lot, actually, to that final game because there's something about Akron. It's one of the best prepared programs in the nation. They have some of the best recruiting, despite not being able to offer really all those full-ride scholarships that a lot of their schools do, which seems to be the cheat code for some programs in the eyes of some players and fans. But I would say Akron has shown that it's exact type of situation where Adverse and company have done so well, but sometimes Tristan just does that much better.
He does. I'm sorry, I just love this after the goal celebration here. It's almost like a Fortnite emote with the Centis ride on the post there. But he'll get eliminated, as will UTA, with their chances of scoring the first goal here and maybe setting the tone to go up against that very fortified, very formidable, very reputable Akron. University of Akron. Instead, University of Akron, they've got the lead, and they can see the finish line here in game number 5.
And seeing the finish line is one thing, but also sometimes it gets you a little bit blinded. You see that light of that glory just slowly creeping on into your vision. You're saying, well, you know, it just seems like it's all guaranteed, and that is a dangerous thought to have because nothing is going to be guaranteed when you're at this level. That one goal not get you complacent. We've already seen UTA make the comeback. Let's see. They got some more in them. Maybe a successful completion at that. Adverse gonna have to deal with it out of the corner as Buzz is trying to hound him.
Pound them they shall. It's pounded all the way across the field, though. Akron are prepared for it. It's over Tristan from Buzz off the backboard. Now Tristan again, but each touch is high flying, and there's no chance to send it towards the net except for Nava, the other side. Batted away by Buzz. Tristan back down to Adverse. And it's a flurry of touches here, and none garnered for shots on target, but feel like they're battling ever so closely to that chance. Adverse towards the net, follows up with the demolition, but Akron, they are sending themselves back towards their opponent's net. Each shot coming so close, and this one is finally gonna cap it off. From the back and forth, Akron can strike.
That's the thing of beauty. Bullseye off the backboard, and Tristan knows that shot is something he could have, but that's not going to be too difficult for the defense to deal with. How about just hitting a short one off the sidewall, because that's why you have a 3-man rotation. Buzz put into the back post. The placement doesn't have to be good. It's just because Samba is reaching. They're scrambling. They're panicking on the back line. That was just a masterclass from Akron.
And you know what? Akron have to make sure they don't end up putting themselves in a position where they might start to be panicking, because you got to remember last game that it was a 3-0 lead from Akron that dwindled down quickly to a tied up format. That second half play from UTA could still come out in game number 5. They may need it too, Taco, as we are nearing that halfway mark and a 2-goal deficit against UTA.
And could be worse if they don't get on top of that one. Of course, as I say that, Sambo will be able to live up to that pressure and not to follow through. Gonna go past into Buzz with a delayed reset, the Arsenal reset even, off the backboard. Bullseye, that was asking too much of him. Tristan can't show him how it's done as that one's off of the backboard yet again. Akron maybe gonna be punished for all those inaccuracies. The air dribble pass, but all of UTA too far back.
The demolition and then the air dribble got past all the defense, but there was no follow through there from UTA. The reinforcements just not appearing in time for them, and listen, the opportunities have been very slim. The shot counts overwhelmingly in the favor of Akron during this game number 5. It doesn't look like UTA are going to get many chances, so the ones that they do, they got to make them count, such as this from Nava. Off the backboard pass is going to nail it through.
And really well done from Nava, but also Adverse being able to take that to the air, forces Bullseye quickly there, but then it's almost like the moment Adverse knows that and leans back, Bullseye has nothing to do. There's nothing you can do that provides you a hit away from danger, so they try to play for a 50, and they will lose that one. Still takes Nava on the follow through, and quickly he will get it done. Adverse now off the seal and try to get another goal into the back, but Tristan will be there to answer it, as well as the follow through to put it down the line.
Oh no, Tristan, big opportunity off the crossbar. It's gonna land in. Nor you, nor I, nor Tristan knew how this ball was gonna go in, but we all felt like it'd eventually find its way.
And this one is also just a matter of time with Tristan being able to get those touches, mainly just because UTA, if you get one player beaten over the top, that's fine. But the moment it gets past a second, then you start to have to scramble because you have to rely on your third to be back on the goal line, or at the very least in a chance to recover. And I think that's asking quite a lot out of defense. Bullseye showing that theorem in work right here. Beaten past one, and that looked like it was destined for the back. Buzz is not able to angle it. He's still staying relevant, but I think that attack is all done and dusted. Akron doing a good job, though, of just pinning UTA down in their corner.
Well, we'll see if the dust settles here on this play at UTA. Maybe they can take advantage here. They're gonna have to, guys. We got 1 minute remaining in this game number 5's match point for Akron, and the passing play over to Adverse is gonna go to the outside. Off the demo play, maybe there's a lane to score here. Nava, no boost, picks it up off the wall dash and gets to the ball, but Tristan beats them. Bullseye ready, give and go back over to the corner from where Tristan is, but he's gonna escape from the play. Bullseye has it instead. Buzz there in the equation, but it's time for UTA to strike. It's now or never. Nava towards the net. The dunk will not get past Tristan.
And both sides of the ball are required to be at the very top of collegiate play, so Akron, I will say, are doing a good job of forcing that out of UTA, but they should maybe take their own advice here. It's Adverse into the open net. You don't need fancy mechanics when you just have the patience to take it to the side.
There was some fanciness on display there for Akron on their counterattack, but because of that, they risked it. They didn't get the biscuit. It's UTA instead now with a chance. They were in the same position during the last game, or a game or two ago. They came back and just needed one more goal. They couldn't do it. 13 seconds to make it happen. Now it's Bullseye on the other end of the field. UTA, they've got to swing it back over. It's high flying in the middle of the pitch, but no one can get there from UTA. Adverse misread. Nava on the ball. Triple zeros on the clock. Ball trailing from the ceiling and down to the ground, and the ball handler from UTA is bumped out of the way. University of Akron take the series 4-1.
Akron is able to get a better record against UTA in this encounter. No game 7 this time, only going the way of 5, but Akron is showing that they do not need those extra games. They're able to close it out, have that clutch factor, and it took some doing. This is not just a standard run through from Akron. There was a constant, just nagging touches coming through from UTA with all these late second goals, these bump attempts. So if Akron is being tested on how flexible they are, then they're more or less just gymnasts in this series. A good job to be able to pull this one out, and I will say congrats to UTA for all the different runs, but as at least in this iteration of the roster, I believe that is their final game within this entire sense of format from all of them. So that's a rough one to see him have to piece out for now.
I wonder if we'll see them in a third place matchup, because we should still have them UTA versus Stockton University in that third place matchup that will come soon. But yeah, in order to get to that championship, in order to try and take first place in the tournament, they are put down to the third place spot instead, and done well by University of Akron. I feel like Danger Taco, once they started to find their form, and although UTA would constantly come back in the games, it felt like Akron had the driver's seat. Like, there's just something about this team that once they are commanding the pace of the play and getting their shots to go, that the opponents, they're just on the back foot. They're always playing from behind.
It's so difficult to play from behind because a lot of teams kind of rely on themselves to just kind of take some punches and then rely on counters, or take some shots and then just be able to rely on saying, okay, then we build from the back. But I think with play a team that's organized enough, you can't really rely on that. You really have to contest them at the same speed. And I think the one thing Akron's very good at is being inventive with passing and keeping the ball in interesting positions that their teammates can follow through with. And I think sometimes that counter is just not easy to find, especially when you only have about 45 seconds to a minute between games to really actually strategize about how to deal with it.
Yeah, it's certainly difficult. Listen, we will be able to see more from UTA and how they're going to work against some of those challenges. But for now, we've got the win from University of Akron, and we've got the interview prepared for Buzz. So Buzz, come on in. Congratulations, of course, on the win. You know, we talked about the last matchup between them going to 7, but this one, you guys cleaned it up quick. Nicely done in 5. Feel good?
Feels fantastic, my mans. Feels fantastic.
And we saw the something I don't often see in a best of 7, a gentleman's sweep, I suppose. What was going on in game 1 there? Was UTA just on it and you guys were just not really ready for that play style, or what's going on through your minds after that game?
I would have to say I think UTA for some reason had Bullseye's number that series, and going in game 1 they were really on his neck. So we had to get a little adjusted to that and get ready, and then obviously they got one off of us, which, you know, it happens. It happens.
It happens. Listen, Buzz, I'm curious about your own individual play here, because like, when do you decide to go for a safe play or a more risky play? Because we saw some nutty redirects out of you. I hope we have a clip of that midfield shot that was just insane, but you were coming out with doinks as well. What happens in that decision making from your point of view to say, okay, I'm going to go for this really, really tough shot, or instead I'm going to go for the safe bet to just move our team forward?
I mean, it really depends on like how the field looks at the time. Like on the midfield shot, I was the first one up, so I felt pretty confident enough to be able to throw a ball, whether it be backboard or at the net, like just chuck it there. And I was going for a doink in the first place. I just kind of doinked it straight in their net. I mean, what more can you want from that? I don't know. I played more passive. I try to play a little more thinking when it comes to the game, but you know, it's Rocket League. You know how it goes. You think too much, it'll ruin you.
And with all that said, with how much thinking goes into it, I mean, you're dodging the third place game. You're going on to that grand finals. You're playing against Northwood again. For some reason, Akron Blue and Northwood Blue are just the teams that are going to be mating up in a lot of these championships. And I think it comes down to a lot of those kind of quick moments. What do you feel like you have to prep for a mental when you're playing against a team like Northwood, a team that isn't just good, but the team that really everyone else is judged against?
I mean, to be honest with you, just trying to play our game. Can't treat them like they're gods, because they're beatable. Like, this team is a beatable team. It's been formed over the years and slowly is just built up from where they were. And you just can't treat them like they're something special. You just got to play them like they're, I mean, honestly, treat them like they're a ranked game and see how it goes. So.
Fair enough. Well, listen, it's going to feel more than a ranked game just to us, because it's a very highly anticipated matchup. So, Buzz, we're excited for it. Hope you are too. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you very much. I'm excited, of course. I mean, grand finals, you can't ever go wrong with that, right?
You really can't, especially when you're in the mix, Buzz. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Have a good one.
You too, you too. We are moving right along, talking with the Invitational. I gotta say, it's good to hear from Buzz, just that more composed atmosphere. He's like, even when he's pulling off the big plays, he's saying, yeah, no, I still tend to play more passive. You overthink it. Sometimes you just mess it up.
Yeah, I think the Rocket League is 100% of, I would say, a game where the moment you start playing off of your instincts and really start to really calculate everything and try to plan it out, I think you do start to fall apart. It's the reason why the open net, it's why the penalty kick in soccer is psychologically one of the most difficult things to do, because it's theoretically so easy, but it's when you start really going, cramping up, and you're not really sure how you want to handle it. And I think when you fight your brain like that, just never going to win out. So that's really a nice like insight into the game and a top competitor and how they really handle that.
It is really cool. Well, we'll get further insights to these top collegiate competitors, folks. Of course, Northwood and Akron do await us in the finals, but before that, we are going to get a third place matchup here. It's going to be a rematch, actually, of UTA and Stockton from way early on in the beginning of this broadcast from last weekend. It went to Game 5, so we'll see if this one goes to 7. Folks, the 2023 ESPORTSU Invitational, presented by NHTSA and Click It or Ticket, comes back in just a sec.
Game world or real world, seatbelts save lives.
There were two guys. Neither guy wore their seatbelt. One guy got a ticket, one guy didn't. Two guys drove home from work. One guy wore his seatbelt, one guy didn't. One guy made it home. One guy didn't.
Game world or real world, seatbelts save lives.
There were two guys. Neither guy wore their seatbelt. One guy got a ticket, one guy didn't. Two guys drove home from work. One guy wore his seatbelt, one guy didn't. One guy made it home. One guy didn't.
And this time we are actually back here with the 2023 ESPORTSU Invitational. My name is Pyro J. This is the Danger Taco beside me, and we have gone through the first two rounds of this Invitational presented by NHTSA and Click It or a Ticket. And now we have our third place and our championship all set up, ready to go for us, Taco. It's been fun to see what's been going down here. We can even take a look at the bracket to see how it's all boiled down. Any surprises from your end, Taco?
I wouldn't necessarily say any surprises. I mean, we have the two teams in the grand finals that you'd really expect to be in the grand finals based on their recent performances within CRL Fall, CRL Spring, and so now even into CECC. This was our final in that grand championship over in Texas. So when you do look at that, I think that is to be expected, but that is to say nothing about the teams that are going to be taking place in this third place match at Stockton and UTA. Still incredibly solid teams. They beat 99% of squads in this entire nation, so not too surprised to see them deep into this, making this day two bracket. Unfortunately, they're just going to have to be able to fight it out for this bronze medal instead.
I mean, at the end of the day, these are the four teams that bullied their way through the group stages and earned their place here. So despite the fact that Stockton and UTA are here in the third place matchup, it's still a solid position for them to be after all the fight that went into this Invitational. If you've forgotten or you missed it, folks, last weekend we did two group stages of 8 teams completely. We had teams like Fisher College, Indian River State College, Boise, Oregon, all in here, and they did not make it to this top 4 for all kinds of reasons. But boiling down to it, we've got this third place matchup. We've got the interviewers ready. So let's bring them back again. We've got Bussy, Samba, you two. Welcome in. It's a bit of a blast from the past, guys. We had this matchup, I think, at the start of the broadcast last weekend, and we're here again. Samba, I'll give you first word because you guys took the win over the Stockton fellas over there. You feel like you're coming in with the same grit.
Yeah, Stockton's a pretty terrible Rock League team. So I expect to obviously win again. I don't even remember who's on their team, to be honest. I forgot we were playing this tournament until today. My mom had to remind me. That's what happens when you retire. You kind of just I have so much going on outside my life. You know, I own a football club now. Got a lot to work on. So this kind of like a extra thing for me to do, and I'm here to destroy their team.
That's a good lore callback to the last interview we had with both of you, where I forgot that, yes, you actually do own a professional football club now, which is nice to see. Bussy, on the other side, I believe you are not in your mansion from all the earnings from a football club ownership, but you have done well to get to this day two, and you are in this third place matchup. Any response to these somewhat vicious accusations you're getting thrown upon you?
I mean, he may own a football club, but I actually own a franchise called Sam Billiards.
Oh,
yeah, it's like a new game that I made. So yeah, I mean, he may own like a club, but I own the best game in the world.
Wow, a lot of entrepreneurial spirit going on here.
That's right. Yeah,
yeah, exactly.
Sometimes it's that independent spirit that proves the way through the match. Bussy, I'm sending it right back to you. You guys couldn't take it in Game 5 against UTA. What's it going to boil down to bring yourselves over the edge past UTA this time around in third place matchup?
Honestly, just knowing it's Samba's last game, I just got to make sure he goes out like the loser that he is.
Oh no! I mean, it's a tough thing to be labeled like that. But I mean, Saba, I mean, do you feel like that's a valid reality? Do you feel like let's just cook it on that, or do you feel like you have something to say?
Yeah, honestly, I am a loser. I've never won a tournament before in my 4 years here. So I guess if you want to define me, I am a loser. But if we look next Friday, I don't expect Stockton to even win a game at Worlds. They're kind of like that team there that they got lucky. And when I'm coaching Columbia, I'm going to tell them exactly what to do because, Stockton's kind of like a warm-up series for us, for Columbia, And like I said, I'm surprised they even made it. So it's gonna be like a quick trip there, trip back for Stockton boys.
I mean, what do you say to Cam? You go, pog frog, pog frog, pog frog. Is that what you say to him?
That's all
Cam's
you need
language
to
is,
do.
man. I'll do whatever he needs me to do.
However it works. However it works. The mind games are at play. It doesn't matter if it's a DM to the opponent's team or calling them out at their next tournament. Bussy, Samba, appreciate the words on the desk here. We'll catch you guys later on the pitch. Thank you very much. All
Bussy,
right.
you suck.
Yep, there it is. All right. Thank you guys so much. Taco, we're so excited to get this match underway. So much so that the players, before flinging the ball across the field or flinging all kinds of call-outs against each other here.
Yeah, it's the interesting part about CRL is that all these players, they're friendly. They've known each other for a long, long time, but it also makes those interviews a lot more interesting. I never know where it's going to head in the best possible way, just because it's better than just the routine, like, well, yeah, I wish you the best of luck. And, you know, you're a good friend of mine anyway, you know, see you, buddo. It's just like, it's like anything you'd like to say. It's like, yeah, they're terrible. I don't even know who we're playing, you know, L squad, you know, see you later. You're just going to send you home crying. And it's like, this is what competition's all about at the end of the day, because it's able to have some fun like that. So we'll have to see if the series can be just as fun from the spectator booth as we head to the booth for casting.
Listen, I think those kind of call outs just make every demo, make every goal just all the more sweeter, in my opinion. Well, folks, as we get geared up for this third place matchup of UTA versus Stockton University, let's hear a quick word of who this broadcast is presented by. We got NHTSA and Click It or Ticket.
Game world or real world, seatbelts save lives.
There were two guys. Neither guy wore their seatbelt. One guy got a ticket, one guy didn't. Two guys drove home from work. One guy wore his seatbelt, one guy didn't. One guy made it home. One guy didn't.
Wow, that was an amazing match of Rocket League. And welcome back to the Click It or Ticket NHTSA pre-match seatbelt check. Before we start this third place match, we ensure all players are properly secured and buckled up for safety. And there you have it. You heard the click. Now you click on the NHTSA banner below to watch the video on why you should click it or ticket. Casters, back to you.
All right, we are here getting geared up for this third place matchup. 2023 ESPORTSU Invitational presented by NHTSA and Click It or Ticket. And Taco, you know, this matchup happened already. It happened at the very beginning of the broadcast. We didn't know that these teams would be fending off in a rematch once again. It went the distance. It went to game 5. Do you feel like it shapes that way for another long series here, this time being a best of 7?
It's honestly, I was going to have an answer, and then the moment I started thinking about it, I was thinking, oh, what did Bussy say back in the day? And he was saying in the interview when we were able to talk to him later that he's not really even sure how it went. He felt like they kind of threw game 1 in the last series against UTA because all of UTA's wins were very narrow one-goal wins, whereas when Stockton was getting dubs, it was multi-goal madness. They were popping off. So if Stockton can be able to just shut down the UTA offense enough, I feel like they might be able to take this one a little bit more promptly. But as you can see with UTA, they have a way to keep the games interesting. I have no idea how this one's going to swing, and exactly how I like it, Pyro.
Beautiful. All right, well, we'll keep it swinging one way and the other here in this matchup. Stockton hoping to get some revenge against UTA after not getting that top seed and having to play Northwood in their round before. That's the other thing about these two teams. They're both coming off of losses against two very strong opponents. Hoping to end the day with a win here. It was almost UTA to start off this match with a goal.
Off the backboard and not going to be able to get all the way through, so we're going to have to go in and out on the save. And just knocking on the door is Stockton. Please, sir, let me in, but no. No one actually being able to be gracious enough to do that. Samba instead trying to get a double, but is also going to have to go just by the wayside as we're going to continue just going to horizontal more than anything else as both teams just looking for next opening.
Here's one right here. Adverse. Good carry out. and always keen to stay behind the ball, right? Try and get some 50-50 that might put it in front of the net, off the backboard again as a pass for a teammate, but of course the defense of Stockton know that too, so they're going to posture appropriately on that 50-50. Every single carry being so deadly, maybe they can avoid the 50-50 with flip resets like that from Anthony Pizza, but it doesn't translate in a shot. Maybe a carry again from Adverse in front of the net here, but that is handled well by Anthony Pizza. A lot of time this ball is spending on the couple of goal lines on the field right now, but still nothing to show for him.
And being able to work your way through is so important, but being able to do so with a unique and quick setup, I think, is paramount concern really for both these squads. And you see it's a kind of risky play starting to come out. Top Cheese cuts it right in front of a player, and then flip resets right on top of his head into a dunk. He can do it all for 1-0.
It's on his head indeed. Top Cheese. What a play here. 2 defenders to beat. The flip reset and the follow through does exactly that. We've seen this all day long, all event long, even last weekend. You give Top Cheese the space to pull off plays like that, and he'll execute.
And that's really the danger of any top player. When they're floating through the air uncontested, or when you're not able to get there in time, you really just have to say your prayers and hope that a miss is coming on through, or that he runs out of boost, or maybe the controller just DCs. Just any intervention possible if you can't do it yourself, as Samba able to maybe prove that you're correct going for the shot, but it's going to be deflected instead off of the bar. Now a deflection back into the midfield, almost a counterattack, but instead it's going right back into the net. Samba, it didn't happen the first time. How about the second?
Yeah, that second one was the key indeed there. Samba carrying the way through right above Top Cheese. And there was some faith in the Stockton players that it wasn't going right back to their net. That's why there were just no reinforcements ready. It does, and it's an equalizer here at the halfway mark of game 1. If there's any evidence so far of this game, it is going to be that close battle we estimated.
We'll have to hope and pray this continues to morph on through for UTA, as we saw a lot of this during that last series for them, where UTA felt like they were keeping it close, but then they just weren't able to really muster on forward, and some of it is because they're trying to play slow, but nah, Stockton, they're busy, they got things to do. Bussy just going right through the back end of the defense, and able to collect a demo, and then just watch Anthony Pizza squirt that one to the net.
And Bussy's usually that lead blocker, has a knack for headhunting, but it's good to see that it's contagious among the group here. Stockton University, everyone prepared to deal that demolition and clear the path on for the shot taker of this team. Maybe there was another in Top Cheese that almost carried the ball towards the net, but instead Adverse getting the piece of the puzzle here. Down in front, almost a waterfall pass, but it's denied well by Anthony Pizza. Found there from Top Cheese, taking flight. There's Bussy now at the backboard, trying to follow to the ball, but instead it's taken away. Stockton University holding on to this lead, have a minute more to do so.
We'll see what Adverse can do off the ceiling. Apparently he just touched it to himself again and just be able to give that one away. He can't always angle it the way that maybe you're intending. That's a dunk from Anthony Pizza, but no boost to take advantage of it. He's going to trail underneath it just in case. Samba into an awkward situation, bailed out by Nava. Now here's Bussy looking for the pass. Anthony Pizza late, but not enough to truly lose out on that one. He keeps it interesting, and Top Cheese keeps it 100, going into that back post for a third.
It's really Top Cheese between the first and the second series of the day for him was just in shooting training packs. All of these are bullets towards the net, and anytime he's getting a chance at taking these shots, UTA, you gotta shiver a little bit because you know something big is coming. The Top Cheese, 2-goal lead now for Stockton University. Got that to work with. I mean, this is a team that is trying to posture and prepare for a CRL Worlds event. You gotta expect them to come out explosively and hold up their goal line as well. They can't do it off of Adverse's shot.
We will see this tough situation here from Bussy, as I think he's trying to just touch that one a little bit lighter. The problem is it hits the angle of his car that pushes it out instead of forward on his back wall. So it's going to be a little bit of a free one, but still takes a good team to be able to have one thrown right in your face and say, oh, okay, I guess I not only will react to this one, but put it perfectly into the back of the net. back into a 1-goal game. Something that we've been really admiring about UTA all throughout today. We'll see maybe they can do something remaining in this final 15 seconds. Slow play, low boost. They're still trying to reach for it. But no, the clear will go back out to midfield, and now they pretty much have to carry it one more time.
One more time is all it takes here. Final seconds trickling down, and what a bat there. Stockton University earned themselves their first win in this best of 7, trying to take 3rd place of this Invitational. What an effort as well. No massive score tallies there on the sheet, Taco, but still I feel like Top Cheese, you give this guy a moment, he's going to execute even from the get-go, even from game 1 of this series.
Yeah, and I think being able to have that player who's just always going to step up is always nice. And I think this is the form that when we talk to Chixa about those kind of pre-match, pre-series, pre-event tapes where we're talking through these teams, she mentioned, well, Top Cheese, I mean, that was her pick for pretty much MVP across the season. And it's plays like this where when he's feeling himself, when he's at his maximum, not even competency, just like peak play and confidence, it's terrifying because he will just nail everything in front of him on top of busting out the flip resets. It's just such an asset to have for a team, and really if you're a teammate of his, you just gotta have to kick back on the recliner just to let him go to work.
You sort of do. You got to enable them, get the passing options to go. But I've been impressed as well by the way that UTA are enabling their own team. They've kind of taken on the physical play, trying to get the bumps and demos to go. We'll see if they sort out here in game number 2. It is Stockton now with the lead, game 1 advantage, and maybe carrying some of that momentum the way through into game number 2. Bussy so close to finding the angle there. It is still off the backboard, but Anthony Pizza can't beat the challenge.
And sometimes you just got to reach for that one because there's not really a huge risk on that one. It goes safely into the corner. Of course, as I say that, Top Cheese was left stranded and had to opt for the catch around the play. As an open shot actually does open up, but Top Cheese maybe not realizing it or maybe just can't catch it properly as that one will roll to the corner. That one kind of gone beckoning from Stockton as Anthony Pizza maybe inadvertently hitting a back pass into the ceiling.
Yeah, it was kind of a good and bad situation. Maybe not the position the ball was going, but Anthony Pizza at least got the boost grab. So, you know, the ability to make UTA work off of lower resources is going to be important. That's not going to be the case for Nava. Picked up a timely boost for the carry out from the corner. Adverse now on the dribble. Does get past Anthony Pizza. Has more to work for as well. Picks up, steals that boost. Tries to drive Bussy into the ground, but he weathers the challenge. Top Cheese to the net. Nava just there to save.
Pinch off the side wall and see Adverse try to roll that one down, and it looked like it was pickpocketed really there from Anthony Pizza. And we talked about Stockton's ability to see those passes coming, and they trust those instincts. It will reward them, but going to be able to have, I would say, that predator instinct in front of goal as that ball was just lofted up, and I think they're all looking at each other saying, I don't know if I really want to reach for that one.
Gets a bit precarious in those situations, and so you got to choose your challenges wisely. Most certainly Adverse does see a player to pass to, but there's reinforcements coming. Samba had the second follow through, but still defense locked up and together for Stockton University. They're trying to put this ball to a safer territory because everybody's on low boost right now. Anthony Pizza uses the extent of the resources to just get a challenge on the ball. They are barely weathering the barrage of shots, but as that ball trails towards the other side of the field, they're going to get a breath.
Wow, not even that, but the full build-up into Adverse with a double. How about a demo to boot, just to make sure that one's between the sticks? So is there any doubt when Adverse is in the air?
No, of course not. Adverse has done this all invitational. We already knew coming into this what this player was capable of, and honestly, from the get-go, if we had a win from UTA, I'd have been talking about Adverse more than I was talking about Top Cheese. But listen, while they have that first goal, while they have a lead finally, they've got to hold on to it for the second half of game 2.
We'll see how long they can hold on, especially when you give Top Cheese all this space and have Bussy trying to chase someone down. Doesn't get the bump, but in fact gets his own teammates dribble as that one goes to the corner. Bussy down Anthony Pizza to the back post, and Samba flawlessly placed, able to get that first save out. Nava will follow suit with the clear, but no, he doesn't have it. Neither does Adverse. It's open on the far side, but nothing to be done about that one. So unexpected, and this one getting turbulent here in game 2.
Yeah, unexpected's a good word for it. I think we had a stop and stare motion from some of the Stockton players, just wondering, now how is this ball so available in front of the net? Yet still, as unexpected as it was, there's no players there in position to get the shot on. So it's a lot of expectations not necessarily being met in this game, but who can climb above the frenzy, the frantic play, and reign superior. It was looking like Stockton University after a long possession, but instead UTA crawling their way back to try and attack.
Seeing Top Cheese go through the air, also something pretty menacing, as we talked about. When adverse in the air, it's really horrifying, but I think Top Cheese has proven that it's going to be scoring those often and then not. Bussy and Anthony Pizza trying to do the same, but that's a very late challenge on Samba. It's only going to go to the corner. Adverse to the back corner. I think he was trying to pick out something more dangerous, but Demo is equally as dangerous. The scrap metal littering the Stockton side, but it's not really going to hurt him that much. Continued quick aerials to be able to cut everything out for the UTA offense. Time continuing to click down, though. It's Stockton, not UTA, that really needs to get the offense going.
They're going to try here with a pass there to the midfield, but UTA keen to their ways, jumping up, leaping in front and intercepting the path that Stockton is trying to create offensively. Top Cheese, just one player to beat here of adverse. Positioned well, but bumped out of the way. You can't get through Top Cheese.
This is so well done from Top Cheese because there's so many options to go for. I would say back in the day, this used to be a play that 100% would just go in for a flick or maybe try to win a 50 at a close angle, but I think more and more, once the bump meta has developed, if you can position that car well enough, there is almost nothing a defender can do when you position yourself in front of it at the correct position angle. So knowing that, Top Cheese pretty much has a freebie there. Poor UTA just has to watch that one go on in, but now they can watch as it flies into the net, potentially. Top Cheese dropping from the heavens for that save.
Oh, you just can't slice under Top Cheese, coming from the heavens indeed, and blocking out the shot. He's been the difference maker. Can he pull this team to overtime and get this ball out the way? It climbs up the backboard, and Nava has had enough with it. They want a reset, and UTA will get that. We're on to overtime.
Like any good team, you got to get through all three of them. UTA learning that lesson here, and maybe you only need one, though, for offense. Samba looking for a flip reset. That angle asked a lot. Back pass into adverse. He doesn't have it. Guess who? It's Top Cheese chasing it down. The demo into the open net put away. Stockton up by 2.
This player has been ready from the get-go. It doesn't matter if it's on offense or defense. Crazy shots, great blocks, and wonderful saves, and that time just perfectly positioned. Out of the mistake from UTA, Top Cheese in position to seal the deal, and just like that, even in a series where we expected it to go back and forth, this game certainly did, but now it's a 2-0 series lead for Stockton.
It's a tough thing to deal with, particularly because it seems like everything's going well, and then just one touch does not work out. And that's really, I think, that close margin that we have touched on previously in different casts and different early events in general, is one moment where you're trusting your teammate a bit too much and it doesn't go your way can be really the first domino to just topple down everything. And it's a tough way to lose a game, but it happens to the best of them.
Yeah, it really does. Listen, Rocket League, it is a momentum-based game. So once you have that first crack that becomes vulnerable, that, of course, a team like Stockton University, they're going to be sniffing that out. They're going to be ready to pounce and break through that seam. It starts to whittle away at that trust. It starts to make you hesitate and not play your game as well as we know UTA can. Because when they find their form, when we see UTA in their flow state, they can be unstoppable at certain points in time. So maybe at the midway of Stockton's climb towards the third place position, UTA can find that form. Game 3 is underway.
Let's see Bussy try to continue on the Stockton momentum with those early dribbles, but what we've seen is that UTA has been able to get some nice goals scored on him, but also we've seen that it's just been Stockton being opportunistic, just being able to hop on every single loose touch, and if UTA can tighten that one up, that's at least one of the holes in the boat, being able to seal up and not have that water sifted on through. Nearly a counterattack. Good timing on the challenge from adverse.
Would have been a great way to rock the boat, but instead they are steady on, setting the sail and moving right on forward. Now it's Bussy, though. Good tackle across the field that he's hoping maybe a teammate can pick up on. Top Cheese gets there, and so does Bussy, intercepting Nava. That's a smart, quick challenge, because the more time you offer Nava, which Nava has had points in this game already to carry this towards the blue net, the more dangerous it seems to get. So Bussy knows better than to not quick challenge a play like that. And Adverse is gonna backflip in that situation, allowing Stockton to move up the field. Quickly decimated, though, are Stockton. Now UTA rolling across the field with a long clear. Samba there for the shot. Maybe the pass off the backboard. Tight angle to hit. Maybe the passing option, but it's a slow roll, and it's put back to the corner.
3.5 still to go, and feels like not necessarily we're at a stalemate, but this is at least the more even matches that we'd anticipate once you get to this point where both teams are kind of staring across from each other, and they, I think, know most of what to expect out of each other, and so therefore it's just going to have to be that constant chess match and who's going to blink first. Honestly, so far it seems pretty tame. I would say on most of these touches, trying to keep it close, but immediately followed through with a touch. Maybe that's the blink from Top Cheese. They're not getting on top of this one. Brief deflection out of the corner and then a leave into Top Cheese's path means the counter is potentially on, but again, quick challenge from UTA going to continue on this midfield contestation.
Oh, I think it's pretty useful for UTA to take on those chances, and that one came so close had it been properly positioned or placed, I would say. UTA would have a lead now, but surely that's not the only chance they'll get. Another quick counterattack lends itself to the ball back on the backboard. There is Nava in position. Samba carrying this out, double tap from the corner, but it's all read well by Top Cheese. And Top Cheese did have that one loose ball, but when they cover up on the rest of the mistakes, they can get good chances themselves. Still, this ball come so close to scoring on either side. As every game has been so far this series, it feels like it could go either way.
The Pizza trying to also work their way in. Some of that we haven't really mentioned as much on Stockton, but at the end of the day, you're going to have someone be able to step on up, and it feels like maybe that is not what Stockton had in mind. Certainly is what Adverse did, isolating that last defender and trusting his teammates to do the rest.
There's a smart play there. In that 1v1 setting, you want to really be observant, vigilant towards that first challenge. As soon as you see the defender come, that's the moment to flick, if that's your objective. And boy, did they do it well in a 2v1 setting. You flick it past the last defender, you can score. Hey, by the way, you can also demo that last defender, and you can score. UTA take on both strats and get 2 goals.
We'll see how many different strategies you really have to go into to get these goals, because ultimately that's really what it takes at this highest level to make sure that you are able to completely dismantle the defense. And usually I say that figuratively, but sometimes it does have to be literally, as the demo play is. It feels like the only way to break through a defense when they are really just playing that solid.
I was looking for a solid shot there from Anthony Pizza. It was met well by the UTA defense, which is looking like a stronghold this game. Have been some of those close chances, but what Stockton have been able to work with best is enabling Top Cheese. Many moments have not been found in Game 3 like they have been in the last 2, so struggling to be productive on offense are Stockton. They've got a minute left to find 2. Top Cheese almost in that 1v1 setting, but again, stripped of the ball.
And being able to just getting stripped over and over and over again is also the most irritating part of playing a defense that is high aggro. And it's one of the most effective things to do well if you can continue up with your consistency on your challenges. So we'll have to see what the psychological aspects of that are on the far side. Certainly, a lot of damage can be done to the brain once Nava sets up an easy one maybe for Adverse. I knew he had the boost, but maybe not the positioning, as he was waiting back too long, and one's going to go by the wayside. Not that UTA really needs anything else. They just need to waste down time. Is Stockton really going to have to pull out the clutch factor in the final 20?
It's going to be tough here. A chance on the ball from Bussy. It's taken away once again. UTA feeling strong after their 2 goals. Might even find a third towards the end of here. just to really assert their dominance, and that they will. An open net, an open half even, as UTA put the lid on game number 3 with a 3rd goal.
And this is a nice way to close things out. It's not even just scoring 2 and then maybe having a close affair. No, it's just really asserting your dominance, saying, no. You might have gotten 2 games. That doesn't mean anything about the rest of the series. UTA showing their quality and showing it in a large quantity as well. The largest lead we have seen here, and UTA making sure they can drag themselves back, taking us at least past 4 games.
And it would have been UTA having to drag themselves back and through a reverse sweep best of 7 if they had conceded this game. So game 3 is so important for them to get under their belt, have a strong finish as well. And hey, speaking of getting things under your belt, folks, okay, you gotta buckle your seatbelt and make it home safely. Don't risk it. You gotta click it or ticket. Folks, this broadcast, this ESPORTSU Invitational, is presented by Click It or Ticket and NHTSA. Let's hear a quick word from them before we get into game number 4.
Game world or real world, seatbelts save lives.
There were 2 guys. Neither guy wore their seatbelt. One guy got a ticket, one guy didn't. 2 guys drove home from work. One guy wore his seatbelt, one guy didn't. One guy made it home. One guy didn't.
Great message there from NHTSA and Click It or Ticket. Awesome that the broadcast is presented by those 2 programs. We are here and back with game number 4. Stockton is going to be in the lead still with a 2-1 series set score, Taco, but UTA maybe with a little bit of momentum here after their 3-0 win.
I think when you get a goal, a couple goals rather, like that in a win and really be able to just stamp it down, it feels so nice to be able to get into the next one knowing that your confidence is flying. It's just more about trying to bottle that one and being able to just use it to fuel you forward, but not getting you overconfident, because you know the goals can come right back flying at your side as well. Nearly found the opener for Stockton in front of the goal. It seems like Adverse and company were waiting just a little too long to get that clear, so maybe that's just another wake-up call for him.
Could very well be. Tons of wake-up calls here for the Stockton crew, and maybe it's enough here. Adverse, through the bullying, able to pick up the save. Had been positioned a little far to the inside post instead. Maybe not been able to pick up that save, but right place, right time, and evasive enough, but can Stockton evade the defenders as they continue to fire away shot after shot. Still not able to find the back of the net here, but a promising possession nonetheless. Could be capped off with something here as Bussy towards the net. Anthony Pizza, no, it's wide again.
Bussy into the ceiling, and it looks like there was potentially a follow, but Top G's playing it passive. Maybe better that he did, because now he has space to create out of. The first demo is going to be missed, but it is temporarily open. Can it find its way under the bar? No! The team bumping Tony Pizza can't put it home. Bussy tried to rescue the play with a flip reset, but he can only do so much with it.
Oh my. The idea was there. I mean, Top Cheese, it maybe had a wave dash, but 0 boost, and there's just nothing you can do. A little pat on the back could have been it, but maybe a redirect as well. No, that still won't do it. Simply nothing will cross the line against UTA. They had the momentum. They still have got it, at least in the form of defense, as I don't think they've gotten a whole lot of chances on the other side of the field. Maybe this is something adverse. A good 50-50 Nava stealing boost, working through the rotation, but Stockton holds steadfast.
Trying to look at the patterns of the boost, and to be honest, there's a lot of players that are just trying to scavenge through, and the other team is trying to buy time for them, using it for some air dribbles, for some slow play, and it's nice and methodical. It isn't just panicky. It's all these teams constantly trying to adjust across each other. It's a mix of kind of that proactive rotation with a lot of reaction last-second plays. Nava getting that one, and Stockton too slow to read the bounce shot underneath one and over top the other.
Adverse just does this so well. I just enjoy watching it as a fan of Rocket League. Like, I feel like he's Spider-Man, always positioned on the side wall, just poised to pick up the ball and work with precision. Slingshot it down to his teammates for an easy goal.
Being able to get all of those shots off is nice to see, but that one is going to be lacking a lot of power. Sometimes the placement's good, but you got to make sure you get it around the player. Bussy trying to maybe provide a lesson in this one. Top G's, think about a demo, but they're going to back off. The flick over the top for Anthony Pizza, too slow. Bussy, the rescue, into 30 boost, looking for a reset and had it, but somehow got pickpocketed in between, it hitting between the wheels and the actual contact.
It's a good aerial flight there again from Adverse, but Stockton University, they know a pop-off player when they see it, so cutting them off early on is going to be very important. Anthony Pizza finds themselves in position to deflect, but no deflection on the follow from Adverse. Stockton just cannot get a hold of this ball game.
It's a nice rotation here from Adverse, knowing that there is enough panic. A lot of players would just rotate out, get the boost steal, and then say, okay, third, it's all yours. But the smarts on that saying, hey, this is going to get tapped on the near post. I'm going to try to mess with the goalie. Just turn around, just provide something. And Adverse says, okay, well, didn't realize it was going to be wide open, but that is why you listen to the communications. 2-goal lead again, and I would say this is now 5 unanswered goals from UTA. I would say there's one thing to be able to just continue it going, but right now Stockton's got to be wondering, where did it all get away from him?
Right. It almost doesn't really matter how much UTA score. Granted, this third goal is fantastic for them. They're continuing to link up in the infield, and that is wonderful to see as Adverse again in the equation at all times, even if it means he's being demoed as the goal explosion also fills the air. But at the same time, it's all about Stockton finding a goal, because when you experience a drought like this, it can just be more and more and more exhausting as you continue to try and score, but UTA have an answer for it all.
It's not even just that Stockton just lobbing one forward, kind of like this one, and saying, oh no, it's not working. They're going for all of the different plays, yet UTA seemingly has the answer. They have the cheat sheet, it appears, and right now I gotta check with the Academic Integrity Office on this one. I'm not sure that's usually allowed, but either way, until the admins get back to us on that one, just going to be Stockton continuing to struggle in the final 30 seconds. I think they just have to take this as an additional time out between the games, figuring out, all right, well, now we've worked our way down into an effective best of 3 here in our third place matchup, and we got to do something fast.
Yeah, got to do something fast, maybe find something, but I don't think it's happening. They only worked with the study guide, Taka. They don't have the cheat sheet here. I don't know. You didn't offer any cheat sheets in your grad program classes?
I did not. I had to make sure the students earned it. Kind of like that one. I wouldn't say necessarily all his own doing, but this here with Bussy able to get that one flick forward and staying with it, realizing that catch not going to be the easiest to deal with from UTA. So the drought is over, but 6-1 differential, nothing to sneeze at. Same with this one from UTA. They're going to close this game out, I am sure, as long as something miraculous does not happen, and there are no miracles to be had here today. UT Arlington tying us up here.
Consistency is key here. UT Arlington getting goal after goal, and we're consistent in the fact that these two teams, if this was a best of 5, we'd be going to game 5 again. If this was the last match, we could be kind of bookending it that way, but none of those are the case. Instead, this is a best of 7, now slated down to a best of 3 effectively, and it's the third place matchup. Still, so much to work for here. It's exciting to see Samba of UTA start to work their team back underway, because imagine if those 2 games did not go their way. A sweep against UT Arlington, you would have been praying, asking, pleading, imagining that there was more from this player in this final fight.
And you really do need something to dig deep. And I think for a lot of players, sometimes they just treat it like, it's just another game, whatever. But again, these are competitors. As much as these players really just come in kind of just saying, whatever, I do know that once it actually kicks off, once that 3-2-1 actually commences, I feel like they do lock in. They really do want to do their best, put on a show for all these viewers for this whole event. And so, therefore, I think that's exactly what we're starting to get here. Stockton, they're certainly not throwing for the drama. They are really having to earn it, because past 2 games, they have been on the back foot and then some, having to pull off really just everything in their bag of tricks to get even a shot off. UTA, for some reason, has just been able to lock in, and maybe they'll just keep on going here. Adverse, he gave him too much time there. Delayed flick past 2 defenders.
No, there is no throwing. You can't when somebody's popping off like this. Adverse, whether it's a pass or that gymnast caliber flexibility on the aerial and the flick. Come on, that's just immaculate. UTA, they've got the momentum, and the guy leading the show, taking the torch. It's Adverse. He's at it again, off the ceiling, double tap, still has a dodge to work with, but they can't find the net.
See a continuation down the line. I was kind of waiting for that first touch, didn't come in, then now UTA gonna dig themselves out of the back line. That's 2 players committing, and the third is Nava sending it forward. Cherry picking up his Samba. They're not getting that double tap and no continuation, but all the way to the far side. Doesn't have the accuracy. No, Top Cheese went for the hard angle, and that's one of the few shots you'll see from him that does not find the back of the net.
God, at the same time, it did sort of look like a pass. It went right across the face of the goal, and you had 2 attackers in Bussy and Anthony Pizza just kind of watching it go. And of course, the speed of the ball is so difficult to keep up with and read in that position. But, oh, yeah, so tantalizingly close there for Stockton after, you know, they have conceded 6 goals to just the 1 they got in garbage time of the last game. They're looking to make that chance a reality, but it's been so far and away from them. Maybe Bussy can collect something here. It's 50-50 in front of their opponent's net, but UTA, as they have so many times, safeguard it to a better territory where it's difficult to score for Stockton.
Ooh, Stockton, though, is in a little bit of a circle there as Nava. I think they wanted to go for a bump or maybe disrupt things, but they were just trying to rotate out, so nothing going to be doing, but very least still staying at that 1-0 scoreline. Streak on going to continue. A Brazil on the differential for the past 3 games as we have continued on from UTA. Maybe one more to pop that off here. Well closed from Bussy. He's going to throw that one into the corner, but that's about as far as it can go. I feel like Stockton really needs to rely on the team plays right now because these individual work down the field just don't seem to be paying the bills.
Not quite yet. Need skills to back it up, and yeah, those skills might just be teamwork here. Oh my goodness, pass cut off by Nava. The idea was there, but the execution just not fit enough for the play, or at least to compete against the high-flying and quick maneuvering UTA. That defense finally not postured for the attack of Bussy. Looked like he read that right off a pamphlet.
And then being able to get those reads are something. And the worst part is Samba, they have that first touch that right as that comes in, you can see them just trying to work their way around it, but maybe misread that angle, think it might be bouncing off a sidewall, but instead they're just going to roll it right into the middle. And if Stockton's going to complain about lack of chances or being able to struggle, they got to take those. They will, and now they can maybe ride that momentum forward as Bussy looked at them. Maybe look for a pass, maybe for a flip reset, but instead they get neither. A rough one to be able to turn their way away, but I would say at the very least, don't have to worry about being behind.
I almost don't really mind that Bussy is searching for something more creative there. It feels like more tools are needed for Stockton to ramp up the scoreline because it has been so short-sighted as of these last few games. So throwing something else into the mix, getting another spicier ingredient to work should suit well for them. How about a goal explosion to throw in the cauldron?
Yeah, being able to get a nice goal explosion is always something nice, but you get 2 for the price of 1. The demo is going to lead there, and then you have the classic going on really the Stockton type of situation Stockton got going, and now everything is coming around. Yeah, they have struggled in the past 2 games, but it doesn't mean anything for the one that always comes next in the series. Stockton has a lead. UTA has to say, well, we've been the one to find goals when we need them, and we really do need them lest they go down. Other opponents to have that match point advantage. Maybe this pass could be it, but it's going to be deflected last second. UTA going to be rejected yet again as Bussy takes it up and over and takes on the last defender.
Oh, bumps him out of the way as well, but with the bump goes the ball right up high into the sky. Oh, but 2 defenders create a wall against Stockton and keep the ball out of their net. Goes across the field, and UTA surviving off of a very deadly play, and as Stockton continue to score, they look more and more dangerous, and when you get the ball in the hands of Top Cheese, well, that's just the result you expect.
This one is really well done from Anthony Pizza because it is so easy just to say, okay, I'm going to flick this, or I'm going to roll to the corner, or I'm taking 50. But no, if the defender keeps backpedaling and they don't want to actually challenge you, yeah, bring it all the way up to the goal and then flick it, force the defender to react to that split-second timing, which really no one can truly do. Not a prediction. Speaking of, pre-jump from Stockton to keep it at 3-1. That's exactly the defense you need in the final 30 seconds. I feel like once you start getting under 20, then it becomes more of a Herculean effort from the other side. All about clock management for the New Jersey team.
In the last few games, UTA have been very composed in these last few seconds. They haven't really had to rally around some quick shots. I don't think they have the time to really do it. Nava still finding a demo, and maybe off of some lackadaisical defenders they can find a shot. But no, that's not going to be the case. Anthony Pizza carries it the way across the field. Adverse with a pop off the ceiling, a touch in the net, and maybe, just maybe, Taco, there's another goal to come.
Well, ideally you get it with more time on the clock, but if there's anything, you can still rely on the kickoff here. Stockton, what strat are you going to be choosing? This is always one of my favorite engagements you see within Rocket League. They're just going to send the house and actually gets the read. Adverse rushed it. That would have been wild, but you can't always see the pop-off moments. Stockton coming away with a victory. They're one game away from taking home that bronze medal.
How can you not just be frozen in time, scared out of your mind with all three players of UTA attacking the ball at once? The best part about that play is that's not even the first time we've seen that today. We've had plenty of antics on the kickoff tactics here in the ESPORTSU Invitational, and we'll continue to get just that, folks. Game 5's going to go the way of Stockton University. They've got the lead in the series, and now Danger Taco, match point. One win from the third place title.
I will say, legitimately psychotic that all three of them went for that ball. Not even just for fun. Like, I understand, like, oh, you're up by 2 or something, and you just go for it all and say, whatever. But no, the fact that it's like, okay, the clutch play here. So normally it's like we go to the back corner, and then someone's like, actually, what if we just all go? And it's like, sure. And then it actually kind of worked. Adverse just couldn't get the read off, but man, I would have given anything for that one. Just ricochet right into the back. I would have trusted Adverse with that shot in any other situation. But with that said, it didn't work. Stockton is the one putting in the work. They've been on the struggle bus in the middle part of the series, but now we might have been entering now into the end game. Can they get that third place match victory, or does UTA bring us back the entire distance like we saw in group play? Not in 5, going to game 7, I suppose. We have the next 4.5 minutes to find out.
Love a good game 7. But would also love to have seen that kickoff goal go in. And we were so close to a Danger Taco tweet of, guys, the new threes kickoff meta. But no, I guess that's not the reality we live in. Not today, maybe not yet. There's still more to come here as a minute almost trails off the clock here in game number 6. It's been unusual to see the momentum sort of unfold in different ways throughout this game. So many games, Stockton just couldn't get a goal to go after UTA would score again and again and again. But interestingly enough, they appear to be in the driver's seat with a win, a lead, and as of late, getting the first goal.
Look at the tap up and over here. Anthony Pizza able to get themselves into an interesting enough position, so much so that UT had no idea how to deal with it. That one rolled back across them. Top Cheese keeping it alive. Adverse still chasing and actually gets the perfect touch on that one, pinching it off the sidewall to give his teammates a brief bit of reprieve. That is up until a flawless shot nearly finds that top corner, but still not going to find its way back into the Mavericks net.
And I thought that follow would have been it there. Stockton University trying to move on from that great take from Anthony Pizza, but no, they just couldn't find it between the uprights. So attack once again. If at first you don't succeed, try again. We'll go Stockton here with the ball across the face of the goal. UTA defenders jumping, leaping, not even getting a piece of it, but Stockton refused to attack aggressively. We'll stay in this sort of trench warfare where inches are being gained, but nobody's stretching the mile.
Oh, no, but Bussy trying to do exactly that as he's looking for the double, not going to find it. Anthony Pizza tap down to Top Cheese. I don't mind that, but you got to get that shot before it bounces. Otherwise, going to go by the wayside. Same with this UTA attack. They finally get forward, even get a boost steal, but all they can do is just reach for it and hit it to the ceiling. Nava still making making the best out of that opportunity. UTA just trying to feel like holding on with their fingernails in the Stockton half as they've really been pushed back for a majority of this game 6.
Yeah, those fingernails are made with grit, though, it feels like, because they've had an answer for almost everything, and they're going to punch right back as well. Counterattack goes for UTA, holding on, held true for them.
This is one of the most brutal parts about Rocket League is that it seems like everything can be going your way, and then one deflection happens and everything goes out the window and you're in full panic mode. The sirens are going off because Adverse somehow reads your deflection. It goes upfield, and UTA will bury that one home, not only just for a goal to get their momentum back swinging, but for the lead. With only 2 minutes remaining, Stockton now trying to find their answer. Basamba, well played on the near post shadow.
Well, creativity is going to come to form here for Stockton University. Maybe it'll be from Top Cheese. It feels like there's something different, something unique that has to take form for Stockton because of all of the barrage of shots, nothing has met the back of the net against UTA during this game. I love the way that Top Cheese was approaching off the start of this possession. Maybe some more flip reset mechanics or a carry out from Anthony Pizza here can put Stockton in the right position for a goal, but instead some demos will paint the sky black and put UTA back in the driver's seat. Here's an attack off the backboard. Samba will follow, ball towards the net, almost dunks it back, and Bussy will be denied of a counterattack.
Able to make these strong and brave challenges, we'll say, is really paramount of concern for all of these teams. You can see the risky plays through these half rotations, through all these backline challenges. I know Bussy has been kind of a menace for Stockton, and see if that's going to be continuing, particularly because Top Cheese, they're up and over everybody, and then crisscrossing the goalie for the double tap. And if you needed a player to stand up, this has been the one.
It's all I was asking for. It's all anybody that was looking for Stockton offensive production could have wanted. Top Cheese with space, double tap. Soon as you saw him following the ball, you knew it'd be clean, but there's more sweeping to do. There's more cleanliness needed for Stockton as it's just 1-1. They've done the battle. They've done the work to tie things up, but they're still a goal away from taking this series. That one almost pinching through. Anthony Pizza finds the back of the net, baits the defenders.
Again, it's Top Cheese right at the center of it. Just being able to get that flick is one thing, but how about knowing the defenders think that flick is coming, takes the 50 underneath, and you can't ask for an easier shot there. Your Anthony Pizza teed up on the top of the 18-yard box, and with 40 seconds remaining, UTA's got to wonder, what did we do with all those goals earlier? We spent them too quickly. Now we got none left in the tank. Take out a loan soon, because you got half a minute to do something about it, and maybe a lot of time to deal with Adverse. Into Nava, back into Samba. Look at the passing play with a fake, the cherry on top.
Who needs a loan when you can get a combination like this? Come on now. Everybody is in it to win it there for UTA. They tie it up 2-2. 22 seconds left on the clock. It's now or never for UTA. They can take the lead at 4-7.
And that's just a filthy play, and maybe even continue on with another shot as Anthony Pizza was kind of just hobbling their way over to that save. I didn't know how much boost they had, but certainly had to reach for it. Now he's going to get put in a similar position. That's a roller down, pass middle. Samba looking for Adverse, looking for then another pass down. Nava onto the backboard. Anthony Pizza at 0 boost and backwards, still managing to get it with some assistance from his pals, because only together can you pull off these saves, survive into OT. UTA finding one more goal, or hoping to be able to advance this series to Game 7.
They could do it if they keep looking like they're playing pinball instead of Rocket League. The way they're passing to each other in unison with this ball flying as quickly as it is in Bussy's hands. Saves so well. Anthony Pizza, though, will get another layup, and you know he's got the finishing factor to give them the win. That's Stockton University sealing their 3rd place in the ESPORTSU Invitational.
And credit to UTA taking this one so far and really putting up such a fight, but This is what you expect out of Stockton. They are that team in that CRL World Championship in just about a week's time, and they are going to be able to show that grit, that determination, and that peak performance when they do need it. Top Cheese with the center of so much of it, despite only 1 assist. And I got to say, the entirety of UT Arlington just has that glimmer of team play, keeping it interesting, keeping it entertaining. And even though this one's not going to Game 7, it felt like we squeezed really all the juice out of the series by the end.
I think we did, honestly. I mean, they were down 0-2 in the series, UT Arlington, and we were still talking about you know what though, when UTA, when they get in their flow state, when they find their form, they look unstoppable. And then there they went, games 3 and 4 and then into 5 on a 7-1 score differential, just pounding their way through this series. So it was great to see a display of that, Taco, in this series of truly the caliber that composition of UTA has in store.
And when you do have that ability, and I would say that firepower, it's a nice thing to rely on, particularly because even if you are getting slapped around in the midfield and you're not really getting the shots off, you're still able to then pull it all through and then just score the goal willy-nilly when you do get those open chances. And a good offense and a good team will be able to do that. It's very telling, I think, that those goals from Stockton were just them shooting, and then finally the third comes on through. It was very rarely the mistakes that we did see very early on in the series.
Yeah, and it's funny to see such a mistake-free team off of such a composed, laid-back mentality, right? Like, we always hear Samba in the interviews, like, oh, yeah, we're ready. Oh, yeah, we're not practicing. Oh, yeah, it's cool. I mean, Taco, you mentioned how when that 3-2-1 hits, they're locked in, but still, it's about that composure. It's about kind of the confidence, the assurance they have in themselves. They've worked together for so long in Rocket League Collegiate, so it's just good to see that trust pull through, but didn't pull through all the way to Game 7. So, of course, Stockton University gonna get that 3rd place here in the 2023 ESPORTSU Invitational, presented by NHTSA and Click It or Ticket. Very shortly here, we should be able to hear from an interview. But before we do that, let's hear a word from NHTSA.
Game world or real world, seatbelts save lives.
There were 2 guys. Neither guy wore their seatbelt. One guy got a ticket, one guy didn't. 2 guys drove home from work. One guy wore his seatbelt, one guy didn't. One guy made it home. One guy didn't.
So welcome back here. It is 3rd place officially for Stockton University, and we've got all kinds of fans showing up here, Taco, for the matches today.
She's not supposed to be there, and she knows it. But, I'm on a broadcast, so I will not yell at my daughter. But, yes, my cats are in here. I mean, they're restless. They wanted to see UTA Game 7, but they didn't because just one of the most consistent West teams is going to be felled by one of the most consistent East teams in Stockton. So being able to see them get the dub is really nice to see, particularly because throughout the season when I was talking with Bussy in other interviews in CRL and other tournaments, and you talk to him like, yeah, season's not going super strong. Do you guys believe you'll bounce back? And it's one of the few players that when I ask them that question, it doesn't feel like, yeah, theoretically. They're like, no, we will. I know we will because I want this just so much. And of course they do get back to the World Championship, and then they're able to also, when it matters most, pull it out here.
Yeah, I think it was good to ensure themselves that, yeah, indeed, even though this is just an invitational, it's still a very good match to get geared in for that Worlds setup coming later for Stockton University. So we'll be very much interested to hear more about that future path and what this match looked like for the team of Stockton University. We are all prepped and ready for an interview with Bussy. So come on in, Bussy. Let's get this started. Congratulations on the win as well. I actually would like to start off from midway through this series. There seemed to be a bit of a rut that you guys fell into. Games 3 and 4 almost went scoreless throughout. What was it like to try and bounce back from that situation?
I'm just be real. Our comms were just so pretty dead. We're just kind of chilling. I don't know. We weren't feeling it really. Honestly, being in a third place match, it's kind of hard to get to like that hype for. But I'm definitely still happy that we're able to play in this tournament.
And I think one thing that I've been repeatedly going through, because I can't help but see some of the names and not just immediately strike to it, is that you're prepping for a very big LAN up and coming in this collegiate sense. And this is more or less a chance for you getting like a sense of stakes, but also just getting organized scrims together, whether it be best of 5 or that best of 7. How do you feel like the team is going through that, even if maybe in the last series the comps felt a little dead having to play in the third place?
I mean, I think, in scrims and doing replays and stuff are really improving. And like in scrims, we're playing well. Like, we're playing against every team and, doing solid. So I'm very confident, with Worlds. It's more so for me. Like, I'm the best when I'm having the most fun. And like, I have the most fun when I'm playing in CRL, big stakes. I want to prove myself because people, a lot of people don't respect me that much in the scene. So that's where like I really, thrive. But here, like, the performance doesn't really matter too much, so it's hard for me to get too excited for it in a third place match. But that's why for Worlds, I know we're gonna be performing.
Beautiful. Well, we can't obviously wait to see it. I mean, what does it take? What helps you guys thrive the most, Bussy? Because you said it's big stakes, it's having fun, but what does that look like from a team setting? Like, how are you guys hyping each other up?
Honestly, just talking amongst ourselves, just calling all these teams terrible, saying that like at LAN they're not gonna be able to perform as well as they do online, saying that these kids won't be good in social environments like us, they're gonna fold under pressure unlike us. So just kind of like telling ourselves that we can perform better than these teams when it matters. Like, that's why usually Stockton may not always be like a top team, but usually towards the end of every season we always come out and pull up upsets. So I'm not too worried.
I like it.
Yeah, I think you certainly do have that quality to you guys. I think there's some teams that I know within the CRL scene or even the RLCS scene, there's teams that, online, they're feeling great. They're sitting in the dorm room, they're sitting in their home bedroom, and they're playing fine. But the moment they're on that stage, I think a lot of players, you and Samba are two of the biggest ones in my mind, where when you guys are on the stage, you just peak, you just get to that next level. And what do you feel like the difference is between those types of players and the players that maybe struggle a bit more? Is it the personality aspect, or is it more like a confidence side?
I mean, I think it may just be personality. Like when the eyes are on me, I know what I deal with in the scene. Being called an old man, being called like terrible, or like I stopped playing 6-mans and now like I can't even get like a decent team anymore. So it's like, with all that, I know when the eyes are on me, I want to perform. And I bet it's the same thing with Samba, because he was rank X and he still never got on a lot of great teams or got a lot of tryouts. Even though he's performed in CRL for years. So I think when the eyes are on us, that's when we really thrive and just want to prove ourselves and show everyone how good we actually are. So that's why I think some players perform well in those moments, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, it's an interesting question, honestly, to consider. But you got a good head on your shoulders. Maybe a mental coach in the future, if not more playing. I definitely want to see it. I think, yes, to make sure you're proving yourself. Oh, go ahead. Sorry. Did you want to?
Yeah, I was going to say, I may get into managing after my career, because I can't lie. A lot of these managers, I don't think they do too much in the scene. That I think they've been doing a lot more. So
okay,
I think that's where I'm going to go.
All right. Yeah, no, sometimes the best people of their role find that because they look at other people in the role and say, oh, I can do that better. I can do that way better. So, yeah, really interesting to hear, Bussy, and thanks so much for the insight. You talked about proving yourself on the field as well. I think you did that in this match. So, congratulations on the 3rd place, and wishing you the best in the upcoming Worlds.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
All right. Well, thank you so much from Bussy there of Stockton University, winning that series 4-2 against UTA, an electric series. But folks, the electricity is not stopping there. We have a championships to get to. So, I want to talk more and more, but I just want to get to this match. So, I'm going to send it to a break here, folks. The championship final of the 2023 ESPORTSU Invitational presented by NHTSA and Click It or Ticket is up next.
Game world or real world, seatbelts save lives.
There were two guys. Neither guy wore their seatbelt. One guy got a ticket, one guy didn't. Two guys drove home from work. One guy wore his seatbelt, one guy didn't. One guy made it home. One guy didn't.
Welcome back, one and all, to the 2023 ESPORTSU Invitational, presented by NHTSA and Click It or Ticket. We have had a long event. Last weekend started out with 8 teams of 2 groups. Only 4 made it through, but Akron and Northwood reign superior. They make it to the championships, and that's what we've got on the table here. Taco, are we excited to get things underway and call out a winner finally?
Yeah, and it's between teams that we're become familiar with. I mean, we do have the bracket that I guess we can call back into and talk a little bit about, because it's just to remind people how we did get here. We had our group stages, and then we were able to go into this playoffs in this situations. And I think the teams that made it here, they very much deserve that. Northwood University getting their 4-0, Akron getting their 4-1. And so it's only natural that the teams that have been making quite a lot of grand finals, both in ESPORTSU and beyond, are going to be facing off just one more time.
Yeah, I think it's wonderful to see. And you mentioned one more time. We actually have seen this matchup happen earlier on in the group stage. That's how Northwood got their 1 seed coming out from the West Conference. These two teams met up, and it was a sweep in favor of Northwood. That was a different Northwood. We'll see this one with Nitrous this time around. But Nitrous isn't here for the interview, nor is Buzz. Folks, for this interview, pre-match, we've got Hockey and Tristan. Let's get them in here. Let's get things started. Hockey, Tristan, welcome in. Hockey, I'll take it to you first. I just mentioned it. The last time y'all met up, it was a sweep in your favor. Are you feeling confident? This one's a best of 7. Can you do it again?
Yeah, I think we're pretty confident heading into this. We're swapping out Buddy for Nitrous, but I would say it's not much of a difference, and we're feeling confident.
And then when it comes to you, Tristan, I mean, one thing that I have talked about a lot, I mean, I've been blessed to be able to talk to people in your program, and obviously I've been able to cast you for a while. You were playing even before I really got into more collegiate casting, but you've started a lot of your collegiate career with Akron being such a dominant team, and you've been able to continue still getting to these grand finals, deep in these tournaments all these years later. What do you feel like is the secret to your team being able to stay consistent despite particularly the eastern side of CRL just having such a surge in talent?
Yeah, I'd say it's been more difficult in recent years with all the great players coming in, but I think the key is the team synergy and chemistry. I think that's what separates the higher level teams. I mean, obviously, like Northwood, they don't have to scrim to win, right? But I think for most teams, having that team chemistry sets people apart.
We'll see how that chemistry unfolds here in this finals matchup. One last question for you, Hockey, before we step into it. Has there been any difficulties posed? You mentioned you've already played with Nitrous before. You guys are here today. Already played well here. Feel like the chemistry is actually going to suit you guys well for this matchup?
Yeah, I've been playing with Nitrous a little bit outside of it. We played in the CECC, and we played on some online qualifiers. And obviously, I played with Lion for like over a year now, so the chemistry is definitely there.
And I think Tristan, I guess on the same side, I mean, we talk about a lot of swapping out in these events, same with Summer Series, that might be coming up a little bit later on. Always nice to see how new players fit in. You put in Bullseye, and I will say, maybe Bullseye isn't reticence, but how has it been having like the kind of the young gun coming into the roster with you and Buzz as trying to facilitate both of your play styles and helping him achieve those heights that you know he's capable of?
Yeah, it's definitely, I think it was more of a easy transition bringing Bullseye in. I think he can definitely play third a lot and play defense really well, but he can also score. Sort of just allowing me to do whatever I want, basically. But I think our peak is when we're all bringing everything to the table and playing well.
Definitely playing well when you're given the space to do your thing, for sure. So I'll give you guys one last chance here as you meet up again on the pitch. Hockey, we can start with you. Any words on the other side before we get going?
Just good luck. Another Akron Northwood Grand Finals, so it should be fun.
Yeah, good luck.
Just anything Okay, just a simple good luck. I mean,
Good
that's all we
luck,
need. just a few words, let it do the action take place and do the talking for you on the field. Hockey, Tristan, thanks so much for popping on in, and best of luck.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Cool. Level-headed, Danger Taco. They're ready to get things going, and you got to respect as well the comments made on the adjustments having been made with some new team members. It takes really some almost professional, I would say professional level of play of this esport to be able to find that chemistry quickly and exhibit it on the field as well as they do.
It's so difficult to do. I think people really undervalue that. Lion Blaze is actually someone who talked to me about this, about changing out roles, and said, well, it's huge because mathematically it's a 33% of your team, but it's even more than that when you swap out a player, because how you play individually is also based on how your teammates play. And if someone brings a new play style or different capabilities, different way of thinking about the game, they're used to different strategies, they have preferences that are different, everything kind of cascades from there. So the fact that these teams can just swap in a new player and then say, all right, let's get into it, new season, and then still play at this level and meet in so many grand finals, it's really incredible to see. It's just a testament to how good players meeting with good preparation can produce some fantastic results.
Yeah. Now that's incredible to hear about. We're going to see about it soon. Folks, we just heard from Hockey and Tristan, but let's hear from NHTSA as well before we hop into the finals of the 2023 ESPORTSU Invitational.
Game world or real world, seatbelts save lives.
There were two guys. Neither guy wore their seatbelt. One guy got a ticket, one guy didn't. Two guys drove home from work. One guy wore his seatbelt, one guy didn't. One guy made it home. One guy didn't.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the Click It or Ticket NHTSA pre-match seatbelt check. Before we start this finals match, we ensure all players are properly secured and buckled up for safety. And there you have it. You heard the click. Now you click on the NHTSA banner below to watch the video on why you should click it or ticket. Casters, back to you.
It is Northwood University, made up of Lion Blaze, Nitrous, and Hockey, versus University of Akron here. Buzz, Bullseye, and Tristan, they are ready, very much ready, so much as that we are already in game number 1 of the finals for the 2023 ESPORTSU Invitational. It feels like one that could go the distance, or, Taco, maybe Northwood find their stride again and hit Akron with another sweep like they did earlier in this event.
Yeah, this is the one thing to always keep in mind, though, is that, yes, this is more or less a rematch. We had two groups, but only one of them is really relevant here in this grand finals. So I guess we did a good job of making sure that the best is here, but you can't always space them out that clean. It's always the Eastern Conference showing up big. And same with Hockey. Loves playing on a stage and loves these setups as well off the sidewall.
Most certainly does. It's all about the power and the height on the shot. That combination makes for a very difficult save to make. You can see the defender stretching all the way across the net and still not able to collect it. That's a good depiction of what the Akron defense is going to be forced to do this game, is play nearly perfect.
See, maybe deflection actually right down into another player, but it can't find its way through. Bullseye to the top corner as well. All of Northwood, I would just say panicking, but they were not sending a single player at that one.
Yeah, that pinball just in favor of Akron, but not enough. Maybe this will, though. Tristan, redirect off the crossbar, just out and away. Bullseye's follow is taken aback, and Northwood University, any other team could be taken aback, but no, they are up for the challenge. Send it away and say, yeah, go ahead, send another package, because we've got the receipts. We'll bring it right back.
It's so tough to be able to get through because, again, it's not about the first shot. It almost feels like it's about the 5th or 6th before you really get a shot through, which is why the Demo and boost steals are so important, but it's only part of it. The other is making sure you actually counter forward, because certainly you're going to be playing a lot of defense. Hockey lurking in the corner. Might have been on target. I don't know about the accuracy. Either way, it keeps on going. Lion Blaze got a little bit too far forward. Both Hockey and Nitrous were on the backboard for that last offensive.
It looked like you were a little sailboat and there was a tidal wave coming down right against you, but I guess Akron is a slippery surfer that just rode right through the wave and coasted right along safely into their first goal.
And I suppose that it's only natural from Akron that they get all that offense, and when Northwood is all situated, ball's not going through. But the moment they get caught a little bit getting greedy, I would say overconfident with sending 2 players forward, then only natural that one finds the back of the net. Good job from Bullseye again, one of the junior players here coming through on Akron, and certainly proving their worth by getting these clutch plays, and also playing facilitator into Buzz. However, that's not going to be a shot, only to the corner to maybe mount up the next Akron offensive. Tristan with a 50, open shot for Bullseye, but he can't get it to the right of the post.
God, it was so close as well. Akron just trying to catch a lead where they can here, but Northwood had the answer. They had the reinforcements ready. Other than the time where they did send a bit aggressively, they have been able to meet the challenge at every tough shot Akron is posing through. It's just going to get tougher and tougher here if Akron want to scrape away a lead, and they're going to be able to push through to the backboard still. Tristan and Bullseye move their way back to the half-court line. Bullseye pushes ahead. Buzz has the ball for 1, maybe 2 touches, but Nitrous bullets their way through as Northwood look to get back in the driver's seat. It's going to be difficult, though. Akron, this deep rotation from them keeps them positioned again and again to hit this in the blue end.
Oh no, the tap down, and it looked like it might have been something dangerous, but instead just going to be a simple clear here for Northwood, and now they're going to have to play from behind again. Akron doing a good job of trying to keep this pace up, and it's so easy when Tristan can do it all himself from there. Not much of an angle to work with, Pyro, but he doesn't need one. Top corner from the far side.
Oh, we thought maybe Hockey was going to be the superior effort off the side wall, but Tristan is sliding his name right under, saying, actually, look at my business card, because I've got quite the resume. He's going to add to it with that play and a lead from Akron.
Just so filthy. This is what you want out of Akron. We mentioned how whenever you play against Northwood, it's not enough to be a good team. You really have to be seamless. It has to be frictionless, it feels like, at times. And right now, Akron isn't maybe living up to that ideal, but they're certainly doing their best impression of it. Now they got to do it on defense as Lion Blaze is coming from the blind side, but Buzz able to react accordingly.
Those quick reactions, just absolutely necessary. Situation like this, especially when you have both players from either team jumping up to that ball immediately. When the ball's open into midfield, it's ripe for the taking, and any player could grab it. This is Nitrous now from the side wall. It's going to be met, though, by the Akron defense. Buzz at the midfield, that touch maybe not finding the same velocity as he was expecting. I'm looking for more of those redirects. Okay, maybe even more flipperistas from Bullseye, but Buzz had a couple cheeky ones in the last matchup we saw. We asked him in the interview, what does it take to make that decision? He said, you know what, you get into your own head and it doesn't work out for you. You just got to make the right play as it comes. The right play is a demolition to clear the lane, but Nitrous, the last defender, saves things for Northwood. 5 seconds, though, for them to find the equalizer as the ball goes across the field. Lion Blaze, full boost, all the court to work with. Maybe we'll search for a demo. Bullseye batted around. There goes the shot, but the save is there for Akron. Nitrous doesn't want to give up on the play. Lion Blaze still under the ball. Shoots it over to the midsection. Keeps it alive somehow. Are you kidding me? A pinch off the lip from the ground to the wall. Will it die down or will we stay alive? No, Akron eventually get the lead.
I cannot believe that it stayed up for that long, but that's, again, just another reminder where it's like, oh my gosh, guys, we're in the lead against Northwood. We can do this. Now we just got to put the ball down, and just constantly hit it. Like, you really have to last all 5 and then probably another 30 seconds after that, apparently.
Apparently, yeah. It's like the extra tax that you don't expect at the end. To say, oh wait, where's this charge coming from? It's like, I'm sorry, but this is a specialty win that you're getting here, Akron. You have to pay the extra fare, which is saying a lot for that overtime part, but they did. That's what's important, is that Akron is built of a steadfast team, Taco, that can meet the crazy shots Northwood put up.
Yeah, and not only are they getting those nice shots, but they're being incredibly efficient. I wouldn't necessarily say it's something I'm going to see again and again, but if Tristan wants to hit those shots that go for it, that back post for the eventual winner is incredible, but that's really what it takes. You look at the goal saying, I could probably shoot that, but not only do I have to put it on target, I have to put it away from both defenders in the goal. He does it so well, but we've seen this story before. Maybe you get one past Northwood, but getting the second, the third, and the fourth is something very few teams have ever been able to accomplish. Akron going into game 2, looking to start a sequence. Northwood just trying to show that that is just a blip on the radar.
Well, they say you got to take it one game at a time. I think that's the idea for Akron, because even just taking one win is a massive step when you consider that Northwood University had a sweep against them just last week in this event. So it's already exceeding expectations if you look at just the inside dome of the ESPORTSU Invitational. That said, here, Akron still fighting for a shot. Bullseye. Oh, it's such a nice shot to take, but the Northwood are going to combat it as ever.
See, Hockey throw it down to Nitrous, and that's a tough one, as it felt like more just trying to extend a clear rather than really formulate a full offense, as unexpectedly Northwood kind of teeing it up from Tristan. If he had more boost, might have been going right in the back of that Northwood net, but no, they will get away with it and continue on playing some defense, because Akron, they're not leaving well enough alone. Pass in the back post. Buzz does not have a lot to shoot with, but he tried his best. Northwood still getting the saves, but very much still on that back foot.
Yeah, and it's catered especially to the deep rotation of Akron. They ensure that they're well-resourced, grabbing the boost to make these long flights back down the field. Tristan catches Hockey out of position and gets the goal.
And that's nice, and that's just slowly grinding away. Eventually, you're going to hit a ball just too far for the defense, and they might be able to get a pixel on it, but other times, it's just going to sail by their car. Again, this is what it's all about when it comes down to it for the side of Northwood and Akron, is just making sure you use individual challenges are going to work all the way through each time. Otherwise, it's going to get real ugly if you really let anything slip. That one was rolling across. No one on the backboard initially, it looked like, from Northwood, but everything all good now as the first 2 minutes of game 2 have elapsed.
I mean, that ball is just painted the backboard of Northwood University so far. Hold on, maybe one take is going to do it. We've hardly seen possessional play from Northwood in game number 2, but it just takes one strike here, and it's going off the opposite post and in their net.
And being able to touch it on target is obviously a huge thing. That is not what Nitrous is going for. The bump, however, is calmed, and that is why he has a little bit more faith just throwing it on target, because he knows the defense is going to have to pull off quite the recovery to be able to manage it. They can't, as few really have been able to. Akron doesn't seem to be too perturbed. They're right back in it.
They are indeed, and they're gonna bully their way through another goal. I don't know, because there's a wall of defense here for Northwood, but Bullseye says, guess what? I'm between the goal, or the ball is between me and the goal, and we're gonna close that space instantly.
That's a rough one, but hey, credit to Bullseye for staying with that. It's one thing to shadow Lion Blaze and expect the clear, but then Lion doesn't have the touch, and then Bullseye says, okay, I'm just going to keep it right next to my car and see what happens. And I think, honestly, Nitrous on the near post was expecting anything other than that. That's what happens when you don't prepare for every option. Teams will be able to pick you apart by going with that least expected option. Much like these small challenges from Akron, I like them just kind of poking their way in and disrupting this Northwood team. They're trying to do the same on offense, Northwood, but passes can only do so much. Another one flies over the top, and maybe Tristan had an open shot, but only goes to the backboard. Another 50, a lot of ricochets and a lot of chaos going on the field.
There is, and Akron have done a great job of succeeding due to the frenzy play, but maybe Northwood have their end there. Shot just goes right under the crossbar, but is deflected. Still, players are looming in the net, battling against each other. The physicality, the ferocity continues, and only the strongest will prevail.
And really well done from Buzz, because leading up to that last save, he was getting slapped into the back of his goal, just cyberbullying at its finest, and it's still not going to work out. Northwood needs to speed up these attacks and maybe just rely on some solo plays. It seems like Hockey certainly tried, but Tristan is there. Same with Bullseye on the near post. Ball still not out. A demo in the backfield, but Bullseye does well enough to get the 50 on Lion Blaze's aerial. That allows his teammates to recover. It looks like has yet another kind of more stabilization period here on defense.
Oh man, there's hardly a moment to stabilize in this game because you have players without boost trying to rotate back. Tristan basically backflip the ball because he's like, okay, let me buy some time maybe to grab some boost. And then Northwood come in with a heater. There's just no time to take a breath, no time to stabilize because of the fast pace of the game. Met with a bump, not a shot though. Akron had a net to work with there, couldn't get the shot to go. Now would be the time for Northwood to pay back.
Man, it was off by a quarter second too from Akron. They had the bump laid out. They had the player up. I think, honestly, Tristan going for the shot was playing off the deflection clear, not actually the pass. But sometimes you got to really just play predictively, and it doesn't always work. Same with this one, trying to jump in time to reach the backboard. They will not. Lion Blaze collects.
I don't know how or why it felt inevitable, but it simply just did. Buzz had too much to work with there on the backboard to deflect either a pass, a double tap, a 50-50 that even goes in your net. Too many options for Northwood to get that equalizer to go. We're all tied up with under 30 remaining, and Bullseye already towards the net. A free air dribble there, and now a pass to the midfield, saved by Lion Blaze. A diving save, put the cape on the hero.
He's a player that people have said is the best player to ever touch collegiate, and it's plays like that that show it's not always about the goals, it's about how you prevent them. Tristan, he's back for more. He's not happy with this one. Same with Akron, so much so, maybe blinded by that rage. Sent 2 for that shot, and now they're back on defense. Thought they might have been giving that one away, but no, they knew what they were doing. Into the turf, we got OT.
OT it is. It may not last very long. Bullseye finds his way through the lane of that shot. And it was almost there. Northwood almost even up this series just like that. But instead, overtime continues on. Nitra searching for a double tap off the side wall. It's going to head towards the net, and Hockey, well, just doesn't want to offer them an easy translation out to offense, but Tristan almost gets it, loses the ball. So Northwood collecting it back. That pass reaches nobody. Teammate eviscerated off the demolition, and Akron can work off of this. Buzz! Double tap from the backboard for the win!
College teaches you a lot of skills, one of them being multitask and going for 50, going for a double. How about both? Lion has to be thinking there's no angle possible for that one to go in. Maybe you need to repeat that math class for that credit at Northwood. My goodness, Akron on a roll. Second straight victory. They're halfway there.
I mean, you want to talk about someone who's going to check the angles, know every play, each and every one that would and wouldn't work. Talk about Buzz, a vet. He's going to know that there's a chance for that ball to go in. What an electric play to end a very tight-knit game number 2. And here we find ourselves, Danger Taco, Akron with a 2-win lead in the series.
And this is something that not a lot of teams deal with. A lot of teams in the past have been able to take 2, 3, even 4, obviously, games off of Northwood in the past. But being able to lead off a series with this many games is crazy. I'm not going to say they're running away with it, but this has probably been the best matchup I've seen from Akron up against Northwood in quite some time. It's just the problem is I have always described Northwood this way. It's like they're slowly solving an equation. They might struggle at times, but eventually it seems like they always figure it out. Maybe taking a bit extra time here, because even on the reset, Akron's still rolling with yet another one.
They're rolling and rolling like a big snowball that's just creating an avalanche. I mean, the momentum they have right now. Think about this. In regulation time of game 2, they had a shot that should have won them the game. Lion Blaze somehow saved the ball, yet still Akron are putting on shots that are looking indefendable against Northwood. And so if they keep this up, I don't know what team could stop them.
I mean, this is the one thing about Akron is that they say you continue to get back to these grand finals, and some people are like, wow, man, yeah, but you run into Northwood, and there's no beating Northwood. But no. You even heard it in a lot of those interviews that, no, we know that Northwood is beatable. Everyone has known that they are not completely infallible. The issue is you have to play a full 5 minutes, and I think from right now we're seeing that. This isn't just a random streak of luck across 4 minutes and maybe some antsy play throughout. Akron has come to play, and honestly the one thing that has really been speaking to me is how often they're seeking for demos and how often they're getting these last second touches. The coverage on rotations has been fantastic.
It's been solid coverage. Of course, I'm impressed in part by Akron's ability on the counterattacks. And not only in this series, but Buzz especially just dominates the midfield, always searches for a redirect. That said, Hockey always searching for a double tap. That almost went in there. Nitrous has a good angle, actually off the side wall, and has hit that play a couple of times. That one maybe not finding the angle that they were searching for. Northwood still, though, with a possession and trying to limit any possibility of an Akron counterattack, but here it comes anyway. Hockey's trying to gobble it up and control it as much as they can, and you know what? Dutifully so. Catches it, takes it around the cage, and Northwood are back in the driver's seat.
Oh, Hockey is trailing that one, but I think Tristan knew they had time. Now Bullseye into the ceiling. Line Blaze, that's a heck of a read if they can get it, and they will be able to. Bullseye testing to see Nitrous's recovery as they put that high to the corner. It looks like Nitrous will be able to fit in with this defense as well as he's continued to. This Northwood roster still looking at a bit of a continuation of the norm here. Still that 1-0 game, but for how much longer? Tristan, seems like every single time I'm wondering if he has the read. The answer is yes.
Yeah, Tristan is definitely got his reading glasses on here throughout this game. The ability to be almost clairvoyant in this game can be so important, especially when you're deflecting passes like that from Nitrous. Almost met a shot taker, but no, Northwood, they're ready and primed and waiting for the perfect opportunity. It could be set up by Nitrous, who every single time seems to be searching for that sidewall double tap. One of those is going to find the net. I just know it, especially due to the magnitude of chances they've found. Look at this touch in front of the net. Buzz is going to control it slowly to the corner, tries to get some boost, and is going to be able to work this to the midfield. Again, Bullseye's up for this, but the 50-50 is unfound. Shot to the corner, saved by Lion Blaze.
Even the tiny things aren't working out for Northwood. You see Lion Blaze actually carving through the defense, and they're saying, okay, let's just steal that boost and get that ball. And then not only does Buzz get the boost, but they also get the clear. It's like every single tiny aspect of the strategy isn't quite working. And this is where I think is going to see how well Northwood can separate themselves as the top of the food chain for CRL, is that they are not only losing this individual game, but this is on a risk for them having to orchestrate a reverse sweep. They got 90 seconds to do anything about it. Akron does not seem to be in a charitable mood, trying to lock down this back half, in large part due to touches like that. Good combination by Akron to get yet another clear.
No charity here after they had to pay that tax to earn themselves the win in that extended 0-0 moment. Oh no! Lion Blaze, picture perfect flip reset, and it only gets better with two defenders trying to chase it down.
How does he do it? I'm thinking to myself, okay, you got no momentum. This is just going to be, I'm guessing, like going for 50 or something. No, he hits it at 90-degree angle all the way across the goal. You can see all the defenders saying, how did you do that? The answer is, it's Lion Blaze. It's always been that. He's just able to do something no one else seems to be able to. We're back to 1-1 with a minute to go.
And I don't think we had been seeing the game played as if Northwood were down by a goal. Remember, it was that kickoff goal that Akron earned at the very beginning of the game. So it felt very much 0-0 up until that final minute 30. Somehow, some way, Northwood, when they have to score, they're going to find a way. And yeah, it could just be Lion Blaze off the flip reset. It actually is tied now, 1-1. May not be for long. Here's the pass to the midfield. Who's there? Just about nobody. Possession back for Northwood as Lion Blaze off the ceiling. Another touch just goes amiss, but he's there for a second one. How does he do it?
Out of the way, I'll do it myself. Puts on the gauntlet, Lion Blaze, and then gets every single possible touch to go his way. gets off the ceiling, doesn't get the first read, misses it by pixels, and says, I'm just going to blame server lag. Let's give it a bit more high probability of a touch on the dish. Blink and you'll miss it. Northwood on a comeback. Tristan, though, saying it's not done yet. Somehow these angles going in. Somehow Akron answering right back.
I almost just had a heart attack. Are we dreaming? What are these highlight reel goals? It's tied up now. Tristan had to do it to him. The big angle off the backboard. It's almost unforeseen, but somehow becomes a reality. There's 20 seconds. Hockey wants the double. Ain't gonna get it. It's turned out the other way. Buzz is gonna chase this back down the field here as Bullseye stretches across the corner and lays it up off the backboard, but Lion Blaze has other things in mind. No 50-50. Ball down on the court. The backboard. Buzz doesn't get the look. It was right there. The win in his grasp, but now they've got to make a save and take this game to overtime.
Didn't have the boost, or maybe just not the angle in mind. It's gonna go to OT, but for how long? It's up to Bullseye on the reset. Couldn't angle around it. Buzz will keep things alive and maybe has chance to set up a flick back into Bullseye, but waiting it out was Lion Blaze. We're gonna return to the mid. Now into Nitrous, followed himself, getting, I thought, a partial dunk, but instead it's Hockey trying to find the new teammate. It's keeping it alive, but that's about it. My goodness, this is really just going to come down to the smallest of touches, it feels.
Very well could. One thing we know, though, is it's not going to come from a goal off of the kickoff. That we know will not happen as it's golden goal in overtime. Though Akron, that's how they found their first goal, is in those flex moments. Maybe off the grind, and Northwood are instead the team to battle back. Instead, the ball's right off the backboard. Buzz almost finds it inside that corner post, but instead, it bullies its way out of the net. And again, here is Nitrous in the midfield, careening down the sideline. Hockey has a touch here. Lion Blaze doesn't like it, though. Gonna play back, make sure they've got the defense on lock.
And this is the one thing I really like about Akron is that a lot of teams, when you see those dribbles, you don't want to just dive in recklessly, but you also don't want to sit back and let Northwood create. Akron has been able to find just enough space to say, all right, now it's about time we need to close that down, and then they do. That's the courage you have to have. You cannot play down to Northwood and respect them too much. I think that's a fine line right now the Zips are doing, but the thing is, you got to continue doing that. This game is not done. You can't say you're on match point up until you put one more past.
That's the key. You've got to continue doing it. And we've had passes from Akron that are right across the face of the goal. We've had passes right on the infield that are setting up Tristan to volley it through. Bullseye with the cherry on top. And in overtime, Akron are going to be 3 up on Northwood.
The triple tap into the goal line save. You're thinking that's it, but Bullseye saying absolutely not. Right into the back of the net. Tristan MVP assisting goals. He's scoring them himself. Everybody from Akron getting involved. And everyone on Northwood gotta be leaning back, taking an exhale. This is not a familiar scenario. Northwood University with Nitrous in for Buddy, currently in a scenario where they have to contemplate a world in which they're reverse sweeping to win a tournament. My goodness, what a storyline.
And while that is a rarity, I almost want to just play back Game 3 again and again, Danger Taco. What was every single goal that we found? The kickoff goal in 4 seconds in, and then Lion Blaze single-handedly garnering the 2 goals from Northwood off of a flip reset and then a crazy play, and then Tristan from the top ropes, almost a negative angle to score off the backboard. It's hard to put in words, Danger Taco, but it does put the picture forward that only the best is going to take you over the line from these teams.
Yeah, I mean, we say a lot, and when there's close affairs, it's back and forth. It really just feels like, okay, well, it's going to either take a mistake from one team or someone just peaking. And it felt like everyone was like, I'm going to choose everyone peaking, because that was just highlight reel like crazy. I can barely believe my eyes.
Oh, but you love to see it. And listen, there's got to be more, right? And Northwood want more. They have to desire it, because if they want the win in this invitational, they have to reverse sweep. It's going to be difficult, but listen, we'll get to that very soon, folks. Let's hear a quick word from who this broadcast is presented by, NHTSA and Click It or Well, this is the ESPORTSU Invitational of 2023 presented by NHTSA and Click It or Ticket. Thanks so much for that message. And this has also been one of the most ridiculous matches we've seen in esports collegiate of Rocket League. This is Akron 3-0 up against the Northwood Blue. Of course, Buddy out for Nitrous as Akron are coming on a tear. Northwood with one single objective, put it to bed.
Yeah, and making sure that you get these goals is key. And Hockey taking a different route. I like that one. A lot of players try to force that through, work on finesse only. But no, if you know you're taking a 50, you better take the best one possible. Hockey more or less teeing it up for his teammate.
It's a good tee up indeed, and listen, it puts Northwood University in the driver's seat. We don't see this often in terms of the scoreline, at least, well, not in this series, we don't see it. So, does this team operate differently? Can they sort of put a barricade on their net against Akron and hold the lead? That is something I'll be interested to see.
We'll see the high lob up into Lion Blaze, and being able to see Northwood as they continue to really press the offense has been, I would say, only part of the equation. It's not that Northwood's offense has not been clicking or the defense has been off. I really just feel like it's Akron providing something to Northwood that they don't really fully know how to counter. And I want to say yet, but even still, feels like Akron is still able to just produce this style of play and this, more importantly, I think, speed of play that is making Northwood having to get in really experimental. Hence that first goal that we saw. It really had to come off of a 50 and hoping that the defense from Akron just wasn't close enough. I suppose Northwood, you need to be even closer. Glue yourselves together to win this 50 into the mid.
Oh, that is so difficult when Akron are so poised to pounce on a play like this. You talk about bringing something new to the table, something that Northwood University maybe can't chew and swallow as easy as they usually do against their opponents. That is absolutely what Akron has brought to the table, and it's going to take some extra gnawing and chewing for Northwood to get used to this play style that Akron's bringing forward. Problem is, Taco, they don't have time. The game's tied. They're on match point for Akron. It's now or never for Northwood.
See how it really works out here as Nitrous is putting on the brakes and trying to break down the defense, but Akron says, no, try again. You got to pay a ticket to get through us here, as Bullseye is able to carry that one out. It's still not fully going to be cleared, but that pass not going to be enough either. Nitrous, I think, was looking for the crossfield path, but maybe on different wavelengths were the Northwood squad mates.
Yeah, well, they're going to try and move north across the field right now as Hockey needs to be 2 players from Akron just to get to that touch. That's how difficult it is to assert your dominance in the midfield in this match right now. Hockey given time, but there is a ceiling defender in Buzz to take that touch away. Nitrous on the backboard. Here's a chance for Lion Blaze, and off an open net. He's still gonna slot that on the inside post.
That's a rough one. I would say the double commit isn't even the problem. It's more so the dunk it down onto the far side from Hockey to be able to put that one into Nitrous's path to then lay it up to Lion Blaze. If I'm going to trust anyone to score that, it's definitely going to be Lion. He's got that poacher's mentality, never too far forward, but always relevant in the play to get it on through. Northwood back in the lead. You'd say the driver's seat, but you never know how long it's going to last. Underneath the defender, right on cue, it's Buzz.
It's like a fire drill. As soon as you get settled in your seat, it's like, all right, doors open up and out and switch again. Akron off the kickoff are able to work their wonders and get this ball game tied up again.
Hey, you don't have to tell the Zips. They want this more than anything. How many times now this season alone, it feels like, and throughout the entire history of CRL, have these two teams met in a grand final? Akron knows they're just waiting, biding their time until they can really have all the pieces collide together, fit in that perfect shape. And I think right now this is their best chance to get on at it. They got a lot of lives, but you don't want to lose any of them. Keeping it close, it's all tied, and the final 2 minutes, it might just come down to the next goal to decide this one.
Oh my, the next goal was there, but what happened off the ceiling? They're gonna put the ball straight into the ground. A momentary lapse in the communication there from Northwood as too many cooks in the kitchen kick the ball away. That being said, possession still viable for Northwood, especially as Nitrous is able to meet it in the midfield. Of course, Bullseye keen to attack this off of the ceiling. Akron are not hesitating, not whatsoever. They're unafraid to work this in highly elevated spaces. That said, they have to contend against Lion Blaze. They're going to take them up high, whether they like it or not.
it's not about having one option. It's about taking advantage of multiple. Even on that last one you saw, it looked like Buzz going up for that aerial. They didn't get the ball, but instead they then angle for the player who beats them on the double to slap him out of the way, allowing their teammate on the backboard to not have to 50 a save, but instead get a clear. It's tiny moments like that that make a defense so efficacious. However, Hockey is making sure that the job is even more difficult. Somehow saves. How about a second one? Tristan on the in and out. Nothing in the tank, but none needed. How about maybe one more attack? Hockey saved Nitrous. Finally able to break on through. Akron's resistance can only handle so much.
It threaded just off the mark here. I mean, listen, if Northwood University somehow bring this all the way back to Game 7, we're going to remember this moment where Akron had the final minute tied up. Resilient effort on the goal line, but just couldn't survive all the way. That said, 3/4 of a minute remaining. Still the opportunity to pounce if you're Akron. Take this to OT and put a lid on the series.
It's going down to maybe just moments like this from Bullseye. That's a late challenge, and from Hockey, he's going to lose that 50. Buzz looking for 50 is his own. Not going to happen. Into the middle. Buzz on that back post. Bullseye quick up to it. A 50. It's straight down to Buzz to the back post. It's off the woodwork. A tragedy there. The one time they need it to go, it just doesn't. And Lion Blaze will make no mistake on the counter. A second to maybe put this one out of reach.
Devastation meets Akron as the play was in their laps, right in their hands. Just the shot had to be a minuscule more precise. Instead, they lay with their face in their hands, the palm of their hands, as they watch this Game 4 go right by them. Northwood University secure it with a 2-goal lead. They're going to push this series to a Game 5. And we knew this series would go the distance. We had hoped it would, but maybe just not in this manner. Northwood having to earn each and every game that will follow.
And normally this is us kind of reversing all of this talk about saying, well, you know, it's so tough to defend Northwood because you're getting shot after shot after shot and they just scored. No, that's Akron in this series. They're the ones that are continuously putting up that shot. If that one angle from Buzz is a little bit more to the left, that is hitting Poston in. And I am so blown away that it rarely came down to just that moment, maybe forcing yet another OT. Northwood are able to say, no, we're not going out quietly. We do not get swept. That is a university policy. We're at least taking it one more.
They'd have all been kicked from the university. At that moment, if the win had happened, they said, okay, you've gone against policy, you're out. Listen, I think this was even more impressive still from University of Akron because they started off trailing in this game. And to me, with Northwood gaining that lead, it put a onus on Akron to instead respond, to not have that tone setter to work with. They still did. The game was tied with a minute remaining. So I think Akron, no matter what position they end up in, game after game against Northwood, they've got the ferocity. They've got the fangs to keep themselves in this game. Mind you, we've got a crazy passing play here from Northwood that almost caps off at a goal. Less that shot does not make it through.
No, and Akron able to recover, and I think trying to slow it down. You can see Tristan just angling that one straight into the ground for the ground double. Still not done, though, because Buzz gonna have to get that first save. Literally zero boost, briefly, for that moment across all three Akron players. They got it at least to the midfield, so they can get something in their tanks, but seems like Northwood wants to police that midfield line. They want to make sure you are never truly sitting back and waiting for a touch. You're always going to be on your tiptoes. Hockey taking it low, but another deflection takes it wide.
Line Blaze hoping to force more deflections. It's a good one from Akron. It's pulled to the corner, which normally you don't find a shot from, but of course Hockey, it doesn't matter where on the field they are, they'll always put something on target if that is the primary objective. Otherwise, proving great passing plays, great reads from the backboard, and Hockey on the ball again. This is dangerous, of course, for Akron, and if they can't meet the challenge, they're going to meet the fierceness of Hockey.
My God, what an assist from Nitrous that goes up for that one. But the angle of their air roll, I'm thinking the only way you're going to touch that is up into the corner and then land and maybe follow it. But then somehow gets the redirect just barely hitting off the side of their car. and straight on into the middle for Hockey. I mean, I would say Akron's out of position on that one, but I don't think there's really any way to predict that pass is going to be able to find the man in the middle. Incredible buildup.
Oh, duh. You just have to predict the unpredictable, Taco. Come on. It's that easy against Northwood. That's how they got a 3-0 lead, right? Oh, no. It appears that you have to react against any and every option that could occur in Rocket League, because that is the caliber of this team. It's Nitrous with another nutty pass.
Yeah, it's a rough one from Bullseye. I think he has pretty much most options covered on that redirect because Nitrous is deflecting it into the corner. And yeah, it looks like it might bounce out, might bounce over, but then it just doesn't. And I would keep talking about Bullseye maybe not being able to read that one, but he's certainly able to get this kickoff. Poor Lionblaze trying to lose it to the corner, but he's only going to lose it right between the sticks.
And if you believe in the Rocket League gods, then you know that there's some kind of goddess or another form of royalty in the kickoff setting. I don't know. Akron prayed to them before this match went underway because I think they've been averaging at least a kickoff goal per game at this point. And it really does take the wind out of the sails here for Northwood. It could continue to do so. Tristan off the crossbar. Bullseye off the crossbar. Buzz now to the ceiling. And it keeps coming so close for Akron.
Yeah, Akron playing to kickoffs, Northern playing to the crossbar. Choose your fighter, I suppose, at the end of the day. A Mortal Kombat game going on here. Backboard read. Lionblaze is going to be able to make that one. Now on the follow through. Buzz, no angle, opts for the pass. Bullseye keeping it alive, but nothing in the center. You need a striker to bury. You can't just have point guards trying to lob one up as Akron continues the offense, but it's more so just to keep themselves in the half more than anything else.
Be a struggle, most certainly, but a demo might help them in this case. Tristan, is gonna get the trade there, but does get the ball away. It's kind of a shot from the grave. As Bullseye double tap off the side wall. Could have met the corner, but it was a bit high. It didn't meet Buzz either, but they'll meet in the midfield section. The shot does go wide though. Hockey's eliminated, but Northwood have appeared very, very stoic defensively. Aside from that kickoff goal, they haven't allowed much to go for from Akron, other than that barrage of shots that did meet the crossbar. Akron know that if they get their chances, they're going to have to put it between the posts and under the crossbar, because those chances aren't going to come very often.
No, not at all. Same, it seems like with getting to the midfield, a lot of demos on late challenges, if nothing else. Tristan able to tap that one into Lionblaze, partial save, and then a flick up and over. Hockey will continue with this tiny touches down, really clever approaches. You can see Akron kind of backing up, waiting for the longer clear, even the medium range clear, and Northwood not giving it to him. So you can tell the composure is only not rattled from Northwood. They're in a high pressure situation. They have to come back in the series, and it doesn't seem to be affecting them too much. Maybe that's really the mental they gotta rely on. Awkward spacing from Tristan, and we got a weird one.
I mean, you mentioned composure on the side of Northwood. I agree, and it feels like the opposite here for Akron. As soon as things go the other way, as soon as that momentum shifts, it starts to create a rattling on the cage or a bit of, choking of the engine. Something's not really sorting out well for Akron. Things aren't sailing as smoothly as before.
We'll see off the backboard. Lionblaze not getting that touch, and either two will Buzz as they're all looking around the ball. They're all circling around it like vultures, it felt like, waiting for it to give up. But maybe Northwood in their struggles earlier, I wouldn't necessarily say they solved, but certainly as Akron is meeting much more of a staunch resistance, I would say, on the back line, partly due to, I think, the Northwood patience taking these 50s, not just diving in on challenges, making their job at least a little bit easier for the recovery aspect. And Hockey going to show that again. No boost, none needed, though. He's done his job.
And Buzz will do his as well, meeting that challenge, and this does offer a chance for Tristan. Was hoping to find a very quick double tap, but Northwood, they sniffed that out. They said, no, we've had enough of that. We've had some crazy angles from Buzz, and we don't need any more. However, Buzz still finds that second touch. Bullseye now, and it takes Akron off this last possession to give them any chance in game number 5. It looks futile. There's Hockey off the sidewall, and this is where he's most dangerous. Off the backboard here, follows not there from Lionblaze. It's a soft touch, but it should be enough. Here it is. Tristan, shot won't go, and that's going to do it for game number 5. Northwood are going to now force another game in the series, bring it to 6, and the onus once again on Akron to finish this series as quickly as they wanted it originally.
And Northwood able to get 2 straight, and I will say, this is the point where I'm not even going to say it, but I think this is the point where a lot of players in these scenarios say, all right, we got the 3-0 and maybe a 4-0. Oh, we lost that game. No problem. That's it. It happens. We still got a lot of space. Oh, that's the problem. Okay, we lost game 5. Going into game 6 where you maybe just in the back of your mind saying, is this a reverse sweep? Is this actually where it's actually starting to go down? And I will say, Akron, I really hope they keep that locked in. You have to take it one game at a time. I mean, Buzz even said treat it like a ranked game almost. You really just have to focus on not your history, but just the 5 minutes ahead of you, because I love the way Akron's been playing. Even in the losses, it looks fine. It's just the momentary mistakes at times fall through, and I know what they're capable of. We saw it in games 1 through 3. So getting back to that, it feels attainable, but I know it's a psychological hurdle as well as a mechanical one.
Yeah, flawlessness is such a high bar to hit in Rocket League, isn't it? Especially drawn out over these long matches, especially when you've had matches before this against tougher opponents. It's a lot to ask for even the top talent of this game. And listen, it's gonna be so much more to ask for if Akron are gonna start out with a deficit here. We are in, folks. Game number 6. Northwood University have to win one more to push this to game number 7, but maybe, just maybe, Akron will start off on the right foot.
He almost got the save, but almost is not good enough. Get across that line. Bullseye and Hockey trying to battle it out for a save and shot, and they're not going to come out on top. Northwood this time. All that momentum doesn't mean much when you got an uncontested aerial. Well worked from Akron. Now can you hold it off the ceiling? It's Lion Blaze reaching the shot, but so too does Bullseye. Buzz off the inside. Bullseye needs a touch. It's still not out. Tristan reaching for it. It's right in front of the goal, and that is the penalty for not getting it away.
Oh yeah, the penalty is not just the goal scored, but a little bit shameless here is Hockey bump after bump on the defenders. That's the trust of Northwood. They know that, oh, this is the moment we pounce on. I know my players are gonna put this ball through the net. I can be assured that this bump is worth it. There's some more bumping, poking, prodding happening towards the Akron net, but what is this? A pitch across the field almost goes in the net. No, Bullseye can't do it. He gets the demo. Ball off the backboard. Tristan can't get it down.
And I gotta say, the one thing that we haven't been seeing much of in terms of goals has been Nitrous. He is the sub coming in for Northwood Blue, but he has been on the Northwood White team, a CRL World Championship caliber team, so he's a fantastic super sub to put in, but he's actually been making his impact through these assists, and whether it's a pass middle or in that last play, just a 50 to keep the clear from going through. He has been monumental. Save two, I would say, would be Hockey, but unfortunately, he's not able to hit the target on that last one, picking out that near post harder than it might have appeared.
No, and there are some players being bumped quite hard here, but Akron have to remain resilient. They've got to get up after those bumps, but how do you get up and after a shot like this? Hockey, the dodge from the ceiling reset. I don't know.
He's not real. That's not real. That looks like something you just do to just try to push yourself forward, desperation style. But no, in fact, it's calculated. It goes through, no boost remaining, and it just perfectly goes. So you can almost see Akron kind of just shake their heads like, oh, wait, okay, so I guess I should have been prepared for that. Okay, bet.
Yeah, no, there is no preparing yourself for that yet. Hockey has had some incredible plays this series, especially from the side wall, forming double taps, air dribbles, resets, like just hard shots on the opposite post. You gotta almost expect it all to come to form when Hockey has the ball. With an ability to make a play like that. Akron hardly seeing the light of day after their first goal here as Northwood press their advantage again and again, looking so lethal as they sky down from the ceiling once again.
The elements of Akron's former success have really still been showing out. They're closing down a lot of aerials quickly. This one is maybe the exception to that, and that's what happens. Lion Blaze able to combine with his teammate for a second as they catch Akron on transition.
Yeah, Hockey, what a carry here, but it was the work of teamwork there, the synergy coming through. Northwood University always poised to attack on the counter. And that much is made clear by that extra goal. Little cushion on the lead for Northwood, 3-1 at the halfway mark.
And 50 straight down, Nitrous taking it carefully, and that seems like to be the difference from Northwood. They don't need to go fast. They'll play at the pace that they're used to and the one that they know they can handle. And I think a couple times now we're just seeing them go for 50s instead. They're not even doing anything with it. It's just to force Akron to say, no, you're not going to wait for us. We're going to have to force you to come to the ball and really take it off of us. And especially with a lead to protect, I can't really say that's the wrong move.
Yeah, it's true, and they've had a hard time just garnering any possession to really take it to Northwood. It's hard even to get to that point here because their possessions last no more than 5 seconds here, and it's due to reads like that from Hockey. Nitrous is prepared to pick this up. It could be a goal there, not an assist for that time, but it still is deflected well. Bullseye has a lead blocker, but does not have Lion Blaze beat. That's back to the midfield, up to the sky, and it is going to be corralled to the corner. Akron trying to seal up any offensive chance from Northwood because, you know, the next one that goes through the net could seal a Game 7.
Lion Blaze trying to get it to happen, and he is just patiently waiting. Oh, no. Stand up. Give some applause. That is the patience, the trust, and coordination that makes you some world champions, and this is also the ice you require to engineer the reverse sweep. I think this one might just be done and dusted. I'm not going to count Akron out quite yet for Game 7, but it looks like Game 6 has started to go the way of the Wolves.
God, you know when Lion Blaze is just like waiting behind the ball, waiting to just get the fake to go through. That's the respect that players have for him. He's able to create threats not only by his own personal caliber, but he had the reset as well, standing right behind that ball. It was a very deadly picture there. And so with a minute left, 3 goals down, Akron needs something now to get a chance here as to not allow the reverse sweep from Northwood. It's back towards their net again, though. Buzz can't even collect the ball, offers a shot that's just above the crossbar. And rather than Akron trying to pull themselves back in this game, it's Northwood right on the cusp of extending this lead. They'll do it there.
Why not just get another one on the board? This is, I would say, about putting your boot at the neck of your opponent. It's about morale crushing at this point. Yeah. You got a couple games, but this is really what it's supposed to look like. This is the scoreline everyone expected, and despite all of your resistance, you have run out of energy, at least in this game. We're just going to seize upon it, and it sure took some time. It sure took some doing, but we're finally gonna be getting some Game 7 action here, Pyro, and this has been a banger of a series. I really do hope it really continues as we reach the final leg of our final series here for this Invitational.
See, but I'm almost confused because, like, these blowout games usually happen earlier in this series. This makes me question the endurance of University of Akron. Is this an issue of having that energy, like you said, to meet Northwood at every challenge? It's a challenge hardly any team can take, but Akron, they've stood up to it. For how much longer can they? We are on to Champions Field. We are on to Game 7. Northwood University 1 win away from completing the reverse sweep against University of Akron.
And this is something that is really difficult to do for any team, beating Northwood in a competition, period. But then getting several chances now to be right on the precipice, I mean, that is heart-wrenching to be able to go through. And this is why I talk so much about having that psychological advantage. And at this point, you touched on something that is crucial in any tournament day, the endurance stamina, to be able to keep on playing at the highest level throughout a series. It might just seem like, yeah, I played for an hour before, but when you're in hard comms, when you're concentrating so much, you're burning a lot of calories. It's a lot of mental effort you got to go through. It's why I really don't shy away from calling esports players athletes, because it really does take a lot of it. You got to be fed, because it feels like you need a 5-course meal before you play Northwood. You're going to be burning through a lot, and I think this series is showing exactly why.
Yeah, you got to be fueled to drive on to protect yourselves against the fangs of Northwood. But listen, folks, you got to make sure you protect yourselves always. Let's hear very quickly from where this podcast is presented by NHTSA and Click It or Ticket.
Game world or real world, seatbelts save lives.
There were 2 guys. Neither guy wore their seatbelt. One guy got a ticket, one guy didn't. Two guys drove home from work. One guy wore his seatbelt. One guy didn't. One guy made it home. One guy didn't.
And we're here, Champions Field, game number 7 of the finals of the 2023 ESPORTSU Invitational, presented by NHTSA and Click It or Ticket. This is Northwood University bringing back, crawling their way to a game number 7. They're on the cusp of completing the reverse sweep against Akron.
And it's such a difficult uphill task, as we all know, and all fear about games like this, because once a reverse sweep goes all the way through, denying it is an effort in of itself. So coming here on this field where all of our LCS gets a prize. We've seen a lot of great collegiate games, and this one is no exception. He peaked early, he's peaking late, coast to coast from ceiling to floor. It's Tristan for the lead.
And will he bookend this performance in favor of himself? It's so good to see Tristan on the board if you're rooting for Akron here, because it has been some time since we've seen that name in headlines, at least it feels like, but will it all be for naught? The response from Northwood off the kickoff was looking good. They've got Lion Blaze now over to Hockey. A pass would have met the net, but instead it's met by Buzz. And Tristan there to challenge the midfield. Lion Blaze wins it quicker than the opposition.
And not only is that goal so important, but also it puts them on breaking quite the streak. Northwood has been able to rack up double-digit victories over this Akron Blue team. Almost 2 years to the day was the last time Akron was able to take down Northwood. And honestly, this is why, because you can never seem to fully get them off their half when they got that close control. Hockey lurking on the back post, and he'll make no mistake.
I'm getting memories of game number 3 when we were trading highlight reel goals between Tristan and Hockey. That's Hockey finding the beautiful angle off the crossbar to equalize here. We talked before about, is it taking advantage of mistakes or just perfecting your play against a stoic defense? It looks like we're getting those big plays in game 7.
Hockey lifting up and over. Lion Blaze, he's just waiting for it. That's the advantage of having talented teammates. They can make any play into something. The simple tap back on the wave dash into the flick. Thing of beauty.
Akron are going to be kicking themselves, giving up a lead this quickly. You garner that at the beginning of the game, at game number 7, when the momentum is so far against you, and then this is how fast it turns around. This is so difficult to work against. It's devastating, but you can't think about that. You got to play it, play after play. Here we go, off the backboard again. Akron have to defend. It is back to the midfield as Akron try to stretch against this possession, this overwhelming amount of possession from Northwood.
Yeah, and it's tough. You can see Buzz starting to chase the ball, not necessarily because they're kind of lost, but I think they want to keep the pressure up. They do not want to back up. They don't want to even get boost, it feels like, because if you do allow Northwood to create, you know how that one ends. Nitrous didn't have any boost because he would love to foul that one on the backboard. Bullseye still getting back to it. Tristan waiting for the pass, and there will be none for Northwood. They all backed off as well. A little bit of awkward touch from Lion Blaze. He's not able to recover for it. A soft shot, and Nitrous taking their time on the tap down. Looked like an open shot on the transition. That one not finding its way in. Lion to Hockey. The miss on the save. He's looking for a flip. It's pandemonium in the Akron backline. Nitrous to the bar and out.
They can't be looking for the right chance. They can't be searching for the best opportunity. They got to pounce. Akron had the perfect pass. Now they've got the big play there. Buzz is denied well by Nitrous, and Nitrous, we talked about the assisting caliber, but how about the defense? Often as the third man, keeping things protected for Northwood.
And Lion, they saw that one coming before it even began. Able to deflect that one through. Same with the clear. Now they're going to leave it to Nitrous. Taking it up and overpass and into the post. Northwood pixels away from trying to put this one to bed. 2 minutes remaining in game 7. They got the lead, but for how much longer? Akron keeps on knocking. This man right here has often answered the call, but not this time. Again, yet another clear with a Musty to boot.
Oh yeah, and you get so much momentum on the ball there with the Musty. Hockey knows exactly how to set Akron back to a reset on the offense. Limiting continued possession from Akron has been the bread and butter so far for Northwood on their reverse sweep run. We just haven't been able to see Akron pounce on opportunities like that. Off the ceiling, they can't even get the shot to go. Northwood with a gridiron defense.
That's a save of the highest order, when that's really deserving of a championship, and that's what it really does produce. It's okay. Akron has more time to build with. Bullseye on the dribble, wrapping around the overlap as Tristan and Buzz are rushing to get upfield. It's going to take more than one player to break down the Northwood defense, but maybe it only takes Hockey to get past the zips from the open net to the corner. Goal line save. Lion Blaze putting it back in. 3-1 Northwood.
For as many immaculate saves as we've seen from Akron, we see a blistering follow-up from Northwood. It just takes too much to keep up with the barrage coming out of Northwood. Shot after shot, crashing the boards, rebound after rebound. Akron cannot hold on.
It's all right, because we've seen them answer back before. Maybe not from two, but certainly keeping it close. Tristan can't put it into the middle enough. Nitrous with 0 boost, able to get yet another clear. Every single one of these is going to drain off so much time as Hockey is continuing in that tradition. The putback from Nitrous, not going to find accuracy. In fact, it's anything but a giveaway here. Bullseye into Tristan, into the near post, and Buzz beaten out again.
Again and again, it is sorted out. It's a miracle left for Akron if they want a chance in this game number 7. This could start it all off. Lion Blaze off the crossbar.
How?
Descending to the ground like an angel and saving the day for Northwood University. That's gonna do it. And picturesque as it is for Lion Blaze to save the game for Northwood. The reverse sweep is complete. We have our champions of the 2023 ESPORTSU Invitational, and it's Northwood.
You've gone through a long journey, but Northwood are the final boss. It's not single phase, apparently. It's a 7-phase fight, and sometimes you just don't bring enough. 3-1 in Game 7, a reverse sweep for one of the best programs we've ever seen in the collegiate game. My word, it's been a while since I've seen a series quite like that.
And it took the peak potential of these players to just get the right moves to go. Not only for the shots that we saw, like Hockey. Can we please just get a reel for this player by consolidating all the goals that player scored this series? But Lion Blaze and the saves that player made as well. You think back to game number 4, even Danger Taco, when the score was tied and Lion Blaze made this like minute save on the goal line to limit Akron from sweeping Northwood University. Now look where we are, Danger Taco, with the reverse sweep complete. Northwood, yeah, the 7-headed boss, the 7 phases, the double phase boss. I don't know what you want to call them, but I know what we can call them: champions.
The 2023 ESPORTSU Invitational is going to Northwood in maybe a fashion unfamiliar to most. It was a quick little detour we took at the end, but they're going to add another trophy to the case, and it took some doing. I really hope that the people listening into this or going on Wikipedia later and checking out these scores and saying, oh, reverse sweep, are not hearing that as saying, well, Northwood just rolled. They had moments where they really pulled away, but the amount of saves that were required, I don't think I've ever seen Northwood since maybe the national championship last season for them, really, where they fell to Columbia, where they actually struggled that much to be able to clear their goal line. There was about 4 or 5 highlight reel level saves that were made just in Game 7. It felt like alone. So super well deserved. And I know Akron not going to be feeling that one, but it's just another evidence that it seems like they're slowly figuring things out. It's just so hard to really punch in that final solution.
It's so difficult. And you know what, Tucker, you mentioned the saves that were made. One of the best saves I saw that series was towards the end, and it was by Nitrous. We've got Nitrous on the line here. Let's get him in for an interview from Northwood University. Whew, Nitrous, take a breath, take a sip of water, do whatever you gotta do to refresh yourself off a reverse sweep win. I mean, I'll just throw it to you. How's it feel to finish that full best of 7 in your favor?
I mean, I wasn't expecting them to come out like swinging as much as they were in those first 3 games, but we kind of slowed down, figured out what we wanted to do, and realized that they were kind of just sitting in their net the whole game and just like playing defense and stuff, so we kind of had to play around them and try to get some demos in and such. But I'm glad it turned out the way it did. I had a great time playing with Lion and Hockey.
I mean, coming into a lot of tournaments, I mean, Northwood obviously being the favorite for that one, but I feel like the mental, obviously, to play at the highest level, play in that bubble tier, play in that professional tier, you have to have a strong mental. What are the comms like in a Northwood call where you're down 0-3 in a grand final?
I mean, it's just the same as if we were winning. You know, there's no really difference. It's just we know like we'll win. Basically, we understand how important it is to just keep that same mental and understand that it's a competitive environment, and so you can't really get too excited, but also you can't get too like sad, I guess, or too depresso mode, if you will.
Yeah, the comms aren't as electric when it's depresso mode, is it? I feel.
I mean, yeah. I mean, it's just like the kind of environment and stuff you need in a team environment. It's just not. It's just not it. So as long as you find like a happy medium and you hype up your teammates when they're scoring crazy goals, like Lion in one of two of those games in hockey, scoring off the ceiling. I like half of those things I just didn't even expect, but it's fun to play with.
You know what? Let's work off of that, Nitrous. You say you didn't expect it, but we were actually touting you as the playmaker, the assist king this series. It seemed like you were diming up Hockey and Lion Blaze for all of these incredible plays. Did you feel like you were taking a role like that? Did you feel like you could sort of set up these players for success because you know how strong they are as strikers?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely like a shift of the role that I'm used to in teams. Like I'm not normally like known as the playmaker. I'm normally like scoring goals like whenever I can, and it was I kind of had to like get into it because it was really different for me to play with like such good players. And I'm not saying that Pirates and Noxus aren't bad. It's just a completely different play style.
I mean, that's something that I actually quoted something that Lion Blaze had talked to me about before, is that you swap one player out and you're changing up mathematically a third of your team, but honestly, it's about how you play off of each other. And you mentioned how that's a little awkward because you come in and, yeah, you could play the way you're used to, but, you know, you got Lion Blaze Hockey. They play way different than Pirates and Noxus. And Hockey even said, yeah, it doesn't really feel like much of an adjustment because, you know, everyone's really good. You could take anyone on all 6 of those players and mash them, and it'd probably still be a great team. Is that really how it feels when you're coming into this? Is it nerve-wracking playing with Hockey or Lion, or is it really, are they super accommodating in that regard and you can kind of just vibe off of them?
Once you get to a certain level in the game and like you kind of end up having like a similar understanding just across the board of like what your teammates want, how you should be rotating, how you should be playing the game, and a lot of it is just learning how to adapt into that scenario. And I haven't gotten to the high level of adapting that like super pros like Lion and everyone like that, like up to Vatira, and those guys just, they adapt so much differently. And so I think the main thing is that just once you reach a certain understanding of the game after a certain amount of time, it kind of just comes easy.
Yeah. It sort of clicks. I think we definitely saw that at a moment for Northwood. You guys reverse sweeping there. It was incredible to see. Nitrous, obviously, shout out to Buddy as well, because he was a part of this team last weekend. But the win's yours. I want to give you a chance to revel in it. But before we let you go, any other shout outs or things you want to say from taking the win here for the Invitational?
I mean, shout out to my teammates, Hockey and Line. It was a lot of fun. I had a good time. I think that's about it. You can follow me on Twitter, RL Nitrous.
There you go.
Gotta get the plug in. Yeah.
Of course. But yeah, I think that's it.
Beautiful. Well, seriously, congratulations. Like I said, go revel in such an extraordinary win, because we were losing our minds, Nitrous, with your comeback. So congratulations and enjoy it.
Thank you.
All right. Well, there we go, folks. That was Nitrous, and Taco is really interesting getting in the mind there, because he talked a lot about just, you know, obviously these aren't his typical teammates. He's played with them before, but the adaptations that it takes just at that level. I'm sure you can speak to that more, having been at that level as well, and I've seen you play yourself, Taco. So it feels like Nitrous just sort of adapted and clicked.
At least for me, it's something I've talked about with a lot of other higher level players, is when you are playing, for example, in ranked and you're going through like lower grand champion, they're good players, but like it doesn't feel like you can read them super well. But once you get to like a higher level, yeah, it's more difficult in a mechanical sense, but everyone knows where they need to be because their instincts are on lock. So I 100% feel Nitrous on that one aspect of, yeah, in a team environment when you're in comms, it's way different than just playing regular ranked, but you can trust that they'll be where you need them to be. They'll be intuitively kind of reading off your play and your speed and movement. So I definitely feel like he's pretty blessed to be able to say, hey, you're subbing in for a team. Okay, bet. Who's my teammates? Yeah. Hockey and Lion Blaze. Like, oh, okay, cool. So I guess I'll just be slapping the ball off backboard or into the middle and they'll be always there for him. So that's 100% I feel him on that one. I just got to say, like, if this is truly our preview for CRL World Championships coming up, all these different collegiate events coming down the pike as we ready up for the fall semester, I mean, this is just another preview that Northwood is not going anywhere. Yes, they can drop games, but just it's almost like you get right up to the precipice and then Northwood reaches up, grabs your ankle, pulls you right back down, says, no. It's never going to be that easy. No such thing as rolling over Northwood.
Yeah. Oh, what a Herculean finish to a long event, folks, of the 2023 ESPORTSU Invitational. We should take a look back. Let's take a look at that bracket one last time to see how it all truly unfolded here. It was Northwood starting off against Stockton University, sweeping their way as they had in the group stages. Remember, folks, this started out as 8 teams in 2 groups. We had Indian River State College and Fisher College, the B team, as well as Boise State and Oregon representing the West. That just didn't make it to the top 4. Of course, we had those UTA and Stockton matchup as well in 3rd place. Credit due to Stockton and credit due to Akron as well, Taco. But the best just bested it.
And I will say this is something that actually gives me more faith in Akron, because after the past couple championships in which it was 4-1s going to Northwood against Akron, it felt like my theory, working into it, and I've learned a bit more through these interviews to dispel this, but it almost felt like the moment Northwood wins game 1 or 2, it's almost like the other team just is like, well, this is what we expected. They're just better. This is rough. Let's try our best. But no, Akron came out swinging, and then I felt like that confidence just rode it through. So even though this is a loss, I think this is the best possible preview for them going into the next one. They made a grand champions before. They've made really deep in these national and now hopefully worlds as well. So I think it's completely wide open for the field, although Northwood continues to really set the bar, and they're just doing it one more time. It's been splendid to watch their whole journey throughout all of collegiate, but especially this event. And of course, Pyro, Colton in the back room, been fantastic to get again work with you on such a ridiculous spectacle like this one.
Yeah, truly the best of the collegiate teams competing against each other and showcasing brilliance on the field. You really can't ask for more in this space. So shout out as well to ESPORTSU, obviously where the broadcast is presented by NHTSA and Click It or Ticket. Remember, folks, if you're driving without a seatbelt, you can get a ticket. But if you're driving without a seatbelt and get in a crash, you may not make it home. Don't risk it. Click it or ticket. Paid for by NHTSA. Don't forget that, folks. Shout out to all the teams competing through this weekend and the last. It was an electric performance. And Taco, I'll extend it back to you, my friend. It was amazing casting this with you as well. Shout out Colton in the background for ESPORTSU, doing everything, pressing all the buttons. But folks, your winner for the 2023 ESPORTSU Invitational presented by NHTSA and Click It or Ticket is Northwood University off that reverse sweep against University of Akron. Stay tuned for ESPORTSU for all the more action of collegiate Rocket League and everything else esports in collegiate. Thank you so much for tuning in, folks, and we'll see you next time.
Game world or real world, seatbelts save lives.
There were 2 guys. Neither guy wore their seatbelt. One guy got a ticket, one guy didn't. 2 guys drove home from work. One guy wore his seatbelt, one guy didn't. One guy made it home. One guy didn't.